Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Without taste, forget about it.
Marion used her immunity pin to avoid an elimination challenge.
I didn't come here to gamble, George. I came here to cook.
And for Jake, the MasterChef journey ended.
Come away from this realising that I can excel. I really, found an inner strength.
Tonight, it's time for the amateurs to learn from the pros in another masterclass.
My favourite part, the cooking part.
Special guest Matt Moran drops by to help George serve up ravioli, 2 easy canapes, and his very own Frangipane tart.
I'm always nervous about George eating my food. I'm waiting for a score.
Plus, we get a unique lesson from the innovative Fergus Henderson on the joys of cooking nose to tail.
So we thought we'd take your interest in offal to a whole nother level.
Masterclass. I love that word, masterclass. You know why? Because it's time for us to sit, relax, and watch someone else do the cooking for a change.
I'm glad that today's masterclass because we get to pick up a few hints and some techniques that hopefully we can use in the following week.
Guys, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen and welcome to Masterclass. And can I tell you, a masterclass with a difference. Please welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen and to Masterclass, Chef Extraordinaire, Matt Moran from Aria.
With Gary being away from the kitchen for a little while, we're lucky enough to have Matt Moran in the MasterChef kitchen to show us some tips and tricks.
He's a fantastic chef, so we're all very excited to have him there.
So, yeah, very good.
Matt, welcome to MasterChef again.
Thank you, George. Good to be here. My favourite part, the cooking part.
Yeah, well, exactly. You get to put your jacket on. Now, tell me, any tips and tricks today?
Well, I've actually been watching you cook for, the last little bit, George. I thought I'd give you a few tips and, I think it'll probably benefit these guys too.
Always keen to steal a new recipe. Always keen. I think you noticed how they're getting smaller.
Mate, I was just looking at that and every time I come back, it's shrinking.
Any advice now that you've got your chef's jacket on?
Well, look, look carefully, watch. I'm sure there's a few tips in whatever I do today, and I'm sure it will relate to what's been going on during the week. So, keep your eyes open.
Guys, we're going to kick off our masterclass by revisiting this week's pasta invention test. Marion, you had the power to pick the core ingredient.
I've chosen seafood.
Across the board, a really fantastic effort. We saw beautiful tortellini, beautiful ravioli. We even saw some spaghetti, some fettuccine. There was a whole smorgasbord of pasta. But there was a couple of you that actually struggled. The pasta, a letdown. So that's what we're going to show you today. The first dish that we're going to demonstrate is a ravioli of potato and leek. So guys, the first thing we're going to do, the actual pasta dough, we're going to put some spinach and parsley through it. But we're going to extract the chlorophyll from the spinach and parsley and add that into the dough. So to make the chlorophyll, 75 grams of picked flat leaf parsley. That goes into our blender. Next step, I've got 100 grams of picked washed spinach. To that, I add 400 mils of water. Salt will actually extract the chlorophyll. Good pinch of that. Next step is tip all that mixture into a pot and flick on the gas. Now, what's going to happen here is some separation's going to happen. All the clear water's going to go to the bottom, and that green food colouring, so to speak, the chlorophyll, is going to come to the top. So we're going to gently bring that up to the boil. I'm going to skim that off onto muslin cloth, straight onto ice. And why we do that, okay, what happens to anything green when you cook it for too long? It goes brown.
You can really smell it now. Can you smell that?
And I'm spreading it around over the ice so it chills straight away. It shocks itself. And at this point, because you've chilled it down over ice, you can literally bring it up like a little parcel and just squeeze any excess liquid out. And there you have it. You've got green food colouring. Adam, you had a question?
George, you seem to have created a lot of the chlorophyll for only a very small amount for the pasta. How well does that keep? Does it need to be kept under oil or frozen or something like that?
You can freeze it. I mean, at the end of the day, what discolours things that are green is two things. Cooking them too long and also light, okay? So what I'd do is wrap it up in cling film, wrap it in foil and pop it in the freezer. Next step is to make our green pasta dough using the chlorophyll. And to help me make that green pasta dough, Shani, come on down. So Shani, we're going to use this little machine again. Pop 200 grams of 00 flour into that machine there. 00 basically means it's a high glutinous flour and it's been refined more when they've milled it down. All right, next step is 2 whole eggs. That goes into your machine. A little teaspoon of olive oil. Next step is 50 grams of the chlorophyll. On. And give it a buzz. Okay. Right, Shani, next step is to knead the green pasta dough. Okay. Feels a little bit different than normal.
Yeah, it was really sticky to begin with.
Yeah.
The texture's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think you'd probably have to work it a bit more to get it really silky.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Give us a look. Let me have a look. And I think, you know what, you've got it to a good point right now. That looks great. Okay. Right, next step is to cling film the pasta dough. All right, nice and tight because you don't want to get any air into it, or else it will dry out and you'll get a skin around the outside. Fantastic. Brilliant. Well done, Shani. That is fantastic. We're going to let that rest.
Okay.
And I'm going to make some ravioli.
Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you. So this pasta dough's been resting for about an hour and it's time to roll it out and laminate it. Matthew, can you do the honours?
Mate, I would be more than happy to, George.
Brilliant.
Yep, what we're going to do now is just roll it through and get it nice and strong and tough so we can then cut it. As we're actually pushing it through, we keep folding it over and over and it just strengthens the gluten and makes it a little bit tougher so it's not soft and not too wet. I'd say this would probably need about a dozen times through. Dozen, 16? Yeah. As now you can see, it's starting to get quite pliable, but it's also getting quite thin.
That's great. So we'll just pop. It's always good to pop them under a little blanket. Keeps them nice and...
Well, it won't dry out.
Right, guys, so we've rolled out our pasta and laminated it, ready to form our ravioli. But the next step is we need to make some braised leeks. And the braised leeks are going to be sort of the sauce element to this ravioli dish. Matt, are you able to make that for me?
I'm more than happy to. Now, we've got the nice part of the leeks, not the end bits and the outer bits. They're quite bitter and horrible, yeah? So it's not really nice to cook with. So what we're going to do is cut it into paysan, which is little tiny squares. And we're just going to saute it in a little bit of butter, add a little bit of chicken stock or vegetable stock if you like, and then we're just going to braise it down until it's nice and soft, and we're going to serve it underneath the ravioli. So we're just going to cut it in half, so it's quite square. Just going to take out that big centre bit there, cut the bottom of it off. Just going to cut it into, say, 3 bits. Then we're going to cut it into what we call paysan. Right, guys, to braise it, we're going to add a little bit of butter. Now, we've got a little bit of thyme also. We're going to add the thyme, a little bit of stock. So we're going to just sort of move it round, keep it moving for a couple of minutes, yeah? 2 to 3 minutes. Add a little bit of salt to it, a little bit of pepper. Make sure you got all the leek down from the sides because you don't want it to brown. Just going to turn it down a little bit and we're just going to braise it.
For our ravioli of potato and leek, I want to serve a little potato wafer, a little garnish that sits on top of the ravioli. So we're going to use this little Japanese bin rinder. Quite simple. Connect the teeth into the potato, pop it in, apply a little bit of pressure and wind. All right, then we pull that out, and what we want here is the long bits. They're the good bits. Okay, so that's what you want there. Right, next step is to actually make this potato crisp. And the idea is that you want a nice sort of round crisp, but in the centre it looks a little bit not so perfect. There you go, and I just drop it in, you know, as it drops in naturally, sort of in spots that I can see where it looks a little bit bare.
A little bit bare there, George.
Right, then what we've got here is some clarified butter, okay, and we should all know how to make clarified butter by now. You pop it into a pot and you let the whey separate from the milk. And then on a really low heat, we're just going to let that gently get nice and crisp, turn it over, do the other side, and we've got a beautiful little potato garnish to go on the ravioli.
And we know why we're using clarified butter and not normal butter. It doesn't catch the milk solids, won't burn, and also it's actually got a much higher burning point, so you can actually heat it a lot hotter. George, I reckon this is ready.
Yeah, brilliant.
That looks fantastic. Nice and crisp.
So just onto a wire rack, okay? You don't need to season it. It's got plenty of salt on it, all right? And it's there to be a nice little crispy texture to the dish. Now, the next step is to actually assemble the filling that's going to go inside our green pasta. So basically what I've got here is thin slices of potato, okay? Square potato that we've just cooked in water until they're tender. And what we've made here is just some mashed potato. We've baked off our potatoes. It's up to you. If you want to boil them, you can. I prefer baking them. I know Matt does as well. Pass it through a fine sieve. And we've just added olive oil to that and salt.
So we've got a piping bag here. Put our mashed potato in it. Right, into our piping bag. Push it down. Yep. Okay. What we're going to do is just put a little...
Perfect, perfect. We've got that potato slice on the bottom. It's basically going to hold the filling together, okay?
Right. So we get our bottom sheet, George.
Yes, please.
And so that's nicely rested too.
That's beautiful. So here we've just got one egg that we've cracked and whisked up. That's used to stick our sheets together. We brush our pasta sheet with a little bit of egg. All right, we grab our potato and we sit that on top. We cut our sheet like that, our bottom sheet out like that, and then next step is we cut off a square of the top sheet, and then we glue the first bit down, and then we form it around, okay? And we just pinch that end. A little bit of egg, not too much. And we just glue that back. All right? And then, because they're square, we just pinch the side of our potato, our little potato slice on the bottom, which is our gauge, and we cut them beautifully and square. Okay?
Beautiful, beautiful.
There you have it. Right, guys, now it's time to cook our ravioli. Boiling salted water, tasting of the sea. And then we pop, it's going to be a little entree, so we'll pop 2 of these in and we'll gently just bring them up. Okay, so while they're cooking, Matt Moran, if you could do me the honours by popping some of those leeks sort of all over the plate.
I've got the leeks in there. You can see that they're cooked, but we've got a little bit of thyme in there that we actually really just put in there to flavour. So we're just going to pull out the stems. As you see, it looks nice and creamy from the butter, and they're nice and sort of soft and really tender, nicely seasoned. Just going to layer that down on the plate.
The pasta's been in for about 3 minutes, okay? And you can see they're starting to float, which is a sort of an indicator that they're cooked. All right, so to take them out, I just pop a little bit of olive oil on the plate, a bit of sea salt as well. All right, and we just gently fish these out, huh? Fantastic. All right, now if you can pop them on the plate, that would be great, Matt. It's looking good, isn't it?
They smell fantastic.
Okay, next step is I've got some of this micro basil, a little drizzle of olive oil, and then the potato crisp, which we're just gonna pop on like that. And of course, some Parmesan or pecorino. There you go, guys. This is our ravioli of potato and leek. Right, it's tasting time. Matthew, Shani, do you want to come up and have a little taste? Should get some of those leeks. Shani, your thoughts?
Really beautiful, delicate flavours, well balanced, but I think it's really the texture thing for me, the really soft, creamy mash with the crunchy potato. Like with the slices, the mash and the crisp, there's the 3 different textures, so it's really beautiful.
Shani, Matthew, I hope you enjoyed your tasting. Back to your position.
Thank you.
Right, guys, top tips for making ravioli with potato and leek. Chlorophyll, extremely important. As it comes up to the boil, you skim it off straight away. You don't let it sit too long in that water or it's going to go brown.
Pasta, make sure you get the right thickness, yeah? Too thin, it'll break. Too thick, it's horrible to eat and it's really doughy.
Right, guys, there you have it. Ravioli of potato and leek. Going forward, no excuses. You know how to make great pasta dough now, and you know how to make a dish that's a little bit creative. So what we want to see is amazing food. Right, guys, next on Masterclass, we're going to be revisiting the Sail Away Challenge on the Pacific Jewel, where you guys had to cook 8,000 canapes. Matt, what would have you done for 2,000 people?
So guys, I would have kept it really simple. What we're going to do today is a spanner crab and corn quesadilla. Very simple. Something you can cut into like 8 pizzas, like a pizza, and you can just sort of pass them around, people can just pick them up. Now, Aaron, I hear you're a bit of a Mexican king.
I'm a Mexican fan, definitely not a Mexican king.
You like your Mexican food?
I do, I love it.
This is Team Mexico, isn't it?
It is Team Mexico. You are so excited, aren't you? You're in your element.
I just love playing with all this stuff.
And I love Mexico.
I think I'm going to get you up here to help.
Right, Aaron, I'm going to leave you to it. He won't hurt. He's a nice bloke, all right?
How are you, buddy? You well?
There you go. Very
right,
well.
mate, what we're going to do, very simple. Quesadillas, some beautiful Spanish crab from Noosa, some sweet corn. We're going to make a basic tomato sauce, and that's what I want you to do.
Okay.
What we're going to do is like a basic pizza sauce, but we don't want to sit it on the stove and cook it for hours. We want to have that little bit of freshness in it. All it's going to be flavoured with is a little bit of garlic, some basil, and some good olive oil.
Okay.
So if you want to get some olive oil on, about 20 or 30 mils, and just fry that garlic until it's nice and golden brown, yeah?
Okay.
What we're going to do, we're going to let it brown. You're going to add your tomatoes. You're just going to crunch them up a little bit, cook it for another 2 to 3 minutes, add the basil, and then we're just going to quickly puree it.
Okay.
And we're going to puree it so it's a little bit rough, and that's going to be the base of our quesadilla.
Okay.
So really what you're trying to do is just bring out that flavour of that garlic, yeah? Once it starts to turn brown, it'll go really, really quickly. You've got to be careful of those really small little pieces in there that are broken off as you've actually mixed it round. Right, I'd say that's just about it.
Okay.
We're going to add our tomatoes. Be careful. What we try and do also with the tomatoes is drain as much liquid off as possible.
Okay. So break them up.
Yeah, break them up a little bit. Put a little bit of salt in there. We're going to add all our basil. What I want you to do, just in the mixer, put it in, not too fine. I don't want it to be this really thin sauce. I want it to be a little bit chunky.
So just a couple of pulses?
Yeah, a few pulses.
Yep, no problem.
Make sure you just sort of break down those tomatoes. There you go. Right, let's have a look at that. As you can see, you can still smell that freshness in it. You still really smell the garlic, smell the basil, and it's still a little bit chunky. So we're just going to put that into the bowl, and we're going to use that as our base. There's our sauce for the quesadilla.
Great.
The next step is to make the filling. You can do that.
Okay.
So we've got the garlic, we've got the chilli, a little bit of sweet corn, a little bit of Spanish crab. We've got about 80 grams of Spanish crab, about 40 grams of sweet corn. It's about a quarter of a chilli and about a quarter of a garlic, which is finely chopped.
Any coriander?
A little bit of coriander, a few sprigs of baby coriander.
Yep.
All right, so we've got that mixed.
Yep.
All right, buddy, you can go sit down. I'm going to assemble it. Very straightforward. We've got our tomato sauce on both of the tortillas. Put them down. We're going to grab our tomato sauce and just coat it over the top. And these are just a basic, straightforward tortilla that you can get virtually anywhere. Now, it's really important, guys, also, is that you don't have too much sauce on this, because when you're actually cooking it together, it actually can run out too much, yeah? So we've got our filling. Just put it on one side. Right, now the most important part, Manchego cheese, which is a Spanish cheese. You want to make this really nice and gooey when you're cooking it. So over the top. Now we're squashing it down a little bit, guys. Be careful you don't squash it all out the sides. Now, if you had a wood-fired pizza oven, you'd actually put it in there on a really hot slab. What we're going to do is we're going to dry fry it in a pan, and we're going to place it in the oven for a couple of minutes just to make sure that that corn and all the cheese is melted right through the middle of it. So heat your pan up. Very carefully, pick up your quesadilla and just sit it in the bottom of a non-stick pan, really important. Right, so very carefully, about 2 minutes. Just take it off so you're not on the flame so you won't burn yourself. And just going to flip that over really quickly. And we're just going to do the other side for about the same time, and then we're just going to bake it in the oven just to make sure that it's nice and gooey inside, but really crisp on the outside. All right, guys. Now, I'm just going to place it in the oven. That's quite a hot oven. Yeah, it's about 220 degrees. We're going to make a quick salad now, something just to go with it, something nice and refreshing. We've got some beautiful little cherry tomatoes. We're just going to cut them in half. A little bit of Spanish onion, red onion. And again, the little baby coriander. Now we're going to season that with a little bit of olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of salt, and just something for a little bit of acid. You know, rather than using a sort of French dressing, we're just going to use some lemon juice and some extra virgin olive oil, yeah? Just mix that around. All right, guys, that's been in there now for about 4 or 5 minutes. I reckon it's about perfect. Just lift it up and just slide it onto a board. Now, it's pretty much like a pizza, the way it is now. So we're just going to cut it into 8 pieces. You can see the cheese oozing out of it. Now to serve it, guys, we've got a platter, as you would for any canapé. Nice big platter, and we're going to just put it around the platter like so. Like that. We're going to get our salad and just put it in the middle. Salad's really just for garnish also. So there you go. There's our spanish crab and corn quesadillas. I hear footsteps, George.
Yum.
What do you think, buddy?
Delicious. It smells.
That cheese, that melting cheese flavour to me is just the best. So any questions, guys? Adam?
Matt, can you give us some other ideas for other flavour combinations other than spanish crab and corn?
Well, you could use any sort of seafood if you like, you know, a little bit of lobster meat or prawns, you know, sweet corn and peas. Yeah, you could do a vegetarian one, you know, quite easily. You know, I wouldn't put things like eggplant or anything in it, but, you know, a little bit of zucchini, you know, some capsicum, you know, capsicum being a little bit more Mexican, some red beans, you know, as the base instead of the tomato sauce. Endless, endless. So, guys, my tips for the quesadillas. Make sure when you're cooking it, it's not too hot, you smell for it. If it burns, if it gets too dark on the outside of it, you've ruined the whole lot of them. Tip number 2, try and find fresh crab meat. You know, or go down and buy crabs cooking yourselves. Can't beat it. What do you think? I'm always nervous about George eating my food. I'm waiting for a score. Right, who else wants to come up and try some? Let's have Adam, Aaron and Claire.
Delicious.
Go for it, guys. No knives and forks on this one. So you see what I mean by the corn? It's still got a little bit of bite to it. You know, sort of bursts in your mouth when you actually tap into it. What do you think?
It's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's a great combination of flavours.
Good. Fantastic. All right, guys.
Thanks.
So, guys, there you have it. That's my spanish crab and sweet corn quesadilla. To me, I've just shown you a technique. What you put in it, it is really up to you guys.
Right, guys, so we're looking back at the team challenge this week where you guys had to make 8,000 canapes. So next on the menu, I'm going to cook something that I would have done for the canape function, something straight from the press club.
Georgie, I'll leave you to it, buddy, but I want one.
Done. So what I'm going to make for you guys now is a quail dolmada with yogurt and tahini vinaigrette. And to help me make it, pita. Peter, I'm sure you know, but a classic Greek dolmada is a vine leaf that you actually stuff with rice. Different parts, different regions of Greece, you add different things to it, but rice is the prominent. They wrap it up, they roll it, and they poach it gently, really gently, and you eat that cold. Now, this is a play on the dolmada, so I'm actually using vine leaves, but we're actually going to wrap up some quail in the vine leaf. Right, the first step is to bone out the quail, which is really, really simple. Beautiful fresh quail. Go straight down the breastbone, all right? First incision. Go back down the wishbone and crack that, and then just keep running your knife right along the breastbone. Then you'll find the little wing bone, and you just click that off. at this point there. We cut it like that. So we end up with a breast and a leg intact. Then the next step, because it's a cocktail function, I don't want people to have too many bones to deal with. All I want them to have is that top bone there to pick it up. So I want to remove that bone there. And to do that, just make a little incision and just slowly tease that open. And you can literally get your fingers in there now because it's that delicate, the meat. And then take that out. And there you have it. Now you've got a breast and a leg that's pretty much boneless. Peter, next step is to make a little bit of an oregano butter to go in the inside of the quail. So we've got about, 100 grams of soft butter that's been diced, some fresh oregano. So if I could get you to shred that up. Now remember, it's a soft, fresh herb, so we only want to shred it once. We don't want to sit there bashing the flavour into the board. That goes into the butter. A little pinch of thyme. A little bit of thyme's always nice. A teaspoon of Dijon mustard. A pinch of salt. And a little crack of pepper. Give it a good mix. Have you tasted that, if it's seasoned enough?
No.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah, enough salt, enough pepper?
It's a herb. Yeah, I think there's plenty of salt in there.
Good. Okay, brilliant. Right, the next step is actually to roll the quail. So, a little bit of butter on the breast, okay? What you do is you literally fold the leg over the breast, just like that. All right, like you're making a little sort of drumstick, so to speak. Then at that point, you take a vine leaf, all right? Now these vine leaves have been salted and brined. You can use fresh vine leaves, but you need to, again, salt them and then brine them.
And you got the shiny side down, George?
Shiny side down, that's because I want that to be my presentation side, all right? I pop the breast down with that little bone at the bottom of the leaf. And we just roll that around. There you have it. There's the vine leaf bit. Then the next step is I want to encase this and give it a chance where I want to keep all that flavour inside the vine leaf. So what I've got here is crapinette or caul fat. It's the stomach lining of a pig. This is basically a good way to insulate a cut of meat, keeping all the juice in there. Buy this from a butcher. Usually they've got it hidden out the back because not many people really do buy it. Ask them for it. You might need to pre-order it and you'll get it. Now to wrap the quail with the vine leaf in the crapinette. So we just pull a bit out of the container. Squeeze any excess liquid out. Okay. And we lay that out. We get our quail, place it down. Keep it nice and tight. And we don't want too much on there. Just want enough to wrap it around nice and tight. Tuck the bottom in and wrap tight. Peter, thank you so much. I hope you learned something.
I did. Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Cheers.
Thank you, mate. The next step is to cook the quail. We've made a few little extra, all right? So simple, pan on the heat, bit of olive oil. We'll just place our quails in. A little bit of salt. And you know what? As they are, they go straight into the oven. 200 degrees. We're going to check them after 4 minutes and they should be ready in 6 minutes. While the quails are in the oven cooking, we're going to make a simple vinaigrette of tahini and yogurt. Very simple, guys. Some yogurt, just straight Greek-style yogurt. 1, 2, 3 tablespoons. Tahini, which is sesame paste. 2 teaspoons of that. And we're going to add a teaspoon of whole grain mustard. And a little squeeze of lemon juice. And one last thing, about 5 tablespoons of olive oil. A good whisk. There you have it, that's ready to go. Right guys, any questions? Matthew?
Can you eat those vine leaves just straight up, or do you have to cook them?
No, you have to cook them. Yeah, they have to be cooked. They're too tough. Yeah, and they're really not nice to eat raw. Right guys, let's have a look how our quail's going. It's been in the oven for about 6 minutes. Now, at this point here, I want to Benoit-zette them. Put a little bit of butter in there. So butter goes in, some chopped thyme. Yeah, just to fragrance that butter that's going to go over this quail. And you can see the vine leaves have popped out of that crapinette, haven't they? Just melted away and gone nice and crisp. And I'll just baste that quail. Now we're just going to take that out. And of course, a little bit more love, a little drizzle of butter over the top. Right, guys, time to plate up. First step, our yogurt and tahini vinaigrette. Good glug of that on the plate. And because it's a canapé function, everyone needs to get a little bit of that dressing. And then, like little babies, we're just going to lie them on that little blanket of tahini and mustard. All right. And then a little bit of rocket cress just over the top. What would I do without my old friend? There you have it, that's my canapé, quail dolmada.
Your canapé, George, don't you mean my canapé?
What do you reckon?
Mate, it looks fantastic.
Nice.
It looks fantastic. What's on the bottom?
A little bit of tahini and yogurt vinaigrette.
Beautiful.
Very simple, mustard, tahini, yogurt, olive oil, piece of cake.
So, George, what are some tips on those canapés?
Well, Matt, I think it's really important when you bone out the quail that you remove all those bones. You only leave that little leg bone on there, because the last thing you want is the customer biting into it and finding surprise little bones. My next top tip would most definitely be when you roast off the quail, just keep an eye on it. The last thing you want to do is overcook it and dry it out. There's nothing worse than overcooked quail. It's like eating cardboard. Matt, would you like to taste one?
Mate, I would love to taste one, George. They look great. Fantastic. Nicely seasoned.
Yeah. Canapé party, it's a bit of a party. Get up, come on. Who wants one?
Thanks.
You two can share, yeah? You can bite into it.
George.
Who wants to share here? You two share? Yeah. Okay. Right, there you have it, guys. A simple canapé that you can use next time you have to cater for a cocktail function. Right, guys, the final dish of today's masterclass is a cracker. This dish is inspired by the Celebrity Chef Challenge that you're involved in, Aaron, and of course, Maggie Beer. Aaron, you had to cook a savoury pie that Maggie Beer brought into the MasterChef kitchen. So today we're making a sweet one. And I thought, what better person to do this dish is someone that actually had a little tart business and has also got amazing skills in pastry. Matt Moran.
Thank you, George. We're actually going to make a Frangipane tart with fresh berries. So raspberry, blueberries and strawberries. We're going to have a short crust base. We're going to make a Frangipane mix and we're going to put some berries in it. We're going to bake it and then glaze it right at the end with some strawberry jam.
Matt, I'll leave it to you.
No, it's George. All right, guys, so we're going to make some pastry. Who likes making pastry here? Joanne, you can come up and help. Okay, Joanne, we're going to make the pastry. We've got 375 grams of flour, plain flour in there, and we've got 50 grams of icing sugar and 200 grams of butter, and then make it as though it resembles breadcrumbs. Then we're going to add our egg at the end, and then we're going to squeeze it all together, and we're going to let it rest. All right. Put your egg in.
Pulse again.
Yep. It's going. Right, see how it's starting to come together now?
Oh, yeah, yep.
Right, I'm going to take it out.
Yep.
Put it on the board. So basically what we have here is a short crust pastry. You know, it's quite brittle. It's not like a puff pastry or a filet pastry, which is quite flaky. It's like a brisée, what we call a brisée. It's actually when you bite into it, it just sort of breaks. Pretty much what we're going to do now is wrap that in cling film. Going to whack it in the fridge for at least an hour. If you can do it for 2 hours, even better. You can do that and go and sit back down.
Thanks.
All right, guys, while our pastry is resting, we're actually going to make a Frangipane base. What we've got here is 125 grams of butter, 125 grams of icing sugar. So cream your butter and sugar first. So there you go, guys. You've got your butter and your sugar, yeah? Not too aerated. Now we're going to add our 2.5 eggs. And as we actually add our eggs, it'll look as though it's going to separate, which is fine because it'll all come back together again when we add the almond meal. So guys, our half egg, we mix it up a little bit and we pour half of it in. Right, make sure it's all incorporated. It looks as though it's split a little bit, yeah? We had 125 grams of almond meal. Right, we can take it out. Right, you can see that mix there now. Just gently fold it all the way through. You're kind of looking for that sort of, you know, thick whipped cream consistency. Right, we're just going to add our rum to it. There's 25 mils of rum in that.
Matt, we can't always get rum. Is it a critical ingredient in the Frangipane?
You could use Frangelico or Nocello or any sort of nut liqueur would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just necessary. You don't have to use rum. All right, guys, our pastry now has been resting for an hour. Let's roll it into the tin. Now, it's got a lot firmer. There's quite a bit of pastry here for the size of the tin that we're going to use, so we'll probably only use about half of it. The other half, you could actually freeze. You keep it for another time. Right, a little bit of flour, dusting flour. We've got our tart tin here with a removable base. Very carefully start to roll it. Now, you don't want to make it too thin. You should have holes in your tart. You don't want to make it too thick because it's horrible to eat. To me, a couple of mils is the ideal thickness, yeah? Now, you've got to be careful when you pick this up, and here's a bit of a trick. Make sure it's the right size, yeah? Very carefully with your rolling pin, start to roll it up, like so. And then just roll it back down again. Basically what you're doing, guys, you're just slowly folding it in. Rolling over the top just to make it nice and even. Right, now once our tart's been rolled. We're just going to let it rest in the fridge for about 15 minutes. So guys, we've got some beautiful berries here. It's roughly half a punnet of each berry for the tart. Joanne, can I get you to come up here and help me assemble the tart again? On your way over, Joanne, do you want to grab the tart out of the fridge? All right, you can put it up here. As you can see, it's been sitting there resting. It's got quite firm again. Now, I've got a little bit of strawberry jam here. Basically want you to paint the bottom of it. And what will happen is when we bake it, we'll have the Frangipane on top, we'll have the berries on top of the glaze, but you'll actually see a little bit of jam underneath. George, you're back.
How are we going?
Yeah, good, good, good. Guys, now that we've got the jam on the bottom, we're going to spoon in the Frangipane mix. And just sort of fill it all the way around. Right, now our berries. Joanne, I just want you to sprinkle them all around a little bit with these strawberries, raspberries and blueberries. Just make a mixture. Yeah, no, not all of them, about half of them.
Half of it, yep. Does it have to be flat down? Or?
Flat down, you can do whatever you like with them. Now, once you sort of get them on the top like that, what I want you to do is just push them in a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah? Don't have to push them all the way to the bottom, but just some in, some out. What happens when that starts to bake, it'll actually rise around the berries. So if you want to put that in the oven, we're going to bake it for about 30 to 40 minutes at about 180 degrees.
Sure.
All right, guys, our Frangipane berry tart is ready to come out of the oven, yeah? Let's have a look. Oh, smells great too.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
One more thing to do, guys, for presentation-wise, we've got a little bit of strawberry jam and it's going to act as a glaze. And just paint it onto our tart. All right, guys, to serve it. Take it out of its tart tin. It's on the plate. A couple of different berries. Cream on top.
Done.
While I cut the tart.
Wow. Delicious.
Now, George, that's just a little bit of double cream in that. Just
beautiful.
Whipped up a little bit, so it's nice and creamy. Just want to put that on top of that nice big quenelle. That's about it. Beautiful. Look at that. Guys, who would like to taste it? All of you. That's good. Joanne, Jonathan, and Marion, come up and taste the tart. The Frangipane itself should be nice and moist. George, you get in there, buddy.
I can't believe the pastry's gone so crunchy, even though it was baked under the Frangipane.
Oh, yeah. That is divine.
Frangipane mix is really nice and moist.
All right, guys, thanks very much. You can sit back down now. All right, guys, some tips. My first tip, the pastry, make sure you rest it. Reason being, you roll it out, it'll shrink too much. The Frangipane mix, when you're actually creaming the butter and the sugar, make sure you don't aerate it too much, otherwise it will collapse after you cook your tart. Berries, use fresh berries, yeah, not frozen berries. The reason being, there's a lot more moisture in a frozen berry. It'll actually make your tart soggy. That's the end of our masterclass, guys. I must say, it's been an absolute pleasure being here cooking for you. George, thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for coming.
I think it's now time to eat. Come up and eat, guys. Yeah, let's put a little bit of duck fat into the pastry.
Right, guys, can I say what a week it's been here in the MasterChef kitchen. Can I say to everyone, congratulations.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Jonathan. Adam, Jono, boys, there's a letter here for you.
What is it? What is it?
Well, you tell me.
Ready? Good morning, Jonathan and Adam. For the two of you, there is a special treat. You'll be attending a private masterclass with an international food legend. He is the great Fergus Henderson.
It's almost too much to hope for. Fergus Henderson is one of the biggest chefs in the world. He's pioneered a whole movement of nose-to-tail eating, and he cooks with such an interesting style and a quirk.
See you guys.
Fergus Henderson is just the font of everything when it comes to cooking every part of an animal and breaking down, you know. It's not about cooking traditional cuts of meat. He's all about cooking everything else but. He's renowned for being an eccentric genius, and a lot of people don't know this, but he also suffers from Parkinson's disease, which makes his achievements even more unbelievable. We walk into Victor Churchill, and there standing is Matt Preston and Fergus Henderson.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Victor Churchill Butchery. An early start, but I think you'll find that every lost moment of sleep is about to be repaid. Earlier this week, in the Mystery Box Challenge, you had to cook with offal. That threw some contestants, but we were impressed the two of you grabbed at those brains and created great dishes with them. So we thought we'd take your interest in offal to a whole nother level. And there's only one person in the world to do that with, and that is the man standing next to me, one of my personal heroes, a man who has made nose-to-tail eating an institution, the chef's chef, a man who's won 1 Michelin star for his restaurant, St. John in London, Fergus Henderson.
Good morning.
Morning, nice to meet you.
Real honour to be here. Thanks so much for coming.
Anytime. Fergus has kindly offered to be your guide through the innards and extremities of the glorious pig. And after that, you are going to have a unique experience. You're going to get to cook one of Fergus's signature dishes from St. John, his crispy pig's tail, and Fergus is going to advise you, help you, and slap your wrist when you get it wrong.
The best thing about a private masterclass is that we're getting all the information, all the attention. It's really like just a private tutor. It's brilliant. And we can ask whatever we want, learn whatever we want, and bring it straight back into the competition.
It really is a unique experience. But first, I believe a pig awaits. Shall we go? So, Fergus, talk us through what we have here.
Well, a smiling pig's head. Irresistible, really.
And ways to eat. What are some of the delicious things you could do with a pig's head?
Oh. You can jelly it, or a particular favourite is half a pig's head, pot roast. And it's the perfect romantic supper for two. You're not for your loved one a cheek. I mean, fantastic. Cartilage doesn't straight away make you think yum yum, but we press pig's ear, so you sit in its own jelly. You've got the givingness of the jelly and then just enough resistance of cartilage.
And on this plate here?
This one, well, we've got the ears, which we've covered, the tails, which I come to a bit later, and then the mighty trotter, which is extraordinary. You can burn it out, but be warned, it's a labour of love. Or braising or stewing, pie.
Why do you think so many people have a distrust of offal?
I don't really understand it. It's always seemed common sense and delicious to use the whole beast. They often look like trotters' tails, ears.
Yeah.
Which people don't want to know what the meat looks like. Once you've had a lip-sticking experience at trotter, it all changes.
Yeah.
All changes.
I love talking about food, but it's never as good as eating. So, Adam, Jonathan, I think it's time for us to move to tasting dishes. So in terms of dishes here, we've got the pig's trotter, boned out and stuffed with mashed potato. We've got a terrine. Now, what's this terrine here made of?
Brawn, made of the head.
So all the different bits of meat on the head, yeah?
Yes.
And then the salad here?
Is a bit of chicory and your crispy ear.
Fergus, which we start with, the trotter or the brawn and the pig's ear salad?
I think Let's see the trotter while hot.
Good idea. Adam, Jonathan, pick up your irons.
Parcel of joy. It's steadying fare, a trotter.
Wow. It's sort of pork and mashed potato, but the texture of the trotter is so different, and so it's something that looks so alien and the texture is so strange, but the flavour is something that's very much something I grew up with. It's amazing.
All the flavour of the pork's just gone straight into the mash, and there's, is it like a Chardonnay vinegar or some, is there something that's coming back out?
A little raw sage chopping out, which gives a bit of warmth.
Okay.
And heat, and maybe a little raw garlic in there as well.
The flavour's really strong, porky flavour. It's really good.
That is the kind of dish that someone that didn't consider that they could like the extremities of an animal could eat that, and they would understand it, and they'd really love it.
There's people who haven't tried it, actually. So they go, ugh, foot, nose, ear. But well handled, a joy.
Well, let's move on to the brawn and the pig's ear salad. Adam?
I'm going to start with the salad. I've just been staring at that.
It's kind of like a beautiful old marble floor.
Yes.
That gelatinous texture that you don't really have a lot of in Australian food anyway, that people try and shy away from. It just really makes the dish when it doesn't have that fattiness that's behind it. There's this mix between the chewiness of the meat, the gelatinousness of the other parts of the head that are mixed through there. And I really love the pig's ear. Just that like crack and crunch, it's great.
Definitely follow Adam and get the key pig's ear. That's the crunch that you're talking about that everyone looks for. That's good.
Well, guys, you've tasted Fergus's dishes. Now, here's your chance to cook one of his signature pieces from St. John. So, Fergus, what's the first step in cooking your crispy pig's tails?
Well, very simple. We're going to braise them slowly with some veg in the oven for about 3 hours. So if we chop some veg, and really just chop the carrot in half, so it still knows it's a carrot. A few chopped celery. It's lovely. Same with onions, so chop them in half, pop them in there.
Feels very nice doing it this way.
Garlic in half. Now, bundle of joy.
So, Jonathan, in that bundle of herbs, what can you see?
So there's some thyme, rosemary, bay leaves, and parsley. I'm just going to loop all that together.
Fergus, so you've got 2 onions, 2 sticks of celery, 2 carrots, a bundle of herbs, 1 head of garlic cut in half. And so all these things are designed to just get some other flavours into the pig's tails while they're braising.
Yes, and we're sort of setting an environment, creating a sort of happy braising companions.
So, Fergus, the next step is the pig's tails?
It is. Do we want them to sort of nestle in there? Now, peppercorns, lemon zest, whole lemon.
Whole zest, all of it?
Whole zest, sprinkled with such gaiety and frivolity. Now, I'm going to cover it with light chicken stock.
And Fergus, along with the stock?
I think we want to toast the tails with a half bottle of wine.
Beautiful.
Lovely. So we're looking for a submerged tail.
Right.
If you have those bits sticking out, they'll be kind of dry nudgles.
So a little bit more chicken stock just so those tails are fully submerged so you don't get little crusty bits on the top?
Yes. Fully submerged. That's perfect. Now, you cover it with tin foil, pop it in your oven, and then you can go off and have a dry martini, have a bath, do the gardening. You've got 3 hours of lovely knowledge knowing your tails braising away slowly.
Jonathan and Adam, you're here cooking Fergus's signature dish of crispy pig's tails. They braised beautifully for 3 hours in a medium oven and are now magnificent looking. Next step, Fergus?
Is to crisp them up. So you get the crunch and then the give. What we do now is we flour them, make an egg wash with mustards and breadcrumbs, but you want to get your breadcrumbs as fine as possible, which I'm glad you have.
So first step, we need to make that egg wash, which is the middle step in crumbing those pig's tails. What's in there, Fergus?
4 eggs and some mustard to lift.
That looks roughly like 2 tablespoons of hot English mustard.
I think you're right there, yes. It's going to be your adhesive for the breadcrumbs.
So next step will be to flour, egg and crumb them.
If one of you takes on dry and one does wet.
So you're wanting to breadcrumb these just before you cook them to maintain the breadcrumbs in their prime crunchy state?
Yes. The soggy breadcrumb is a sad thing.
It's really pungent mustard in that egg wash.
It's old English mustard.
Excellent. So those 3 tails are going into hot oil. What sort of temperature would you like that oil to be?
Hot.
160, 170?
Yes. Maybe let's try our tail and see what happens.
Right. Happy?
Happy reaction, eh?
So now how long are those tails going to cook in the hot oil for?
Until you've got golden, crispy.
So that you want the tails to be warmed all the way through, crunchy on the outside, slightly gelatinous in the middle.
Let's have a look at one. Let's have a look. Ooh, less. Yeah, happy.
I like the yellow that mustard gives the egg wash.
Yeah, but it's all lovely.
I've had these before. I know how good they are. I know. I just want to really just dive in and burn my fingers.
Yes, they look a joy. And here's a punchy little watercress salad to keep scurvy away. Plate up, gentlemen.
I think that looks okay.
That looks terrific.
Jonathan, Adam, I've eaten Fergus's crispy pig's tails before, so let's see how you've done. Boys?
It's like eating, because you've got all that red wine, like the braise, it's like having a crunchy braise. You know what I mean? Like the carrots and the celery and everything are all into that as a braise, but actually then it's crunchy and it's really tasty.
And you know, when they taste that good, and they are a wonderful combination of that crunchy crumb and that really juicy flesh underneath. It's kind of very sensuous. I think you did a good job, boys.
Have we done the recipe proud?
More than proud, more than proud.
That's good.
Excelled yourselves.
So, Fergus, your top 3 tips for perfect crispy pig's tail.
Well, first, you want to braise them long and slow. That's vital. Secondly, when you're frying in the oil, maybe goggles, spitting. And thirdly, open a couple bottles of decent Burgundy.
Or a nice Australian red.
Is there any dish you don't serve with a couple of bottles of decent Burgundy?
Top tip.
Fantastic top tip for every meal. Jonathan, Adam, it's been a fantastic honour to cook for Fergus Henderson. You enjoyed it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think you've inspired me now to go and find every different cut of meat from almost every animal and just taste it and try a new style of cooking.
Yeah, it has been amazing. It's just an adventure throughout the whole animal, looking at something that we see all the time in supermarkets, but looking at it in a totally different way. It's been a real honour for both Jonathan and I. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck.
A private masterclass of this kind is a huge advantage. Fergus Henderson teaching just Jono and I about some of those slightly quirky elements to an animal. Huge advantage for us, and now I'm just dying for a pig's tail to be in the next mystery box.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
We're halfway towards the big prize.
The top 12 amateurs sink their teeth into a new week with a very meaty mystery box.
This is the mystery box from hell.
Then they pair up for a vegetarian-themed invention test.
Anything fried is good.
Their challenge? To cook a hearty meal for 6 fussy meat lovers.
My favourite vegetable is actually a rump steak. I'm laughing, but I'm laughing in fear.
Gentlemen, prepare yourself for facing your first vegetarian dish.
I'm not quite sure what they were expecting, but I don't think this is it.
Last week on MasterChef Australia,
Big ship means big numbers.
2 teams hit the high seas to cater for 2,000 partygoers.
It's like we're heading to war.
And for Jake and Jimmy, the MasterChef dream ended.
My food dream is not over, and you're going to be eating in Jimmy's restaurant pretty soon.
Tonight, the top 12 amateurs reach the halfway mark in the competition.
Release the inner carnivore.
First up, they begin the week with an extra meaty mystery box.
For me, this is the mystery box from hell.
Then they pair up for a vegetarian-themed invention test and cook for 6 fussy meat lovers.
Boys, you ready for it? Yes, chef!
Which duo can impress with the heartiest meal?
You can't convince people to like vegetables if they don't like eating them, and we're going to struggle today.
The prize for the ultimate winner, a chance to work in the country's best kitchens, publish their very own cookbook, $100,000 to launch their food dream, and the title of Australia's next MasterChef.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. A brand new day and a really important milestone. We've made it halfway through this competition. You have made it into the top 12 amateur cooks in Australia. Well done.
We're halfway through the competition. That means halfway towards the big prize. A, being the second MasterChef, B, winning $100,000 and a book deal. It's all really cool, and I'd love to be there right at the end.
It's the start of a fresh, brand new week. A chance to flex your culinary muscle with what we love best, the Mystery Box Challenge, where you all have the same ingredients, and it's up to you. Use all of them, use only a couple of them. The choice is yours. We will only pick the top 3 to taste. From those 3, we will choose one winner.
Win today's challenge, and you'll pick up a little advantage going forward into what will be the most unique invention test we've ever set you. Contestants, you may lift your lids.
I'm quite excited to lift the lid off my mystery box until I see steak, kidneys, beer, root vegetables. Nothing I enjoy cooking with. For me, this is the mystery box from hell.
Wow, what a mystery box you've got today. Some real gorgeous but simple ingredients. Scotch fillet, cabbage, kidneys, parsley, horseradish, beer, potatoes, onions, and a baby cos lettuce.
You'll have 30 minutes to turn those gorgeous ingredients into a meaty feast for me and George. This is a challenge for you to get your teeth into. Release the inner carnivore. Your time starts now.
I guess the challenge is that we're cooking with the bottom of the fridge meat and vegetables. Like, I get to Friday night and that's what's left, and that's what you've got to throw something together with.
I'm starting by pickling some cabbage, and I'm also doing some smashed potatoes, so it'll be really greasy and kind of hearty and good, I hope.
Sky, what's your dish?
I'm doing fillet steak with a crispy parsley potato piece. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do finely sliced potato, and then I'm going to be putting parsley in between two slices.
Yep.
So when you actually hold them up to the light, you can see the parsley coming through, but you get the flavour as well. And then I'm also going to do a horseradish cream and some beer batter onion rings. So.
Sounds great. Hopefully you can pull it off.
Yes.
I'm really hoping I can do enough with this dish to get up there today. The biggest risk for me is that the things I want to cook are pretty simple, and plating them up is not going to be easy in terms of making it look fancy. So this dish is going to look pretty much like a midweek dinner, a nice steak with some nice sides. 30 minutes is pushing it, as always, but that's why we've got to crack on.
In the masterclass, George made what he called chlorophyll, which is the chemical that makes green vegetables green.
And there you have it. You've got green food colouring.
And so I'm using that technique today. And I wanted to make a green mashed potato, which I saw in a recipe book once, so we'll see how that goes, I guess.
When I make the chlorophyll, I'm pretty happy with it. It looks the same as George's, I think, so if I can get the potatoes ready in time, then it should all work out fine, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're halfway through this challenge. You have 15 minutes to go. Time to put your pedal to the metal.
15 minutes down, 15 minutes to go. My potatoes are still not where they need to be, and I'm just not sure that they're going to get there in time, so I'm cranking up the oven and just hoping that that's going to be enough.
My mum makes beautiful chicken liver pate, which is silky smooth and really rich. So I've got a little bit of mum in my dish today. Today I've got a liver pate.
So can I confirm you're making like a liver pate but using kidneys instead of liver?
Well then, a kidney pate. Yeah, I just screwed that one up. I've made a pate out of kidneys when they should have been livers. I've made an awful mistake.
Wow, Peter, you are moving 100 miles an hour. What are you cooking?
I'm using the steak. I've just squared that off to make it look nice and pretty. Going to try and cook it medium rare.
Squared it off?
Well, made a nice shape. I didn't want the big round steak. Made a potato galette and some beautiful onion rings to go with it.
Peter, round galette, round potato, round rings, square peg.
Yeah. Why did I cut the steak?
You're all working your guts out. You've only got 10 minutes left.
Oops.
I thought half an hour would be ample time to cook potatoes, and they were the first thing I put on. I've got them on the biggest flame and they're still not cooked through, so yeah, I'm struggling for time, that's for sure.
Who do you like, George?
Sky. She's doing a beautiful potato and then she's baking that off to hopefully get a nice crisp. Now, if she can pull that off, we've got a cracking dish.
We said this was a tough challenge and it stumped a couple of our younger players.
Matthew has decided to make a pate. I have never made a kidney pate ever before. I don't think that's going to taste too good. Callum, what is going on here? It's...
Yeah, shambles. And I was going to do a green potato mash, but I got my potatoes on first, and I've been cooking for the majority of the half an hour, but they're still not cooked, so I think I'm going to need to do a change of plans.
Because that potato hasn't been scrubbed properly, the dirt's being boiled through that water, and because it's so big, that will never cook in a half an hour, mate. Callum, you need to move your backside.
OK.
Let's go, come on.
All right.
60 seconds left. You should be plating up by now.
Literally, I've got seconds to go. I've let go of the horseradish cream, but I'm really happy with the rest of the dish.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Knives down.
Oh, look at that.
You've just completed a Meat Lovers Mystery Box Challenge to create something that captures our imagination, gets you into the top 3 dishes, the 3 dishes that we will taste today. The first dish we'd like to taste is Claire's.
Are you kidding me?
To be honest, I didn't think that this would be the dish that would get me up the front again. But, you know, gotta take it.
Claire?
George,
How you feeling?
I'm pretty happy to be up the front, very surprised, but,
Why surprised?
you know, it belongs in a pub.
I love pub food if it's done really well. What I really love about this dish is actually the cabbage and the butter. That Dijon mustard butter is beautiful, and that cabbage salad is yum. You had really simple ingredients today, but what you've put up is a really fantastically flavoursome dish. You're a good cook, Claire. A really good cook.
Thank you.
You've delivered on what we hope to see. You've given us smashed potatoes that are crunchy and brown around the outside, but still soft, and you know that they're going to be perfect for soaking up all the meat juices and that delicious mustard butter, which is more about the mustard than the butter. It's a really nice, clever dish. Well done.
Thank you.
The second person who's made a dish worthy of tasting, Peter.
I'm wrapped, but really surprised. I looked around and there's some good plating going on, and then I realised I have acknowledged that I've done quite a lot in the half an hour, and hopefully all that stuff is going to taste good.
Have you made any mistakes with your steak?
Well, when you came around, you weren't impressed that I'd squared the steak off, so I regret doing that.
The weakness of the dish, you're absolutely right, it's presentation. It does look very much like you've got 4 elements on a plate.
Yeah.
It's kind of like one of those bad dinner parties where no one's talking, all sitting in different places. Your steak's a little chewy, but the other elements of the dish are triumphs. That galette, crispy around the edge, those onion rings, wonderfully crunchy, and that horseradish dressing over the top of the steak is absolutely beautiful. You've got a little winner there. Work on cooking the steak fractionally better, you'd have a magnificent dish.
Thanks, Matt.
Onion rings are brilliant. I love them. I love that horseradish salsa-y thing. It's so gutsy, you know, it's got full of flavour. You know, I think if we just refine everything a little bit more, you know, it looks beautiful. But you're giving it a go, and that's really what's exciting, Peter. Well done, big boy. Well done.
I was really happy that I was called up, and I'm really happy that I got positive comments from the judges.
Only one place left, and that place has been earned by Sky.
I'm really happy with the plating up. I'm just hoping that the flavours are good enough for the judges.
Oh, the only thing I might add that it's missing was a horseradish cream that I wanted to make, but just didn't get there in terms of the time.
What, we didn't give you enough time? These are great. You could serve these at an end of a meal once people have eaten garlic and, you know, strong flavours. As a cleanser, you know, parsley is the best way to get rid of garlic flavour, and then you can go away and pass your boyfriend or girlfriend. Like, honestly, you know, it's so clever. The steak's beautiful, the caramelised onions. This is an absolutely sophisticated, gorgeous, sexy, wonderful, inspirational, brilliant dish.
Well, seems like George likes it then. What this dish cries out for is either gravy or that horseradish cream that's going to give it a punch.
Yes.
It's such a pity because that one element, for me, would have pulled the dish together.
Yes.
On the verge of a great dish, but still a very, very, very good dish. Well done.
I'm really happy to have made it to the top 3 today. That feels like a real pat on the back and a great way to start the week.
We've tasted the 3 best dishes in the meaty mystery box. Claire, Peter, Sky, well done. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's tell you who's won. And the winner of today's meaty mystery box challenge is... Claire.
I'm very happy. It's the first win I've had since coming to the MasterChef kitchen. So it's kind of a relief to know that I can actually do it, to be honest.
Claire, the reason why your dish won is because you had strong flavours, well executed. It was a complete dish. All the elements worked really well together, and even in a smart restaurant, make you go, that's a dish I want to come back for.
Thanks.
So the mystery box was the support act. Time for the invention test. Today, you'll be working in pairs.
Wow.
Claire, winning the mystery box challenge has given you 2 advantages. Not only will you be picking the core ingredient, but you'll be picking all the pairs.
Claire's no dummy. She will try and make sure that her playing field is a little bit higher than everyone else's.
Claire, first big decision. Who do you want to pair up with?
I think I'd like to work with Jono today.
We cook really well together. We kind of collaborate really well. And we have an understanding in the kitchen, which just works.
The next pair I'm picking to team up are Sky and Callum. Matthew and Alvin. Shani and Marion. Adam and Aaron. Leaving Joe and Pete together.
Earlier today, we challenged you with a meaty mystery box. Now we're Pulling on the handbrake, doing a U-turn. The theme is vegetarian.
I was vegan a couple of years back and I'm quite passionate about vegetarian food. I'm really excited about the challenge.
George and I won't be judging your vegetarian dishes on our own. We'll be joined by some very special guests.
I'm thinking they're either kids who don't eat vegetables or vegetarians who know what they look for in a vegetarian meal.
Please welcome to the MasterChef kitchen 6 of Australia's most meat-loving men.
I'm laughing, but I'm laughing in fear.
I think trying to get a vegetarian dish across to these guys without them throwing it back in your face is going to be a really hard sell.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your judging panel today. Lachlan, a cattle farmer. Ryan, a builder. Mylan, also a builder. Rick, a truck driver. Craig, a fireman. And Garrett, a truck driver.
Lachlan, tell me about your love for meat.
My favourite vegetable is actually a rump steak.
Ryan, tell me, what's your view on vegetarian food?
Very hard to work 8 or 9 hours on the tools with a stomach full of broccoli.
Mylan, are you looking forward to a tasty vegetarian dish today?
No.
Men who would eat their meat with more meat, men who would just think anything green is just evil. This is going to be a great challenge. We have to cook a vegetarian dish to convince these meat lovers that, yeah, it's okay to eat vegetables. Good luck with that.
Right, guys, this is the way the judging will work. Each pair will cook a plate for each of the judges, including Matt and I. So that means you'll be cooking 8 portions of the dish.
Well, usually our winner wins a chance to compete in the Celebrity Chef Cook-Off. On offer today is a rare opportunity. Both members of that winning pair will win the right to compete in a brand new challenge later this week. In that challenge, one member of that pair will win immunity. Ironclad and guaranteed.
Guaranteed immunity. Boy, that'd be good.
Now here's the penalty. The 2 pairs that produce the least impressive 2 dishes will all face a pressure test. One of those 4 will be going home. Claire, for winning the Mystery Box Challenge, you'll get to choose the core ingredient that everyone else will have to cook with. Would you and your partner like to join George in the pantry, please?
Right, let's reveal the first core ingredient choice. Tofu. The second core ingredient is eggplant. The third core ingredient is goat's cheese.
Claire, what 3 ingredients do you have to choose from?
I had to choose between goat's cheese, eggplant, and tofu. It was a tough choice, but we decided to go with the fromage. Goat's cheese for everyone.
Garrett, what do you think of goat's cheese?
I think goats might like it.
You'll all have 60 minutes to create a life-changing vegetarian dish using goat's cheese. You'll be able to choose 10 other ingredients to cook your dish. Jonathan and Claire had 3 minutes in the pantry.
3 minutes?
The because you're in pairs. You'll have 60 seconds.
No way. Oh my God.
Your time starts now.
Okay. Got it. The pantry visit is so hectic. 60 seconds is no time at all. I can't even tie my shoelaces in 60 seconds, let alone choose all the ingredients for Invention test.
Right, guys, you've got your core ingredient as well as all your other ingredients to create a hardcore vegetarian dish. Boys, you ready for it? Yes, sir! That's what I'm talking about. Your 60 minutes starts now.
Go on, Jojo. We didn't get a peeler. Oh, go and grab
I've got it.
You got the peeler?
Got it.
Awesome.
We've decided to go for a bit of an Indian theme. I remember the only time I've ever thought that I could be vegetarian was eating in India. The food is so flavourful and you don't actually miss the meat, so I think for these guys up there, it could be just the thing.
Claire and I are making an entree, fried figs with goat's cheese and a spiced balsamic dressing.
What is it? Don't know. No idea.
Boys, you ever seen one of these before?
No, we were just asking between ourselves, what were they?
They're figs. Well, how do you feel about that? The boys didn't even know what the figs were.
I'm okay with that.
Choosing figs, it's a gamble. But I think underestimating people is one of the most dangerous things you can do in life. We don't really know what these people are going to like or not like.
We're going to be doing a little take on a schnitzel, but we're making goat's cheese and rice crumbed cakes with a tomato gravy and some other little touches as well.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Joanne, Peter, what are you cooking?
Guys, today we're going Mediterranean. We're cooking a vegetable moussaka.
So that's not a vegetable stack by another name, is it?
No, there's a lot more to this than just being a vegetable stack. There's a lot of love going into this. We've got some gorgeous ingredients. Make a nice bechamel. We're going to incorporate some goat's cheese into that. This is going to be a ripper dish.
1 hour to produce a
We're doing individual portions, so they're going to be small. We're not baking it big.
My concern is it's going to look like a vegetable stack and...
Today, Alvin and I are going to make a beetroot and goat's cheese stack. It's going to be an open stack. So we're going to use layers of beetroot to make up that stack, just one layer each. And then we're going to make a beautiful beetroot vinaigrette to dress the plate with. It's just getting that nice red colour.
Yeah.
And then we'll reduce it down and it'll get even more red.
Super.
Today we've got a goat's cheese, pumpkin and caramelised onion tart. And then we're also doing something a little bit experimental. We're doing a cheese bomb, which is basically a goat's cheese centre, mozzarella outside it, and then it's going to be shallow fried.
Oh, fried cheese. Fried cheese.
My biggest concern is that pastry. It looks really dry. You guys really need to motor along if you're going to get a tart up of any description. I think you might be only putting up fried cheese. We hope not.
Okay. Thanks, George.
Eat the pumpkin, maybe. Potatoes. I think there's too much more on there you'd eat. Have you ever eaten goat's cheese? No. I've heard.
You know, George, it's exciting. We've got 6 pairs of contestants trying to persuade some of the most hardened meat eaters in Australia that you can cook a delicious dish using nothing but vegetarian ingredients.
That's beautiful. Looks great.
I was concerned that Peter and Joanne's vegetable moussaka was going to just be a stack in a bowl. It's looking a lot more complex than that, but will it be ready in time? Jonathan, Claire, deep-fried figs. It sounds like something they might cook for you or for me. Is it going to work with our meaty blokes?
Honestly, I don't think so, Matt. I really don't think these blokes upstairs are going to enjoy it.
I'm looking at my pastry and it's very dry.
And obviously we don't want to put up crap pastry, so I decided to make another batch, so it's going to set me back a little bit in time.
It still has to rest and I have to roll it out and still cook it for at least 25, 30 minutes. I think we're going to have some big issues with the pastry.
How's the second one going, babe?
Not too bad. What do you reckon?
That looks pretty good.
Ladies and gentlemen, less than 30 minutes to go in this vegetarian delight of a challenge.
Cooking while we've got a whole bunch of beefy guys up there looking down with disgusted expressions is definitely a bit intimidating.
Tell you what, she'd be going all right if she could put a kilo of mince in there.
Yeah.
I've cut up my pumpkin and I'm about to put it into my flavour base that I've got cooking off. And I've looked at the volume in the wok there and I'm thinking, that's just not enough for 8 serves. I've got to make essentially double that amount I've got to go all the way back to the beginning and start again.
We need to move our asses, I reckon, Sky.
What do you reckon they're making down there?
A mess. It's about it.
This is the cheese bomb. It's the bomb diggity.
Now, cheese bomb is a bit of a spontaneous creation. We've got goat's cheese in the middle, then we've got mozzarella cheese on the outside, and then a crispy outside, which is shallow fried.
Beautiful.
Adam, Aaron, what's your dish?
A pumpkin curry, and we're doing goat's cheese and spinach paratha.
Well, I think this smells fantastic.
It does smell fantastic. My only concern is this curry. Is there going to be enough depth of flavour, or is it just going to be one big hot coconut milk with a bit of salt and pepper in it?
I stuffed up the proportions, so I only had about half the amount of spice in before. I've had to kind of double up on the amount to try and make up 8 portions, so that's why I'm struggling a little bit at the moment.
Boys, good luck, huh?
Yeah, Adam, you need to work on the flavour of that.
Mate, they're under pressure. Keeps looking at the clock, that's not going to help.
There's 5 minutes to go. You're not doing one dish, you're doing 8. You need to be plating up now.
Oh, that looks awesome. That looks really good.
About 5 minutes ago, I pulled the tart out.
We need to just grill it just on the top for a sec.
I don't think we've got time, Sky.
Ideally, the tart needed another 10 minutes to cook.
Can you help me in a second, trying?
Really disappointed my first batch of pastry didn't work because that extra 10 minutes could have been the difference between great pastry and undercooked pastry.
Well, I think I'm going to call that dish beef grazing in the garden. It's got the bloody cow.
Yep.
And you've got the cresses.
I love it.
Get some plates down and start plating some food up. There's like 3 minutes to go and there's not even one plate down. You've got dirty benches. It looks like a bomb site.
1, 2.
Joe, look at these.
Oh, look, it's beautiful. Yay!
60 seconds to go. Please, hurry up.
They're hot.
Come on, 4 more.
Yep.
Straight,
you got the other
straight,
things in
straight. Hurry up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Knives in your blocks. Gentlemen, can I ask you if you've had goat's cheese before to put your hand up? So none of you have ever tasted goat's cheese before. First timers, huh? Gentlemen, prepare yourself for facing your first vegetarian dish.
It's time to bring our dish up to the judges. As we serve them the plates, their facial expression is, what the hell am I eating?
What's the dish?
We thought we'd call it cows grazing by the paddock.
Lachlan, you're a cattle farmer. Does this remind you of beef?
I haven't got too good an imagination, but if that's got anything to do with cows grazing, then I'm a Dutchman.
You know, it's all about the taste. Guys, let's taste.
I must admit, I was actually surprised with it. I like more savoury type foods, and I thought it was quite good, actually.
Rick, I noticed you reaching for your glass of water. What do you reckon about that dish?
Too much of the goat's cheese compared to the beetroot taste. It's just overpowering the beetroot.
I think the guys have put it beautifully. A little bit more balance in the amount of beetroot you put on the dish, so you didn't quite get that sense of being overpowered by that astringency of the goat's cheese. If this wasn't the challenge we're talking about, this is a beautiful cafe dish and the sort of dish that will win a challenge. Whether it will win this challenge, I don't know.
It's our turn to take our dishes up, and I'm feeling quite intimidated to be presenting food in such of a large judging panel. My dad's a tradie. He hates vegetarian food, and I thought if I'm not going to be happy putting the dish in front of him, I didn't want to put it in front of all of you. So I'd be happy to serve this to him.
was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Tomato sauce was good.
Better than a meat dish?
It's close. It's meaty.
I think in terms of the brief, you've definitely nailed it. If I judge that on arancini, which is what I think you're trying to get at here, arancini, you open it up, it's Moorish. That's more like rice pudding that's been crumbed and deep fried. But hey, there's 6 blokes here that I think pretty much enjoyed it.
This dish delivers on vegetables, and that's what it does. You can't convince people to like vegetables if they don't like eating them, and we're going to struggle today.
Mylan, what's your initial reaction to this Osaka?
That's a big word for me. I've never heard of it. I reckon it's given me the impression of a vegetarian shepherd's pie with a bit of cheese on the top, and if that's the case, it should be good.
I like the cheese and the sauce. I'm not big on all the vegetables. But it's nice, yeah.
Would you eat the whole thing?
No. I'd eat all the cheese on top.
I commend you for doing a vegetarian dish that uses loads of vegetables hidden under a blanket of cheese sauce. The trouble is these guys are a bit smarter than that, and I think they realised quite quickly that really you were trying to load them up with lots of zucchini and capsicum and tomato. Certainly nothing wrong with the flavours if you like vegetables. If you don't like vegetables, a little bit too obvious in the vegetable front.
It was a bit of a risk going for a curry. Curry is something that I think lends itself to vegetarian food very well, but I'm not sure if these 6 new judges are going to feel the same way.
Ryan, what do you think of this dish?
Well, look, I'm actually looking forward to this. I like my curries. Generally, they're loaded up with a bit of meat, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes with the pumpkin in it as opposed to a bit of lamb. I enjoyed the pumpkin. The pumpkin was lovely throughout it, and I thought the bread was sensational. You could taste the goat cheese in it, and it wasn't too much. It was just nice.
The consistency, it was like it was eaten up with meat as the same kind of, if you had a meat curry.
What's really interesting is that none of these guys have commented about what a small little bowl it was. Because there's so much flavour going on there, we're kind of happy with the flavour. You've done well, you've nailed the brief. Thanks.
I know this isn't the best dish I've ever put up, so it's a nerve-wracking feeling putting this down in front of the judges.
Garrett, you don't look that impressed by this dish. What's your initial reaction?
Just looks like a hash brown. I'll wait and see how it tastes. Yeah.
Oh.
The only thing I found at the bottom of the tart seemed to be a bit crumbly and not held together. And when I cut into it, it just kind of fell apart.
It's raw. The pastry's raw. Simple as that. The tart is the definite success on the plate, apart from that undercooked pastry. But the bomb, I need a big apple salad on that, something refreshing just to cut through it, you know what I mean?
Can I ask if there had been a crispy green salad on there instead of that cheese bomb, we would have enjoyed the dish more.
Yeah, I'd say you would. With a salad, just to give it that crunchier feel and a fresh feel to have another dig, yeah, for sure.
Thanks. I just hope that with this mistake that I don't end up going into elimination and then leaving the competition.
When we put our plates down, the general mood seems to be kind of a bit taken aback. I'm not quite sure what they were expecting, but I don't think this is it.
It looks confusing. I'm not sure if you eat it with a... I'm not sure how to eat it, to tell you the truth. I'm confused.
What are you confused about?
I didn't know whether it was a main, an entree or a dessert, and I'm still not sure.
It's an entree.
I'd eat it for a dessert. Yeah, I thought it was nice. Yeah, I was surprised, actually.
Because you keep going back for...
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. It's nice. I'm still confused. It's nice, but it is nice.
It's a nice confusing.
And very light.
Yeah, very light. It's
Very
great.
light.
Rick? Yeah, no, mate. It's a fig's not for me, but if that is meat, I'd turn vegetarian.
You know what, Rick? Pass yours down here, because these boys are hoeing into it.
I don't know whether we've managed to convert any of these skeptics, but I think we've given them food for thought.
Guys, thank you so much for helping us judge this vegetarian invention test. It would have been impossible to do without the 6 of you. We're now going to go and tell the contestants who's won and who'll be facing a pressure test. Time to reveal the vegetarian dishes that won over the most dedicated carnivores in Australia. I'm going to call out the names of the 2 pairs that created the most impressive dishes. Jonathan and Claire. Adam and Aaron. Wow, you really couldn't find 2 more different dishes, could you? A curry with lovely flaky paratha and figs with goat's cheese with that wonderful light batter. Very much divided the judging panel, as you can imagine. The winners of the vegetarian invention test are... Adam and Aaron.
My biggest fear in this competition was to just go through not winning anything, not making a mark, and just to get a little mark up on that board is a great feeling.
Adam and Aaron, that was just a great dish. That salty goat's cheese, the paratha, was a triumph. Beautiful, beautiful job, guys. Well done.
Thanks.
One of you 2 guys standing here has won immunity. Who it will be, only time will tell. But now, go, celebrate, well done.
I don't know what this challenge is going to be, but I know that we've each got a 50% chance of walking away with immunity. This has turned out to be a pretty good day indeed.
There are 4 teams standing in front of us. From the bottom 2 teams, these are the 4 people that will be facing the pressure test tomorrow. If I call your name, step forward. Peter and Joanne. Callum and Sky. The rest of you, you're safe. You may go back to the house now.
I completely saw this coming. So it's no surprise to anyone, I don't think.
I'm really angry that we've ended up in this position. I don't feel like we deserve to be there today because we cooked a good dish.
Peter, Joanne, Callum and Sky, unfortunately tomorrow, one of you will be leaving this competition for good.
Guys, long day. Go home and get some rest. Well done.
See you guys.
Thank you.
I'm going to go into this pressure test with confidence. I've just got to go in and fight hardcore for my spot in this competition, and believe me, I'm going to be in it.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This dish, in Matt's words, is a doozy.
Callum, Peter, Sky and Joanne face off in an epic pressure test.
Whatever it is, it'll play into my hands.
Together they must recreate George's very own Oyster Terrine
I'm really concerned about replicating it. I'm literally shaking in my boots.
in the most technically difficult challenge ever.
Shucking 48 oysters.
This is going to take some time.
Come on, shuck it to me, baby.
To survive, they must impress culinary master Damien
Are
Pignolet.
you hinging on this tasting amazing?
It better. Pretty tough crowd to please.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Boys, you ready for it? Yes, chef!
the top 12 amateurs paired up for a vegetarian-themed Invention test.
This is going to be a great challenge.
And for Adam and Aaron, victory with the best dish.
This has turned out to be a pretty good day indeed.
Tonight, the bottom two teams face off in an epic pressure test.
This dish is a doozy.
Who will have what it takes to recreate George's Oyster Terrine
They're pulling out all the stops here.
I'm literally shaking in my boots.
and keep their MasterChef dream alive?
This is going to take some time.
Come on, shuck it to me, baby.
To survive, they'll need to impress culinary master Damien
Are
Pignolet.
you hinging on this tasting amazing?
It better. Pretty tough crowd to please.
So today, I'm in the pressure test with Pete, Sky and Callum. I don't want to go home. I'm not ready, I need to be here. So today, for inspiration, I'm taking a picture that my daughter drew to get me through this. I think I'm going to need it.
A bit worried about today, mate.
As long as you put up the best dish you can, then there's no reason why you shouldn't be coming back.
If I can get through today, I think I'll be stronger for it.
I've really been looking for something that feeds my soul. When I'm in the kitchen, I'm actually bringing together all the areas that I'm really passionate about. So, passionate about food, I'm passionate about organics, meditation, sustainability. I'm also passionate about design because I'm an art director and a graphic designer. I get to use my design skills when I'm plating up, and I'm really enjoying that. So I just don't want to stop.
Sometimes you get caught up in how hard it is for you to be in this place, you know. High pressure in the kitchen, your reputation on the line every day. But I've also got to think about my wife, Erica, who's also given up a lot for me to be here. I'm willing to put it all on the line today. I'm a fighter. I'm not going to give up. I don't do half jobs. This is it. I'm here for a reason. Let's just put on a really good show today. Give it all we've got.
I might come across as a pretty relaxed kind of guy, but I've got a hell of a lot of fight in me, and I'm not going to give up my place in this competition easily.
It's a very sombre occasion when, you know, people walk in to face the pressure test. For one of the 4 people that are walking through that door, this is the last time they're going to be in the MasterChef kitchen.
Peter, Joanne, Sky, Callum, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. As you can all tell, my friend is back.
Had a little bit of an injury, fell, tore the ligaments in my knee, very painful, but not as much pain, I'm sure, as you guys are about to experience in today's pressure test. It's a big day for you guys, a massive day. Yesterday, in the Invention test, you cooked in pairs. to create a beautiful vegetarian dish. Matt, George, and 6 of Australia's most committed meat eaters tasted your dishes and deemed them to be the least impressive of the day.
Would you eat the whole thing?
No, no.
Today's pressure test is an opportunity to stay in this competition. If you survive the pressure test, knowing what the dish is today, you will set yourself apart. This dish, in Matt's words, is a doozy. This is one of the toughest dishes that we've done in both Series 1, Series 2.
Last time there were 4 people in a pressure test. There was a croquembouche, and we haven't done a dessert for a while, so I'm thinking it could be a dessert.
I would hope that this is a savoury dish today. I don't love desserts. If it's a savoury dish, whatever it is, it'll play into my hands.
The judging's quite simple. We will taste your dishes, and if we believe your dish is the worst, you will be leaving this competition for good. And today, Gary and I won't be making that decision on our own. So we've asked a culinary master to join us on the judging panel today. And can I tell you, this guy is a master. He's been cooking and teaching for close to 40 years. His restaurant, Bistro Moncur, sits at the top of the culinary ladder. I'd like to welcome chef and author Damien Pignolet.
I'm Damien Pignolet, chef and owner of Bistro Moncur in Sydney. Bistro Moncur is a special experience of French food that's designed to work in Australia. My food philosophy is about buying the very best, treating it with great respect, having it as fresh as possible, and trying really hard to cook it as perfectly as possible every time.
To have Damien here today is a massive positive, apart from the fact that I'm in a pressure test.
Welcome, Damien.
Thank you, Damien. It's good to see you. Great to be here.
Damien Pignolet, it is an honour and a pleasure to have you here in the MasterChef kitchen. Tell us a little about your food. How would you describe it?
The aim is to keep it as pure as possible, to keep it as simple as possible. Very much to do with tradition, very much to do with classic cooking, most particularly regional cooking of France.
Damien, without giving too much away, how difficult is the dish that they're going to be cooking today?
Well, put it this way, I wouldn't like to cook it.
If Damien Pignolet is concerned about what's underneath that cloche, then I'm in serious trouble.
That gives you a window into how hard this recipe's going to be. Your future in this competition comes down to this dish. George, it's time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dish is Oyster Terrine.
It couldn't have been a worse dish. I'm literally shaking in my boots.
It's George's Oyster Terrine. They're pulling out all the stops here. This is a very difficult dish to make. It's a very technical dish. I really feel for all 4 of them downstairs.
Sky nearly burst into tears when they revealed the dish, Oyster Terrine.
Sky, you're welling up there. Your eyes have glazed over. You're very emotional seeing this dish. Why is that?
Out of all the potential dishes that could have been served up today, for me, I was just hoping no seafood. That's definitely my Achilles heel.
Right, guys, time to taste.
I'm looking at the plate, and it is, as usual, a piece of art. And I'm looking at the plate thinking, there is going to be so much in this.
Right, let's go through all the elements on this dish. The first element, that oyster terrine. There's 3 layers to this terrine. Poached oysters on the bottom, braised leeks, poached oysters. Encasing all these elements are braised red wine shallots. Around the outside of the terrine is leek.
Oh, God. Yeah. Wow.
a potato bracelet, the vongole. They form the dressing to this terrine. Let's talk about the pressure points. There's no doubt about it, the first pressure point is those oysters. I'm not going to kid around here. You will all be shucking 4 dozen oysters.
Oh my God. Okay.
Second pressure point, the red wine onions. They're shallots, golden shallots. If the onions are crunchy and you haven't cooked them enough, when you slice into the terrine, you're going to tear it. The final pressure point, and probably the most crucial, is to assemble the terrine in time to set. You need to allow yourself 45 minutes prior to the end of the pressure test to have that terrine in the freezer. All the rest, you guys will nail it. I know you can do it easily. Time to taste.
It's pretty impressive. I'm going to be really happy with myself if I can achieve this.
Even though I don't personally love the taste of oysters, the terrine tastes absolutely exquisite.
Joanne, what are you tasting?
Oh, some great flavours in there. The leek is just nice and delicate, and then all the flavour comes out of the terrine.
I'm not appreciating this dish like an oyster connoisseur would. I've got to be very careful to taste all these flavours and get them right to make sure I impress these guys who all love their oysters.
Right, guys, here is your recipe. Your version of my terrine must look like that, but also taste like that. Good luck.
Damien, any final words of advice for the contestants?
I guess, like anything you do in the kitchen, it's all about concentration. That's the best advice I can give you. So as they say, bonne chance. Go for it, baby.
You have an almighty 3 hours to reproduce that beautiful terrine. You can do it. Your time starts now.
As soon as the challenge begins, it's frantic. You have to multitask to get this done in time. I grab a pan of water, get that on the heat, another pan of vegetable stock on the heat for my leeks later on, and then I just need to start peeling those shallots.
My plan is to follow this recipe to the T and not to be sort of fooled by 3 hours. Sounds like a lot of time, but it's amazing how time gets away from you. So I'm planning to have the foot on the accelerator for 3 hours.
Sky is motoring along quite well. Just looking at her compared to the other 3, she seems to be, getting quite a head start.
Have you ever peeled a kilo of golden shallots when you know you've got 48 oysters to shuck and all these other things to do? But it seems like it's never ending. I'm never going to get to the bottom of that, the bowl.
Joanne, 15 minutes in, how you going?
Just got my stock on for the braised leeks. I've got the vegetables prepared. I've just got to add the brown onion and some butter in that. I'll put that in a minute. Then I can spend a bit of time on that, on the shucking the oysters.
You know what I'm sensing? I'm sensing the nerves, because you know why, and I've been there, and you've been there as well. You're doing this silly job, which is peeling all these shallots, and you know you've got all this stuff to do.
I know, it's crazy.
And you've got to do this first, and it's going to take a while. So you've got to be able to contain the nerves, and you've got to try and think straight and think about what you're going to do next.
Yes.
That's what the key is.
See you later.
Thanks guys.
Peter, panicking?
No, not at all. As soon as I get the red wine and shallots going, I'll turn to the oysters.
How good are you at shucking oysters?
My first time shucking oysters was the top 50 mise en place challenge.
How did you go? Remind us.
I got 3.
Is it going to defeat you?
No, it's not going to defeat me.
You sure?
I'm absolutely
You're
sure.
fighting words. I love it. Good.
Good luck, man.
To make my braised leeks, I just need to have some simmering vegetable stock on the stove. Need to chuck in some basic mirepoix, some carrots and onions and things. I'm about to get the leeks into the stock when Gary comes over.
Callum.
Hey, guys.
First pressure test ever.
You seem a bit jittery, mate. You going to be okay?
Look, yeah, I'm a bit jittery, but I think I'm going to be fine.
You sure?
You sure?
It worries me when your eyes are everywhere and...
Okay.
Oh, did you wash those?
Gary points out that I've forgotten to wash the leeks at this stage. You know, at home I'd always wash them, but in these high pressure situations sometimes you just forget. I did not.
Obviously there's a lot of dirt in there, Callum. So you're going to thank me for reminding you?
Thanks, Gary. Good to have you back.
Look, one favour for everybody in this challenge. Yep. That was yours.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
thanks,
calm
guys.
down. Sky, how are you going?
The onions are wrong, which is exciting. You're the only one that's got your onions on.
Okay.
Which is, because this really needs to get done. Done and put to the side, takes time.
It's got to be cooked just right.
I'd have to say you're probably ahead of everyone at the minute.
Are you serious?
Yeah, very serious.
Well, I think I'll need that advantage.
Right. Alvin, you don't want to lose her?
No, she's not going home.
She's not going home?
No.
He's going to make sure of it.
Go get him.
The really key part of this dish is the oysters. Pete gets started on his oysters and he's the very first to do that. And I think that is a crucial part of this challenge.
So that would be first one down. Pretty much still 4 dozen to go. This is going to take some time.
Shucking the oysters, bit of a challenge for me. I grab my first oyster, I look for the sweet spot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nice job.
The first one comes open fairly easily. I'm thinking, okay, this is not going to be too bad. I move on to my second, and it's just an absolute disaster.
Go, Pistol.
Look at those
Nice.
guns go.
Guns are blazing there, Pistol. Guns are blazing.
I saw Peter, he was doing well. I knew I didn't have to scream down anything at him. He was right in the zone. Same with Callum. Joanne and Sky seemed to be the two people that were most intimidated by, you know, the whole process.
I can't do this.
Get the towel. No, and fold it. So, yeah, so now you've got a bit of protection, okay?
Yep.
So it's inside the hinge, you can pop it.
No.
You gotta be hard. You gotta do it really hard, Joe.
Jo looks like she's really struggling. She can't get a single oyster open and she's just putting down her tools and stepping back and looking like she's going to give up.
Stop doing the I'm giving up stuff and get the oysters shucked.
I can't, Aaron.
You can.
I can't, Aaron.
You can.
I'm gone. I can't do this. It's not going to happen. I possibly won't have a dish at the end of this challenge.
In today's challenge, the contestants each have 3 hours to prepare an oyster terrine. Shucking 4 dozen oysters is no easy feat. They're going to have to do them quickly, but do them perfectly.
2 hours to go. Stay focused and make sure you don't damage that pristine oyster.
No.
You gotta do it really hard, Joe.
I can't do this.
Stop doing the I'm giving up stuff and get the oysters shucked.
I'm really starting to get emotional right now. She thought, there's no way I'm going to be able to finish it.
How you going, Joanne, with the oysters?
It's very physical work, and I know it's not supposed to be. I'm just finding
It's not about force.
No, that's
It's
right.
about leverage.
Damien asks me if I'd like some help, and I'm thinking, yes, please.
Look, I'm no
The
good
expert?
at this, but I'll give you a try. First of all,
I've only done it once before.
Wetting the towel
wetting the
helps.
towel will give you more protection. So you're just doing that. Now the next thing you do is hold the oyster and run this across to break the membrane.
Then slide.
How easy was that?
So I get a little masterclass on shucking oysters. I'm scared it's going to break. Oh.
Beautiful. You did it. Good girl,
right?
Joanne.
Oh, look at that, an oyster.
No, I'm not giving up.
Okay, get
Yep.
the oysters done.
Thanks, Az. I know I say, I can't do this, but there's no way I'm going to give up.
Damien and George are walking around with a very sharp eye, seeing how we're going with this. It's critical that we don't get grit or shell in the oysters, and it's critical to get them out looking perfect.
Okay, thanks. Damien shows me another method of shucking the oysters, and all of a sudden, the oysters start coming open much easier. I start to get into a bit of a rhythm, and it's looking a little bit better.
You're doing really well, Sky.
Yes.
Just shucking is actually really quick now, but you've just got to really step it up because there is still a lot to do.
Damien, there's probably another hour and a half to go. How do you think they're going?
I'm worried. The terrine needs to be in the fridge for 40 minutes and everyone's going to be battling to get there.
Do you think Joanne will finish? And Sky out the back?
Thank Christ for that.
Callum's the first of the four to get his oysters done into the sparkling wine to poach.
The cooking time's really important, 1 minute and 30 seconds. If you poach them too long, they're gonna be really hard and like eating bullets. The next thing I do is check on my shallot mixture. It's reduced enough, so I now need to incorporate the gelatin into the mixture because that's what's gonna set the terrine. Now that all my prep's done, it's time to start assembling the terrine. So this is the fun bit.
Last one. Thank God, it feels like I've spent 3 hours doing this alone.
Peter comes to the point where he needs to poach his oysters. The problem is that when he does it, the champagne boils.
Watch it, Pete. That's a pretty high temperature, mate.
Yep, thanks, guys.
I'm saying to Pete, hey, make sure you time those oysters.
1.5 minutes, mate. You timing?
If he's overcooked them, his dish is done.
You are not going to believe it, but you only have 1 hour to go.
Come on, shuck it to me, baby.
I wish I had a little bit more time, but looking around, I think I'm the only person so far that's layering my terrine. So time-wise, I'm looking pretty good.
Callum, you're doing a good job of replicating our terrine.
Have you measured out the gelatin correctly? Have you measured out the liquid and the amount of onions? Because if it doesn't set, it'll just fall apart.
Disaster.
Yep. Did you weigh the gelatin?
Yep,
So you're confident?
Yeah, fairly confident.
Fold the leeks over, put the gladder up over the top. I want the terrine to set quickly, so I get it into the blast freezer for about 5 minutes, and after that I'm just going to get into the normal freezer. Walking back to my bed, I noticed that Joanne and Sky are both still shucking their oysters, so I know I'm a little bit ahead of those guys at the moment.
I've just finished shucking all those 48 oysters, every single one of them.
Champagne, leeks, gelatin, get it all done.
There's 15 minutes to go, and all of a sudden, I'm multitasking, and I'm thinking, it's amazing what pressure does to a person. For the vongole, I need to clean and steam them for at least 1.5 minutes.
The real danger with both the oysters and the vongole are grit and shell, because the worst thing in the world is to put a piece of seafood in your mouth and be...
I shucked my last oyster and it is such a big relief. I can actually get on with poaching the oysters, taking care of the vongole and assembling this terrine. I need to make everything else happen super fast.
This is a critical point in this recipe. You have 45 minutes to go and that terrine should be in the fridge right now.
Sky, Joanne, Peter, you are behind the 8 ball.
You've just got to get this terrine in the blast, chill it for 5 minutes, and then in the freezer for about 40 minutes to make sure it sets. Fingers crossed, this thing's going to come out looking good.
Joanne and Sky get their terrines in about the same time. They get them in with about 37 minutes to go.
Because I'm behind, I decided to put my terrine into the blast freezer for 10 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes to try to get this thing happening.
Less than half an hour to go. This point is crucial. Don't forget the potato collar. Don't forget the quenelles cream. Don't forget the little lettuce leaves. Come on, guys, let's go.
The trickiest part of the whole potato bracelet is actually getting it to that right point and then carefully peeling it off the end of the rolling pin.
You have just under 10 minutes to go.
Guys, this is the point where you need to tip that terrine out of its mould, slice, and hope for the best.
Hey! Well done, Peter.
Slicing the terrine should be simple in theory, but it's still quite soft. I'm a little bit concerned at this stage that I'm not going to get a nice slice of the terrine.
Callum looks like he's just been punched in the face when he's trying to cut this terrine and get it on the plate because he's done so well up until now.
Once the terrine started to warm up, it was just getting worse and worse as I was going.
Yes! Joanne, well done.
I can make a terrine.
The slice of terrine I got, I'm still not happy with, but there wasn't enough time. I'm just hoping that the taste of the terrine will get me through.
You have 2 minutes to go. Pressure's on.
Put it onto the plate, and then I just need to add the last minute touches like the lettuce and some dressing.
Come on. Go, Peter. Come on, Sky.
The adrenaline's pumping at this point, and I'm just praying that this thing isn't going to turn to liquid on the bench. It looks like it's going to be just okay.
You have 1 minute to go. Come on, Sky, you can do it.
I'm quickly slicing through the terrine to get a decent piece. I throw the potato bracelet onto the plate, a bit of micro herbs.
You have 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Tools down. Well done.
It was just unbelievable. I hope this dish is enough to keep me in the competition.
We've all cooked an oyster terrine, and it's now up to the judges to taste the dish.
I walk in to present my dish, and I'm feeling really proud. I can't believe I've even plated up. And I'm just hoping that the flavours are good enough to keep me here today.
Sky, that was a marathon pressure test. How do you think you went?
I've managed to plate something up which slightly resembles your recipe, so I'm feeling quite proud.
We're going to taste. Thank you, Sky.
Well, I must say, Sky has floored me. I didn't think she was going to get this dish.
We said, no way, she's not going to get there.
Are you impressed by the way this dish looks, Damien?
Look, I think she did really well. Really well.
Excuse fingers.
Yeah, excuse my fingers.
Thank you. Okay, bon appetit.
What's exciting about this terrine is those oysters are beautiful. They're not overcooked at all. And I think that's credit to her. I think there's a real difficulty in poaching an oyster. The letdown for me are those onions, where the leek is beautiful. Perfectly. It's perfectly cooked, but I think those shallots have been cut wrong to begin with.
Because they're way too crunchy.
Yeah. Look, that's the first thing that strikes me is the crunchy onions. It's like a pickled onion.
Given all that, I'm amazed that it's set. Because I never thought she'd get that. No way.
I'm really nervous putting this dish down in front of the judges. This is George's dish, and Damien Pignolet has eaten and created thousands of terrines in his life, so yeah, pretty tough crowd to please.
Callum, you had such a brilliant start. You were well ahead, and then it turned to mush at the end. Are you disappointed in the presentation?
I'm happy with my general presentation, except, yeah, I wish I'd had a nicer slice of the terrine.
Let's hope that presentation doesn't let you down.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
There's no doubt about it, Callum's oyster terrine looks like it's been hit by a submarine. The terrine's been cut on a really obscure angle. But tell me, Damien, where do you prefer going to, a restaurant that has tasty food or a restaurant that has good-looking food?
The only way to cook well is to cook with your palate first.
You hinging on this tasting amazing?
It better.
It smells good from here.
It smells, in a way, it smells much better.
Yep. OK, let's taste.
You've got a smile on your face.
I love it. I think it's great. I think the flavour is sensational. You get that lovely, you know, when I think about, you know, red wine onions and beef cheek and bordelaise and, you know, all that sort of stuff.
It's all there.
That's all there.
It's orgasmic. It is truly an orgasmic taste, the champagne and the oyster.
And I want that other bit.
Super scores on flavour, not good presentation.
Walking into the judges to present the dish, placing a plate before 3 guys of this calibre is always an honour and a pleasure.
There's no doubt about it, Peter. You seemed very happy throughout this challenge, but is it on your mind that you could possibly be going home?
This dish is definitely the toughest thing I've had to cook in this amount of time. I hope I get through this.
Thank you very much.
Hope you enjoy, gentlemen. Thank you. Cheers.
I think Peter, along with Callum, was a front runner, was really well organised, and that last minute where he cut the terrine, for me, he's let himself down.
There's no doubt about it. It definitely looks like a doorstop, that terrine.
Let's do it. Oysters overcooked, onions are undercooked.
You're not happy?
I'm not happy at all. In fact, really disappointed.
You know, the leek in the centre is, you know, nice and soft. You know, it's not tough at all, which is fantastic.
Lovely little collar of the potato, beautiful herbs, lovely vinaigrette. But where he's let himself down is overcooking those oysters. Right, we've tasted 3 terrines. Now for the final one.
Exciting.
When it's my turn to present my terrine to the judges, I'm extremely nervous. I hope that I've done the dish some justice.
Joanne, you struggled massively with this one. Hardest challenge you've ever done?
It's one of the hardest things I've done in my life.
What was it like cooking in front of Damien?
It's an absolute honour. Whatever happens today, this has been such a privilege.
Joanne, thank you.
Well, obviously, in terms of presentation, Joanne has struggled. What's really unfortunate is she's got a terrine that looks quite beautiful, but then she's gone and drizzled it with the balsamic and olive oil dressing. A little bit clumsy.
Agreed. Well, you mentioned flavour. It all comes down to how it tastes. George?
Oh, what was that?
Oh,
half an oyster shell.
The Vongoli that I just put in my mouth nearly broke my teeth. That's not necessarily Joanne's fault, but they need to be purged and purged well because they live in the sand. On the positive side, my oysters were cooked beautifully. They're really soft, they were creamy.
Oysters are poached, you know, well.
If you pull away everything else and you look at where the real challenge is here.
It's the terrine.
It's the structure of the terrine, the way the individual parts are cooked. It's probably the best of the 4.
And the question is, Damien, is whether or not that terrine is enough to forgive all the little crunchy and disparate elements on the plate.
Indeed.
So, very close on some of these terrines. Honestly, I'm amazed that they put up such a great quality. It was a difficult dish, it was a technical dish, and they all did it. But we have to make the distinction between the creators of those dishes, whether they belong in this competition, and of course the one dish that let their creator down.
Tough decision. I know exactly what I would have done, but
the decision's in your hands, so I'm depending upon you.
We've got to make the hard decision, but we thank you so much for your input and advice. You can tell these guys absolutely thrived on it. Thank you for joining us.
You're a legend, Damien. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Embarrassed.
See you soon, mate.
Yep.
Thank you.
George, let's get them in, talk to them, and decide who really deserves to be in this competition. You've all had a massive day. I think this is one of the most pressurised pressure tests we've ever had. It was certainly a complicated dish, and we didn't expect any of you, to be honest, to put up the standard of dishes that you did. So firstly, well done. And you did it all in front of Damien Pignolet. Certainly somebody that you'd want to impress, that's for sure.
Right, let's have a look at the positives and negatives of all your dishes. Joanne, the structure of your terrine was brilliant. The oysters poached beautifully. Vongole, full of grit. Gary nearly broke his tooth. Callan, your onions were soft and yielding. Your oysters were cooked beautifully and creamy. But your terrine looked like a dog's breakfast. Peter, you had the best potato collar of everyone. Your leeks through the centre of the terrine were soft and beautiful. Oysters overcooked like bullets, and onions crunchy. Sky, beautiful looking dish. But your onions were crunchy.
Getting to that point in the competition where it's hard to pick the good ones from the bad ones. Why? Because there's no bad cooks amongst you. One of the four of you could become Australia's next MasterChef. But for one of you, that dream is about to end. Sky? Callum? You're still in the competition.
There's just a huge sense of relief for me. I feel like I definitely want to continue to learn here in the kitchen, and I'm just not ready to go home. So I feel absolutely relieved.
Sky, amazed, all of us, that you actually managed to get that terrine up and on the plate.
I rude you off. Halfway through the competition, I thought, nah, forget it. This guy's going home.
Callum, and you extracted every little morsel of flavour that you could possibly do through the onions, the oysters, the leek, the creme fraiche. Delicious. Damien was in heaven.
It's orgasmic. It is truly an orgasmic taste.
It was magic. Close your eyes, and honestly, it tasted pretty close to mine.
Sky and I are safe in the competition. Obviously, it's a massive relief, but it means that either Joanne or Peter are going to be eliminated, and you know they're both friends of mine in the house. So as much as it's a relief, it's a double-edged sword, and it feels bad at the same time.
Joanne, Peter, it comes down to the dish that you cooked for us today. It comes down to the two of you. The person that lives to fight another day in this competition is Joanne. Peter, I'm sorry, you're eliminated.
To hear that I'm eliminated it's like time stopped for a bit. It wasn't meant to happen this way. Not yet.
Peter, it was a tough call, mate. And as much as we enjoyed watching you lose yourself in that terrine, it was clumsy. That terrine was all about the oysters and all about the onions. And you got the oysters completely wrong. Peter, I'm sorry, mate.
Firstly, I want to thank all you guys. It's been amazing. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, Peter.
Thank you for being someone who's inspired me for a long time and will inspire me moving forward. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Peter, you're a sad loss to the competition. I'm sure that you feel that your dream has slipped away, but you know as well as we do, you stand the greatest chance of success. The dish that you cooked us in audition, which was the whiting with a little lemony breadcrumbs, just stands out as one of the best dishes that I've eaten. You set the standard for the rest of the auditions. You need to know that. So we wish you luck.
Thank you, Gary.
I never thought it was going to be you today, mate. The other 8 people are going to be in such a shock to see that you're gone, because not only are you a fantastic cook, you're without doubt the nicest guy I've ever met.
Thanks, Gary.
I wish you could.
Thanks, mate.
I'm gonna miss you heaps.
Peter, it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen. Peter, thank you.
See you soon.
Good luck, mate. It's been a pleasure having you here, and you do brighten the kitchen. What are we going to do?
No, that's it.
Go get him, big boy. Yeah?
I'm really disappointed that I'm leaving now. But everyone's time in the competition's gonna come. Every day I've been in here, I've given it everything. I've never been half-assed about anything I've done. So, no, I've got no regrets.
Waiting at home for people to come back from pressure tests is the most awful thing.
It'll be quite sad if Sky doesn't come home tonight. She is the closest friend I have in the competition, and we click in so many levels.
There's footsteps at the stairs, and we're about to see who's come home and who's gone. I see Joe, followed by Callum, and then Sky. Peter's gone. That is a shock.
You're okay, yeah.
I'm stunned, I'm shocked, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say, and I actually felt that it was me going home.
It's so hard.
Absolutely brilliant to be home. Coming back to this, my closest friends and my family is so special. I feel alive, I feel like I've lived, and I feel like this is the start of some amazing things to come. There's no way I could have done it without Erica's support, and I knew I had it from minute one. We made this decision to do this, and we're going to make this happen.
I know he's going to follow this path.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia,
You're now fighting food gladiators.
Adam and Aaron go head-to-head in the ultimate battle for immunity.
The pressure is definitely on. This is getting full on.
Their culinary knowledge is put to the test when they cook for Matt Moran, Kylie Kwong and Ian Curley.
The dishes that you must cook come from here.
As they race to serve up each chef's favourite dish.
You're gonna run out of time, boys.
My suggestion is chop chop.
Is this the one challenge that will prove to be too much?
This is not the Adam I know, and this is not the Aaron I know.
My confidence has been shattered, absolutely shattered.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Come on, shuck it to me, baby.
Callum, Sky, Peter and Joanne faced off in a pressure test.
Shucking 48 oysters.
I'm literally shaking in my boots.
And for Peter, the MasterChef journey ended.
I'm really disappointed, but everyone's time in the competition's gonna come.
Tonight, Adam and Aaron battle it out for immunity.
You're now fighting food gladiators.
Together they must cook for Matt Moran, Kylie Kwong and Ian Curley.
That is savage.
In a race to serve up each chef's favourite dish.
Good luck, boys.
My suggestion is chop chop.
As the winners of the Invention test this week, Aaron and I are going into the Celebrity Chef Challenge today.
Adam and Aaron, that was just a great dish. That salty goat's cheese, the paratha, was a triumph.
I like my curries. Generally, they're loaded up with a bit of meat.
Beautiful, beautiful job, guys. Well done.
For me, this is my third time having the chance to get an immunity. Can I actually make it third time lucky? I really hope so.
Going into a challenge where there's only one other person and you've got a 50% chance of guaranteed immunity, it's really exciting. And I know that if I do my best, I've got a reasonable shot. We walk into the kitchen in our whites and feeling good, but right in front of me, there's this big round circle that I've never seen before.
Aaron, Adam, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. At the end of today, one of you will have immunity.
One of you will get this pin.
Today, you are cooking off against each other. It's Aaron versus Adam. How is this thing gonna work? First of all, the two of you are gonna be placed in the round, which is the kitchen behind you. You're gonna have an hour and 45 minutes in which to pitch your skills against each other.
Wow, that's a long time.
3 of this country's top chefs will be walking through those doors. In hand, their favourite ingredient. They'll ask you to cook their favourite dish with that ingredient. They'll pick the best one, and the contestant with the highest number of votes will win. What I do have to tell you is that none of the 3 chefs that will be walking through those doors will give you any recipes. The dishes that you must cook come from here. You have enough cooking knowledge.
Gentlemen, are you ready to cook? Because it's time to take your place in the round.
You don't get a recipe, and you've got to cook all 3 and present it to them. Boy, that is savage.
Aaron and Adam, you walked into this kitchen months ago as little boys. You're now fighting food gladiators. It's time to welcome your first VIP guest. Chef Matt Moran.
my cooking style. There's a little bit of technique involved, but it really comes down to great produce and don't do a lot to it. The simplicity in food is not such a bad thing. So, boys, the ingredient that I've brought in today, lemons. I want to see a tart. I want to see a classic baked lemon curd tart, yes?
The thought of making any kind of pastry dish without a recipe is absolutely terrifying to me. I don't think I'm going to get anything on the plate.
Right, boys, you heard the man. Your hour and 45 minutes starts now.
I've not only never made a lemon tart, I've never eaten a lemon tart. So I feel like I might be a little bit behind the 8 ball on that one.
Time starts, and the first thing we've got to do is make that pastry. I'm fairly comfortable with my pastry recipe, so I'm going to get that straight on. It needs to chill in the fridge for a little while because working with hot pastry is an absolute disaster.
I can only remember what a pastry chef said to me once, which was 3, 2, 1. 300 grams of flour, 200 grams of butter, 100 grams of sugar and an egg. It's the only thing that pops into my head.
Adam.
Showed my pastry to Matt Moran.
It's very soft, isn't it? Yeah. Very soft.
I've got time, I'll do another one, but in this challenge, I've got no time.
Time, that's already taken you guys about 10 minutes. I would have thought it'd taken 2 or 3 max. Have a feel of that, Aaron? It's very soft also. That's right.
Well, gentlemen, it seems very calm in this kitchen, maybe a little bit too calm. So let's ramp it up. Your second guest is about to walk through those doors, and it is chef and author from Billy Kwong's in Sydney, Kylie Kwong.
The best piece of cooking advice I could ever give to someone is to always cook with your heart. All of that observation and mindfulness will absolutely come out in the cooking and make your dish taste even more beautiful.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. Now, what have you brought in today for them to cook with?
Okay. Silken tofu.
Kylie, what dish do you want these 2 gentlemen to cook for you today?
One of my favourite dishes is deep-fried silken tofu with stir-fried local mushrooms, okay, and Szechuan pepper and salt.
I'm pretty relieved at this point because that's something that I can make. I don't make it very often. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever made it before, but I know how to make it.
OK, gentlemen, you've got an hour and a half left on the clock. My suggestion is chop, chop.
When the clock starts again, I decide to go back on the tart. I think it's at a critical stage and I really don't want to mess that up. The filling really perplexes me. I don't know how to approach it. I see Adam out the corner of my eye separating egg yolk and egg white, and I'm thinking, is that what you do? Do you make like an egg yolk custard with lemon? Is that how this is? So I start doing it as well.
It's just one thing I've got to ask both of you right now, looking at what you're doing. Why are you separating eggs?
I thought egg yolk would be the thing to use.
That's a new development.
My heart sinks and I just think my whole concept for this dish is wrong. I've been trying to make something that wasn't even close to a baked lemon tart.
Aaron, come over here for a second. You really got to think, what are the ingredients? You know, what is the basis of this tart? Obviously lemon, yeah?
Yep.
Then you got to work out, right, well, where does the creaminess come from? Yep. Then you got to work out where does the sugar come from, or the sweetness.
Yep.
And then, how many eggs are you going to put in it to make it set?
I end up putting 8 eggs into the mixture, about 400 millilitres of cream and about half a cup of sugar, as well as the zest of 1 whole lemon and the juice from another lemon.
I'm getting the consistency I want out of this. I'm not sure if the flavours are going to be exactly what Matt's looking for. I'm tasting it all the time and there's a good amount of lemon, a good amount of sweetness, so it's going to be something that's tasty. I just don't know if it's actually a baked lemon tart.
Aaron, is your pastry lined in the flan tin?
It is, no, it's not. I'm going to get to that right now.
Are you going to par bake it before you pour?
Yes, I am.
So should you be lining the flan tin now?
I'm going to be doing that right this second.
I would be doing it now. I'd be lining it quickly. Let's move it, come on! You're never going to finish in time. Let's go! Remember, immunity. Who wants immunity? I would.
I pull out the pastry and start to roll it. It's working okay. Because it's so wet, it's a little bit hard to deal with. If there's cracks in the pastry, when that filling goes in, it's going to leak out and it's not even going to look like a tart.
Right, you guys, now we hit the panic button. Please welcome to the round your third and final guest, Mr. Ian Curley from the European in Melbourne.
My food philosophy has always been to cook honest, intelligent food. Time is crucial in any kitchen, and the guys will find this out today.
Now, they've kicked off with Matt's very easy baked lemon tart. And, of course, they've got to do Kylie's fried silken tofu with mushrooms and Szechuan pepper.
Lovely.
Now, what have you brought in today? One of your favourites?
One of my favourites. I've got just the head of the eye fillets, and I'd like you to prepare it, turn it into a classic Chateaubriand for me. And just to make it even easier, fat chips and a béarnaise sauce, please.
It's a little concerning for me because I've never made a Chateaubriand before. It's essentially a steak and chips, but it's not a steak and chips I've ever cooked before.
You've got an hour and 15 minutes left. Let's go.
The clock restarts. We've got all the dishes. We've got no time. And I'm still stuck working on the first bloody course.
How's your tarts, boys?
It was looking a little blonde when I saw it about a minute ago, but... And collapsed.
The entire walls of my tart have collapsed.
And collapsed?
Yep.
Why is it collapsed?
Maybe it's my lot in life with pastry. I'm really intimidated at this point. My confidence has been shattered. Absolutely shattered.
There's about an hour to go, and Gary's just looked at Aaron and I, and he sees what we're doing, and it's not that we're running around scattered. It's not that we're confused. We're just sort of lost. We're standing there, we're defeated. The task is looking too big.
I need to grab you.
Yes.
Aaron, Adam, you're at a roadblock in terms of the pastry and the tart, all right? But you're not only doing the pastry and the tart, you've got the stir-fry to do and you've got the beef to do. The way I would tackle it is I'd have a little slowdown and think about what you've got to do. This is not the Adam I know, and this is not the Aaron I know. Come on. Yeah?
Thanks, Gary.
Get out a pen and paper, start writing down the steps I need to do, and when it's there in front of me, it starts to look a lot more manageable.
I don't have much of a strategy, because I don't have much of an idea about what I'm doing. I'm trying to call on the things that I do know. The chips, I do know how to make chips, so I prep what I know.
I think I know how to make a béarnaise sauce, and I think I know that Aaron doesn't know how to make a béarnaise sauce. You need a lot of clarified butter, and you also need a reduction of some herbs, shallots, and vinegar.
Mine looks insipid, runny, it's in a bad mood, it's not fluffy and having fun, it's angry.
That needs to be fluffy, Sabion, Aaron.
Doesn't need to be fluffy?
Yeah, you should hold the figure of 8.
I've made a critical mistake somewhere along the line. I'm trying to resurrect it. But the problem is that all these other tasks that I have to do are still there.
You're gonna run out of time, boys.
I pulled my pastry out. I'm really happy with how it's worked. I fill up my jug with my filling and start pouring it into the casing. The main thing I'm concerned about is there enough egg in there so that when it bakes, is it gonna set?
Careful, it's just about to go over the sides there. Push it in nice and slowly, yeah?
I know that Adam's pastry's been quite successful. I can hear him kind of moving on. But Matt's very kind and shows me that it can still be salvaged. It looks a little wonky, but I get the mixture, put it in there, start getting ready for the next part of the challenge.
Adam and Aaron, just reminding you, you need a good 10 minutes at the end for my dish, all right?
You can't just sort of throw everything into a wok and hope that it comes out well. There's a lot more to a stir-fry than meets the eye.
You know it, and we know it. 3 of the best chefs in this country hold your fate in their hands. Time to impress you have just under 45 minutes to go.
With the meat, if you bring it to the towel.
Ian tells us that we need to bash out these Chateaubriands. It's something that I've never seen and never even heard of before.
Place it down, like so. Don't end up.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
You want to make it as even as possible because you're going to want to cook it evenly.
I get my steak onto the griddle and this has got to be seared off and then it's going to be cooked in the oven.
It's really trial and error. I've never cooked a Chateaubriand before, so I'm going to have to go by feel and hopefully it can come out medium rare.
Adam and Aaron, you're in the round and you're coming up to the final straight. You've got less than 14 minutes to go, and can I tell you, it's called service time.
I'm getting the stir fry on, and it's the time that I expected it to be on. I'm getting the chips into the duck fat so that they come out nice and hot and crispy for when Ian gets them. I'm starting to feel pretty good now. I think that I'll have all the elements on the plates. I hope they taste right and I hope they work out. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'd concentrate on your tofu. Kylie Kwong says it'll take 8 minutes. I would tend to believe her.
Yes, chef. What a disaster. Less than 10 minutes to go. Who do you think, out of Aaron or Adam, is going to walk away with immunity?
Gary, if I was a betting man, Adam.
Why?
He seems composed, he seems calm, he's organised, his lemon tarts on the plate. Aaron, he's in all sorts.
I've got a sauce cooking. I've got chips cooking. I've got tofu deep frying. I've got a stir fry going. And I've got a tart that hasn't been put onto a plate.
It's down to the last 60 seconds and I'm just putting the final touches on my plates, making sure that they're clean, there's no fingerprints. I can hear Aaron on the other side, he's running a bit ragged. People are screaming out to him, giving him encouragement from the balcony.
Ow! Don't worry, Aaron. God gave you fingers.
Yeah, I don't care about them at the moment. Somehow, I managed to remove drained chips, put salt on them. Deep fry tofu, take it out, drain that. Make the stir fry, rest the meat, cut that, take the tart out of the casing, almost drop it, mind you, put it on the plate, get everything else together, whack it out, get the sauce that I've been working on for almost 30 minutes by now, scoop it over the top, put my hands down, and it's done.
That's it! Your time's up!
I don't think that this is going to go my way, just hoping that there's a ray of light that's going to spring out.
It's time to see what the judges thought of our dishes, and I'm feeling really nervous.
Guest chefs, judges, it's in your hands. Taste and score wisely.
Who would have thought?
Judges, it's time to write down your favourite.
Well, gentlemen, the moment of truth. Matt, who's your winner?
My vote went to Adam. It really came down to the pastry. And unfortunately, Aaron, your pastry was still a little bit raw. It was a little bit thick. Is where your pastry, Adam, was perfect. Well done.
Now, Adam, how would it feel if you won that immunity?
A week ago, I was really thinking I shouldn't even be here. Nothing had really gone my way, hadn't really put up any dishes that I thought were amazing. If I could turn that around and get immunity today, it'd be a big thing for me personally.
Kylie, you're casting the next vote. Of course, if you vote for Adam, he wins that immunity. But if you vote for Aaron, then it's still an open race.
Today, my vote goes to Adam.
Good on you, dude. Good on you, brother. Well done. Congratulations.
I can see everyone on the balcony smiling. George and Gary are smiling. Even Aaron's smiling. Yeah, my best day in the competition by far, and probably one of the best days of my life too.
Adam, I thought your dish was amazing. Just overall, a wonderful balance of flavour. You cooked the silken tofu perfectly. Fantastic.
Adam, congratulations. That was 2 votes out of 3. But out of curiosity, let's find out what Mr. Ian Curley voted.
I feel elated for him. He bested me, and you know what? He deserves it.
I'll just say today, Aaron, you just run out of time. But you both did exceptionally well. Congratulations.
So that means you've won this beautiful immunity pin. So I think it's time to enjoy that. George, would you like to go and do the honours?
Love to.
I think the thought of giving up my whole life to be a part of this competition seemed like a really stupid idea a week ago. Now it's different. Really huge day for me in this competition.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This is going to be a cracker.
The amateurs go in search of inspiration as they cook for the senses.
It's thinking about food in a different sort of way.
The 2 teams unleash their creativity to design the ultimate dining experience.
You know, I think it's going to be fun. Who doesn't love the Carnival?
In a race to serve the most inspired 3-course menu.
There's going to be a lot of trial and error involved.
Molecular gastronomy does not like me.
Guiding them, 2 leaders of progressive cooking, chefs Ryan Squires and Brent Savage.
Ryan's losing his cool. So am I.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
You're now fighting food gladiators.
Adam and Aaron battled it out as they cooked for 3 chefs.
Good luck, boys, good luck.
And for Adam, victory and immunity.
My best day in the competition by far, and probably one of the best days of my life too.
Tonight, 2 teams must create the ultimate dining experience.
This is going to be a cracker.
First, they search for inspiration before they cook for the senses.
There's going to be a lot of trial and error involved.
Guiding them, 2 leaders of progressive cooking in Australia.
Kind of think it's a disaster.
Okay.
Now it's just gone pear-shaped.
For the team with the most inspired menu, reward. For the least, an elimination challenge.
Have they pushed the creative envelope enough?
Yesterday, Adam won the immunity pin cooking off against Aaron, and today we leave the house and head off in the cars with no idea what's going to happen to us for the rest of the day.
We arrive at Curzon Hall and it's this big castle-like structure. And I'm thinking, we're going to be hosting and catering a wedding.
Contestants, welcome to Curzon Hall, the site of your next team challenge. I am extremely excited by this one. This is gonna be a cracker. To succeed, you're gonna need to throw out the rule book and think.
George tells us that to win today, we've got to throw out the rule book, which is fine with me because I didn't even know we had a rule book in the first place. So if we're throwing it out, fantastic, means we're all doing the same thing.
Today's team challenge is based on the principles of molecular gastronomy, the science of food.
Molecular gastronomy, I think, could be a lot of things to a great many different people. It could be something where you think, okay, it's just about test tubes, it's just about food science, making foams, making jellies, all those sorts of things. But it's also about thinking about food in a different sort of way.
It's about bringing back the past, the flavours that we all love. We love basil and tomato. We love lamb and mint. Those flavours, they work. We don't change them, we respect them. But it's about adding nuances of texture, sight, smell, temperature.
But here's the catch. You also have to create the perfect dining environment. This is how you're going to engage our senses. You must use one member from your team to select and design this set, this theatre, this dining experience. So what are you fighting for? The team that delivers the ultimate dining experience will win the ultimate prize. You get to enjoy a beautiful lunch with one of America's top chefs, and his name is David Chang.
David Chang is my absolute idol when it comes to food. He's a guy that's only about a year older than I am, nominated by Gourmet Traveller as the coolest chef in the world. This is definitely a challenge that I have to win.
And now for the bad news. If you lose, the whole team will face elimination, and from there, someone will be going home.
Adam, Aaron, you are the winners of this week's Invention test. So guess what? Adam, you're going to be the captain of the red team. Aaron, you're the blue team. Cool. In the spirit of all things experimental, we're going to try something new today to get you into your teams. I'm going to draw a line straight through the centre of this group. Part, my little children, part. Right, guys, there's one other very important choice that you guys need to make. The two themes are beach and carnival.
Okay, awesome.
Adam, as the captain of the smallest team, you get to pick which theme you want to work with.
We'll go for the beach theme.
So, Aaron, that means you get the carnival theme.
You know, I think it's going to be fun. Who doesn't love the carnival?
To help you in this challenge, we're bringing in two experts in the field, two exponents of this type of cuisine, to help you, guide you, push you in the right direction. Blue team, you have carnival as your theme. Your mentor for this challenge is Brent Savage.
Awesome. That is awesome.
I'm Brent Savage, chef owner of Bentley Restaurant and Bar in Sydney. Bentley Restaurant and Bar is a little bit different because we have a casual dining experience, but the food's a little bit fine dining. For me, it's exciting because there's always something new and you're only bound by your imagination, really.
Hello, Brent. How are you?
Good, thanks. Guys, how's it going?
Brent, when your customers go to your restaurant, what do you want them to experience?
Really, I still want them to appreciate the essence of the ingredient. We try and keep it real to a degree, but make it exciting enough that people think, maybe I can't do this at home and this is why I'm dining in a restaurant.
Would you like to go and join your team? So, Red Team, now to find out who will be mentoring you through this whole challenge. This man produces some amazing food. He won the 2010 Australian Gourmet Traveller Best New Talent. And he is Ryan Squires.
I'm Ryan Squires, chef and soon-to-be owner of a new restaurant here in Brisbane. Progressive food to me is keeping in tradition with proper food, with proper techniques, but venturing out to explore those textures, flavours, presentation and different types of ingredients that wouldn't normally see.
Ryan, welcome.
How are you?
You'll be mentoring the Red Team and their theme is beach.
Perfect. Grew up on the beach, love it, love seafood. The smell of the ocean is one thing that really I would love to capture on a plate. That fresh ocean smell.
I'd like to go and stand next to them. Now it's time for a little bit of inspiration. Red Team, with the beach theme, you're off to the beach. Blue Team, your theme's Carnival, so you're off to Luna Park. Guys, good luck, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Lead the way, sir. That's great.
We head off with our mentor to get some inspiration for our themes, and I'm really excited to be going to Luna Park. I feel a little bit like a little kid heading there, which is definitely a good start for the challenge.
When you walk into the park and you feel your mind starting to fracture, there's this huge Ferris wheel in front of you and this great carousel, colours like red and yellow, and you can smell the oil with all the Dagwood dogs frying in it and the popcorn.
Stop and check out the popcorn.
Yeah. See, popcorn for me, that's like so screams out Carnival.
It does. Yeah. I think we should write down all our ideas, and then what we'll do is when we get back to the kitchen, sort of go through the process of elimination. Let's find out what's practical.
We tried different types of food in Luna Park. We first of all tried some slushies. We also tried the Pluto pup or the Dagwood dog. So we had a taste of that just to get a feel of, you know, the components, what's involved, the textures, the smells. We also took the Ferris wheel for a ride.
Let me off. Hey, now. Yay! That's it. Please let me off.
Aaron and Alvin are terrified. I had no idea they were scared of heights, but they're kind of hanging on for dear life and looking over the side, which was quite funny for me and Jono.
Today's challenge is particularly interesting because it's not just about the food. It's about the atmosphere in the room, about creativity with the concept, the theme.
Ryan's really made us focus on the natural aspects of the beach rather than the man-made kind of elements.
Let's just take this little cup here, for example. You know, that could be wild rice, and then obviously the water's not in there. Let's just say that's a consommé being poured at the table.
That's really changed the way we were thinking about it.
When I close my eyes, I smell something that really reminds me of the beach, which is suntan lotion. Sort of that coconutty fragrance.
I think the team's come away from the beach with a unified vision. The menu that we're coming up today is about this day at the beach. It's about this beach and our collective experience at it.
Today's team challenge involves molecular gastronomy. We've got 3.5 hours to cook 3 dishes, and our mentor is Ryan Squires.
Walking into the kitchen, there's a very big difference in this kitchen in that there's an entire table covered with canisters, precision scales, syringes, and quite a few other bits and pieces that I have no idea what to do with.
This looks far more like a lab than a kitchen.
Yeah.
No, you got to have some confidence about what you have in front of you. Yeah.
There are so many techniques in here that none of us have ever tried before, and there's going to be a lot of trial and error involved. It's going to be very difficult today.
Now,
What do you reckon we got out of it? Where are we going to start?
So our entree is a dish called fairy floss and candy, taking you right back to when you're a kid at the carnival.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Let's go to main.
Okay, we've got the idea of a Dagwood dog.
Almost deconstructed Dagwood dog, right?
Or a fine dining Dagwood dog.
Yep, no worries. And dessert?
Yeah, we're thinking about maybe a popcorn dessert. So possibly we could do a popcorn ice cream. You use heat to actually get the corn to pop. So we're considering whether or not we could possibly use gelatin in the ice cream and light the ice cream.
That could be quite cool.
Brent seems to be really supportive about the ideas we're having. He guides us away from a few things and into other directions, but all in all, I think that he's pretty happy with what we're doing.
All right, chefs, we got 3.5 hours, 1 o'clock now. I highly suggest we get into it.
Okay, I'm going to get started on writing up the whiteboard on what we need to do.
Prioritise your day.
It's 1 o'clock, which means we've got 3.5 hours to get all 3 of our courses done, plus an amuse-bouche that we've decided to do, as well as all the experimentation we need to do. So we really need to get moving. For entree, we've got rock pool squid and a tomato and kombu consommé. We've got the main course, which is Kings of the Ocean, and that's going to be sous vide kingfish with deep-fried prawn legs.
For dessert, we've got a slip, slop, slap. We've got a sunscreen ice cream, a caramel sand, a lemon sun cake, little blue bottles, and a few different textures of lemon.
The first part of this dessert that I'm going to make is the suntan lotion scented ice cream. I get an electric mixer, beat together egg yolks and sugar. Once that's nice and creamy and pale, I start slowly emulsifying in the macadamia nut oil. I then add in some coconut essence. I keep tasting it and I get all the other guys to taste it as well. It's got about a ml in there so far. I think if I put too much coconut essence in, it's just going to be disgusting and overpower the whole dessert. Try a bit more. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I'm going to be mainly responsible for the entree. The very first thing I'm going to do, though, is the squid. I know how to prepare squid. It's definitely a comfort zone thing for me. So I clean the squid and I'm pulling off the wings of the squid and laying them out on a tray because I'm going to dehydrate them shortly.
Help Moran make the tomato kombu consommé. I'm just going to blitz up the tomatoes whole and then put that into a chinois that's lined with muslin. Over the next couple of hours, the tomato will just sort of gravity drip through and it'll take out all of those solids and just leave with a nice tomato-flavoured water.
I'm feeling really pumped. I think our ideas are really good. If we can get these things done the way that we're seeing them in our heads, I think we'll do okay.
I'm on main course with Jonathan. We decide to make an adult version of Dagwood dog. So the first thing I do is to start confying the pork. I have to sit a pork shoulder, cut into manageable pieces, in a tray of oil with all the spices. So, you know, thyme, rosemary, bit of leek, onion, garlic. And then you sit that in a 150-degree oven for about an hour. So the idea is it needs to cook slowly.
Who's on entrees?
We're on entree.
So you're entrees together?
What we're thinking of doing is we have a scallop, which we've topped with a licorice floss. And then we're going to get like lime caviar, which we want to kind of simulate a sour candy, and kind of just drop them into the fairy floss. You know, so it's.
I kind of think, to be honest, I kind of think it's a disaster.
Okay,
like
excellent.
A disaster in the making. So
Great.
I reckon we need to bring it back to where we, you know, what we started with, the theme, where we're going.
Within the first 10 minutes, our initial ideas have basically been kiboshed.
Give me 3 more ideas.
Okay, great.
So licorice is out.
Okay, licorice is out. Okay, so what goes with scallop?
We could possibly make the passion fruit work or the beetroot work.
I've got to say, I'm not feeling great. I don't feel inspired. That really sends me into a tailspin.
Today's challenge is to create a total dining experience. Joanne and I were given the task to go down to Sydney Props and to find bits and pieces we need to transform our rooms.
I'm thinking I really like the horses. I like some of those.
My brief from the team was to create something really elegant and restrained and refined, but nothing kind of garish or kitsch.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I think we need to run through these ideas with Brent, see if we're even on the right track.
We're really in trouble with this entree. Brent tells us to go and workshop some ideas.
I kind of like the idea of putting something acidic, you know, or maybe even combining the sort of beetroot pomegranate to become a sweet sour number.
We talk about doing a dish called Ferris wheel, which, you know, the scallops are some part of the representation of this Ferris wheel. We're going to do a beetroot puree, then going to dehydrate some beetroot chips in a dehydrator using multidextrin powder.
I'm involved with creating the dessert. I'm feeling quite confident in terms of getting the popcorn flavour right in the ice cream. Alvin, do you want to taste one of these and just see if it's got enough popcorn flavour going on?
Oh, love it.
Yeah? I'm about to use my gelin now. The gelin is the compound which is going to prevent the ice cream from melting when we light around it. I've never used it before. I'll check in with Jonathan. Do you know how much to use?
I don't. How much cream
I've got about 1,200 mils in total.
All right.
Yeah.
So maybe use 10 grams to start and churn it out.
Just go for it.
Yeah. Just use 10 grams, I think you'll be fine.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jono.
So what you want to do with fat, you want to make sure that you just start in one corner and you just want to work your way through the fish. That way you try and get evenness on it before we sous vide it, I guess.
I think we need to get some smokiness and earthiness into this fish. That's the reason why we've blow-torched the top of it to get that char flavour through it.
But that looks great.
Awesome. I've just got some melted isomalt here at the moment, which is a sugar that diabetics can use. A little cookie cutter, some sushi tweezers, and some pop rocks. And I'm just trying to make some blue bottles, which are going to go on the dessert. Never done it before. It's going to be hit and miss, but I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that I can pull it off.
Come on, guys, we've got heaps to get done before 4:30, so we really got to start pushing.
All right, excellent.
Joanne's done setting the room up, so she joins us to help us out in the kitchen, and she helps Sky with dessert.
I use the gelin with the creme anglaise, and it is looking absolutely shocking. That is just not happening. Like, it's literally so thick and quite scary. I'm looking at it going, my God, is this thing going to work?
What's happening, guys?
It's going to be grainy.
It's going to be grainy?
Okay.
We're experiencing a lot of difficulties. Sky is actually getting really flustered and quite upset.
And it's like, that's not going to change. We both know.
Yeah. Everyone wants to throw it away, but I reckon we can salvage it. So what I do is stick this concrete lump into the blender and just keep adding milk until it thins out, blends all the particles really fine, and then finally strain it. Hey, Sky.
Yes.
Just taste that.
Yeah, that's heaps better. Oh, that's beautiful. Churn it. All of a sudden, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Jonathan is unbelievably good at resolving issues in the kitchen, so I'm really, really grateful.
One of the weirdest things I've done so far is I have to spherify this tomato sauce. So I have my tomato sauce ready, and you add sodium alginate to it, and then you put that in molds, and you sit it in a calcium bath.
Okay, I'm about to plunge this mold in the calcium water bath, and leave it for about 3 minutes, and it should set.
At the end of the 1 to 3 minutes, I take the mold out of the bath, I open it, and nothing's happened. Molecular gastronomy does not like me, basically.
We're starting our menu with an amuse-bouche, something to really lift the judge's palate and give that sense of invigoration that we felt when we got to the beach. It's a bit of a playful course. It's a raspberry jelly with a lemon vodka foam and then candied fennel.
Have you tasted it?
Yeah.
No. You have?
Yeah.
You think that's pleasant?
Well, I thought it would be just that offset to the rest of
the raspberry?
Yeah.
The raspberry is very tart. You need to equalise that flavour.
Sure.
3.5 hours ago, I was very, very confident with the red team.
This isn't working. It's all just nothing.
Now it's just gone pear-shaped. They have 20 minutes left, and they're basically in a chaotic state right now.
Red team with 15 minutes to go. I tell you now, you must be plating up very shortly.
How is there only 15 minutes to go? We had 3.5 hours only minutes ago, and now we've only got 15 minutes.
Okay, everyone, we're plating now. Just plating.
Ryan's not very happy with the flavour of this lemon vodka mousse. I agree with him that it is very tart and it's a very strong lemon flavour, but I think once it works with the raspberry jelly and with that candied fennel, as one taste in the mouth, it's going to be well balanced.
Great.
Looking down at the squid and I'm really happy. I've tasted it and really I want that to be the hero of the dish.
What about molecular sort of plating as well? Freeze style, yes, that there is...
Just regular.
Exactly.
Okay.
New plate perhaps.
Ryan said to us, you're doing it wrong. You're not going with that organic feel.
That won't take long to redo it, you know.
Blue team, you got 10 minutes to go. I'm hoping for 3 gorgeous courses inspired by the Carnival.
Come on, Shani, get a move on.
Jonathan, 10 minutes to go and you're rolling pork. What are you using to make it set?
Hope, George. Hope.
7 minutes. I want everyone plating in 3, so we got 4 minutes to make these look beautiful, okay? I'm frantic about what's going on. We haven't got food on plates. No one seems to be listening to what's going on. So it's time for me to use my outside voice.
Shani, where are we with these scallops?
Scallops, 2 minutes away, chef.
I need them in 1.
Not possible, sorry.
1 minute 30 then.
I think it's a little too late. He really should have started screaming from the beginning. You know, we should have had the food ready with an hour to go.
I need someone who's spare to do a smear on each of the entree plates of the beetroot right now. We've got 2 minutes, people. We've got nothing down on the plates. Come on.
Scallops are 15 seconds away.
Come on, Shani.
Red team, 1 minute to go.
It's like a tornado ripping through the kitchen at this point with the blue team. Everyone is racing around, just desperately trying to get our dishes plated up. We've definitely left it to the last minute.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Step away from your plates. Well done.
Well done.
Well done.
Time's up, it's 4:30. It's taken a lot out of us. The energy in the room's not as high as I hoped it would be when the time was up, but the dishes I think we should be happy with.
Looks great.
The time's up. We stand there like, you know, we've all just been through World War II, but there's 3 plates of entree, 3 plates of main, and 3 plates of dessert. Magically appeared within the last 30 seconds. Thank you.
At least you got everything on the plate. That's a good start. I mean, you guys did a great job. I hope you enjoyed yourself. The main thing is that you did enjoy it, have some fun.
Thanks, Brent.
Thanks, Brent. See you later.
Ryan says that our plates look good-ish, which I guess from him is a compliment. His food is of such a high standard.
Please win it. I don't want to see any of you go home.
We're doing our best.
Thanks, so good luck.
Thanks, Ryan.
Well done.
too. I like it too. It's funfair. It's funfair. It's fate.
Look, I like the fact that they've made your chair extra wider because your Greek bum's double the size of everyone else's.
I'm not the chair. To be honest, I expected to walk in and smell something. I expected to smell popcorn or sweet fairy floss or something that engaged my senses. Yeah. What we've got is very visual. So is that enough? Oh, love it.
Cute.
Ladies and gentlemen, well, just gentlemen, in fact, presenting the Ferris wheel.
Love it.
Taking the entree in, I screw up straight away by not aligning the plates properly.
Now, all of our dishes have been, mine's in a bowl, these two are on plates, and they're all being positioned completely differently. Was it supposed to be a particular way round? No?
Look, it probably would have been good to be presented all exactly the same. That's, yep, sorry
What's it supposed to represent? You said
supposed to represent the Ferris wheel. We were inspired by the scallops and the actual colour of the beetroot. They're the things that kind of took us to the Carnival.
Okay.
Taking the entree to the judges, it's supposed to replicate the Ferris wheel, and the judges don't look too impressed.
Ferris wheel's round, though, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
The scallops are round, and the beetroot started out round anyway.
Okay. Guys, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy.
Is it a Ferris wheel?
No, so not the Ferris wheel I've been on.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm sort of a little disappointed, but on the positive side, you know, very clever use of technique in terms of dehydrating those little beetroot crisps. A couple of little techniques in there. Could have expected more, but, you know, we have to taste it to see. They're good, really good.
Look, from the word go, there's definite sweetness there, and if that was what they wanted to intend, because of that sort of, you know, going to a carnival, it's all about sugar, really, when it comes down to it. They've definitely achieved that. Sweet scallops, and scallops that are cooked really well. For small scallops, mine are still very opaque, and that's the way they should be. But for me, the hero on this dish, and I would have been happy for a big bucket of them, maybe a bit of aioli on the side, are those chips. They were cracking.
Yeah, look, I think that the problem is that beetroot puree dominates the dish too much. Really, for me, as a dish, it doesn't quite nail what it should do.
Jonathan, what is this course?
Sort of a deconstructed Dagwood dog.
And in the toothpaste dispenser, we have the mustard, if you choose to have mustard.
Cool. Very cool. Well, I'm excited. I want to eat it. I want to see what that liquid pastry tastes like. Get out of here. We need to taste. Great. Thanks. I wonder how we should eat our mustard.
Oh, that's all I got.
I'm just about to tell you whether it tastes like a Dagwood dog.
You got lots of mustard. How much I got?
What I'm not keen on is that a Dagwood dog for me is on a stick. It doesn't give me that sweet, you know, sour tomato sauce. It doesn't give me the crisp and the crunch of the pastry, and it doesn't give me that sort of Frankfurter-like sausage on the middle.
The execution is a little bit lacking, but I think there's an essence there of a really interesting concept.
Right, gentlemen, I think it's time to taste the dessert.
Hello. The judges actually look really intrigued by this dessert. We go ahead and try to light the flambe, which is potentially going to be a really exciting moment.
It
sparks, but it doesn't stay on.
Unfortunately, the vodka is actually cooled down a little bit between the kitchen and the presentation room, so it doesn't light, which is a real shame.
Thank you, guys. Well, in terms of presentation, there's lots of little things happening. It's a little bit like a carnival, you know.
I'm loving the blue colour of that liquid. That artificial blue.
Is that what we do? Pour a little bit over the top? Oh!
You know, how good does that blue look? I love that. For me, that kind of crazy, artificial, it must be bad for you kind of food is sort of what a fairground's about.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's
I'm going to eat
exciting.
it. Gary's not, but Gary wants to start eating. He's excited. I reckon Gary's really excited by the ice cream because he's finished it.
I love the ice cream. I love, you know, I was concerned that it didn't have enough salt or it wasn't going to be popcorny enough, but you know what? When you put it in your mouth, you get popcorn. And the fact that this didn't flame or flambe, I'm not that fussed about it, to be honest.
For me, what's really exciting is that salty caramel. I love it, and I love it with the creme fraiche.
Of all those three dishes, this is the one I think not only tastes the best, but far and away captures the theme the best.
They've experimented, they've given it a red-hot go, and it'll be really interesting to see how the red team have gone in comparison.
Hey!
I love it.
I love it. I love it.
Love it.
You know what I love? I love the fact that it smells like an old boat shed. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I love it too.
It smells such an evocative.
The hessian, the rope, the chalkboard,
I love it.
The boat hire, the fishing nets.
Should we sit down and eat? Let's do that. Come on. That's great.
What's the dish called and what's the inspiration?
We're starting with the amuse-bouche, which is the Lifesaver Tang. That's a raspberry jelly and a lemon vodka foam with candied fennel seaweed. Marion was primarily responsible for the squid.
It's a rock pool squid, so it's inspired by the little rock pools we saw in the rocks. There's dehydrated squid flaps as well, a little lime emulsion, and a tomato and kombu consomme.
Brilliant. Well, I'm excited to taste all this. It's fabulous. Love the idea of the Lifesaver. So get out of here and leave us to it.
You know, if the idea of an appetizer or an amuse-bouche is to get the fluid going in your mouth, get you salivating, get you ready to eat, that has done that. My mouth is like whack. There's loads of tartric acid or something in there. There's something very, or citric acid. There's something very, very fizzy in there. It's intensely candy sweet as well. And it's, man, beach straight away.
I love it. It's great. It makes me just, that is a lifesaver, 100%.
This is what it's all about, really. This is what it's all about. For me, this dish is absolutely beautiful. Lightly confit arrowhead squid. But what's exciting is that little crunch of the dehydrated wings that they've used, which is very clever. It's using the whole beast. And these little coriander shoots are just sensational.
The problem with the dish, for me, is that the squid is slimy, and so it's quite unpleasant to eat. The dashi, which is that wonderful kind of salty combination of seaweed and dried bonito flakes, which really tastes of the sea, has been totally outweighed by way too much lime. And for an awful lot of people, the slimy squid that tastes and feels like it's undercooked is not going to go down well.
Awesome. Good luck, guys. Looks awesome.
Marion, Adam and I taking the main to the judges. It's a big moment because, you know, we've been working on this for hours. So I'm really nervous about how it's going to be received.
looks appealing, it looks modern, the foam standing tall, and I love the little scored fish that's just been, it's had a little bit of a touch of the blowtorch to add that sort of, you know, smokiness to the fish. So I can't wait to tuck in.
Yeah, I think this is really smart. I'm blown away, to be honest. I think that there's a lot of chefs out here that wouldn't be able to dream to put such a clever and smart and beautiful looking dish together, and it certainly makes me think of the sea.
Love it. I think it's one of the best dishes we've seen in the competition so far. It's smart, it's intelligent. I really like the way the fish is perfectly cooked. I love the fact that the fennel has different flavours when it's candied, when it's a foam, and when it's used as fronds. And I'm a huge fan of adding texture to the head of the king prawn.
Yeah.
It's beautifully executed, it's delicate, it's got finesse, it's elegant, and it definitely tells me that I'm eating something from the sea. Negative, this here, my one that I've got, is so sugary. It's like a toffee apple.
There's some very sound sort of classical techniques here, really. Have they pushed the creative envelope enough?
The dish I'm most proud of is the dessert. I think we've executed it really well. Those two young guys, Matt and Callum, were tasked with a huge task. They had to create this dessert that conceptually was kind of out there, kind of outside the box. I think that dish is something that we're all very, very proud of.
What I'm not a big fan of is the ice cream. I don't get a lot of flavour in it, you know, it's just a creamy thing.
Well, I think they've made lemon cake, really. That's what they've made. I can't really get any sense of being at the beach.
I think you're being unfair. I think that texturally, I think they've done a really, really good job.
For me, totally, this has been over-ambitious, missed the mark. As I said, I love the lemon cake, but for me, it doesn't really taste or evoke the beach.
The challenge is over, the tasting's over, and there's nothing to do now but go home, have a good sleep, and come back tomorrow to find out our fate.
Let's get out of here.
Blue team, red team, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen after yesterday's head-spinning challenge. Don't underestimate what you did yesterday. There's qualified, classically trained chefs out there that still can't get their head around molecular gastronomy. And you all did a brilliant job.
You were judged on the food, the strength of your ideas. Obviously, the taste was critical, and how you interpreted your theme.
The winning team will leave here with me and go to Lotus, where we'll sit down and eat with one of the great chefs in the world, David Chang. It's an amazing opportunity for the winner. Whenever there's sweet, there's always sour. And the sour is the losing team will face an elimination round, and one of them will go home.
Blue team. I think the theme of your room reflected exactly what you set out to do. It reminded you of being a little kid. You know, you had the carousel, the banners. It felt like you're in a fun fair.
For me, the dessert was the hands-down best dish of the day. That was smart thinking, a good concept, and it delivered in terms of the theme.
There was a sense of franticness in regards to that dessert. You know, Sky, you looked quite defeated at one point.
I think utilising the compound gelin, it was quite thick.
That gelin, you've got to follow the ratios.
I've got about 1,200 mils in total.
Right.
Yeah.
Use 10 grams to start and churn it out.
Just go for it.
0.05 of a gram to 1 litre, because that's the standard ratio for it.
And it?
Yeah.
0.0?
0.05 of a gram to 1 litre.
I think we'll go for 1 gram.
Yeah.
1 gram to a litre.
I think that's where you fell into a bit of problem.
So next, let's look at the negatives. First up was that you didn't push the envelope far enough. And we wanted to experience that funfair in all its glory. And the first course, to be honest, when it hit the table, was a dull expression. We all slumped our shoulders a little, and we all tried to be convinced that that dish represented the Ferris wheel. Ferris wheel's round, though, isn't it?
Red team, let's look at how you went.
In terms of the dessert, it didn't really say beach to me. It sort of said lemon cake, a delicious one, with a cup of tea. Some really clever ideas, but they just didn't translate with the final product.
I'm shattered. I really thought that our dessert was one of the best dishes yesterday, and I really feel that I've let the team down.
The highlight of the menu was the main course for me. That kingfish was beautifully cooked. It was clean, it was precise. There was a clarity in terms of the idea that you expressed on the plate. And I was absolutely blown away, I'll be honest.
So 2 overall very strong performances with a few bumps. The question is, what's more important for this challenge? Pushing the envelope or a slow build with a big bang at the end?
The winner of the experimental food team challenge is the red team.
Yes! It's just like an electric bolt goes right through the entire team. We're jumping up, we're excited, we're just also in a state of shock because we wanted it so badly, and now here we are, we've won it.
You guys are the first 5 through to our top 10. Say some more words and let's go to our lunch with David Chang at Lotus.
This has been an enormous week for me. I've come from last week not even thinking I should be in the competition to now an invention test win, celebrity chef test win, immunity, leading a great team, and then winning that challenge. Yeah, wow, what a week.
Blue team, you're the losing team after yesterday's challenge.
To earn your place in the top 10, you have to fly over that bar. It's time to go upstairs, gather yourselves, and we'll see you down here shortly.
My goal at this stage is to get to top 10. I want to be here.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
Today, you'll be facing the basic skills test.
The blue team go head-to-head in the fight of their lives.
If you go home, you would have missed out on the top 10 by that much.
First up, they must recreate an international favourite.
I feel sick. I'm absolutely terrified of curries.
Then, the bottom 2 will put their spice knowledge to the ultimate test.
One slip up, and you're gone.
And for someone, the MasterChef dream will end.
I need to gather every ounce of strength I can find in myself and fight.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This challenge is your license to push the envelope.
2 teams cooked for the senses.
There's going to be a lot of trial and error involved.
And for the red team, victory.
The lunch with David Chang at Lotus.
We wanted it so badly, and now here we are, we've won it.
But the blue team failed to deliver.
I can't be doing another team elimination. They're getting really draining.
Tonight, they face 2 rounds in an elimination challenge.
You'll be facing the basic skills test.
First, they must reproduce a classic international dish.
I'm absolutely terrified of curries.
Then, 2 hopefuls will put their spice knowledge to the ultimate test.
One slip up, and you're gone. Blue team, you're the losing team after yesterday's challenge. Conceptually, there were some great ideas. Unfortunately, they weren't delivered on some aspects.
In the challenge yesterday, the blue team really didn't push the envelope enough. The whole menu failed to reflect our theme of Carnival enough.
When they talk about this being a Ferris wheel, do I look at the dish and think Ferris wheel? No.
Therefore, we didn't make the cut.
It's time to go upstairs, gather yourselves, and we'll see you down here shortly.
We're so close just to getting into the top 10, and now we're up for elimination. One of us is going home, and I am terrified it's going to be me.
Sky, you and I have been in a pressure test this week. I feel exhausted.
I think everyone is absolutely exhausted and I'll be giving it my absolute best. The only thing is my nose is running a bit and my ears aren't great, so fingers crossed that we'll be cooking today and not doing a taste test.
They're going to blindfold us and let us taste test in underwater. I need to gather every ounce of strength I can find in myself and fight.
We won yesterday's team challenge and we've gone out to our beautiful lunch at Lotus with New York chef David Chang.
Welcome, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. I hear you guys did a great job last night.
David Chang, in my opinion, is one of the coolest chefs in the world, and he's now got a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant in New York.
Dan Hong from Lotus Restaurant has created a 4-course menu inspired by David Chang.
It's not often that you get to sit with one of the world's best chefs and just have a lunch.
They're using Japanese ingredients to make American food.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit progressive in a way.
This is the best reward lunch ever.
We've had an amazing lunch. It's always a bittersweet day, this. Unfortunately, we now have to see which of our comrades has been eliminated.
This is a historic moment in the competition. If you go home today, you would have missed out on the top 10 by that much. So close, yet so far. To find out who will be leaving the MasterChef kitchen today, we're pulling out one of our most unforgiving challenges, the basic skills test.
There'll be 2 rounds. All of you will compete in round 1. If you're one of the worst 2 performers of round 1, you will go immediately to round 2. The dish that you're going to be reproducing in round 1 of the Elimination Challenge is chicken korma.
Oh, dear. I'm absolutely terrified of curries.
This is how round 1's going to work. You will find all the ingredients that you need to make that korma underneath your benches. Except, and there's always a kicker, the spices that you need to make it. That you'll have to figure out and choose for yourself.
Guys, that spice rack is full of beautiful spices. It's up to you to pick whatever spice you want to use that you think's in that dish.
Now, I know what garam masala is and, you know, coriander seeds when they're in the packet and it says it on top, but without the actual names, that's going to be a little bit of experimentation.
You're going to have 30 minutes to reproduce this chicken korma. We'll be looking for the 2 least impressive chicken kormas. The 2 people that cook those will continue on to the sudden death round. It's just a curry. That's all it is.
Your time starts now.
To start my dish, I roast off the mustard seeds, coriander seeds and mixed spices. I get so confused when it comes to spices that you have to use in Indian cooking. Cumin, I think it is. My background is Lebanese and I tend to work with a lot of spices, but not Indian spices. This could cost me my opportunity of staying in the competition. The rules for the first round of this elimination is to recreate the chicken korma. It's not a dish I tend to order a lot of, and I don't know how I'm going to make this.
They're all cooking a chicken korma. It's a very mild, creamy curry. I think the ones that trip up are going to be the ones that use those spices clumsily.
Normally, I am the heavy-handed chili master. I've decided to be very, very restrained with the chili today.
The korma that we tasted had a little bit of a bite, but not too much. So I add a bit of dry chili into it. Then I add in some turmeric. And then I taste it. And it's got way too much chili in it. Something has gone wrong and the colour's really dark.
There's really only 5 principal spices in the korma that we presented to them, and they've all picked more than that.
Gary, a lot of them have picked turmeric due to the colour. And it's funny because the original one has no turmeric in it.
I added a yellow powder, I don't know what it was. I added turmeric.
I think Shani's struggling a little bit there. She's doing what a few of them are doing, which is they've made the base and now they're toasting off other spices and they're making this sort of alchemist-type adjustment to the curry itself, so adding a bit of chili and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and hoping to goodness that they end up with the right combination of flavours. You have just under 10 minutes to go in the first round.
I think that the flavours are pretty good. Then I remember I need to add the saffron, and I'm not sure exactly how much to put in. I grab quite a large pinch and put it in. Once the saffron is in, that's it. There's no removing it.
You've got 3 minutes to go.
I've definitely added too much chili and too much turmeric. I think if I can balance the curry out nice and get the colour right, I might save myself in the second round.
So I've thickened it a little bit too much, I think.
You have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, guys. Tools down. Good job.
I notice that the saffron's quite strong, and I just hope that it's not too overpowering for the dish.
Now is the time for us to taste your efforts.
I am really nervous. I have absolutely no idea if I'm safe or not.
Those almonds are really coarse. That's what comes through. You found the chili, did you, George?
There's no way that's a korma they were expecting. They wanted a very mild curry.
I feel sick.
Is there too much yogurt?
There's a huge amount of saffron. It's really, really strong.
The judges let me know that I've been too heavy-handed with the saffron. There's actually a few of us where the judges aren't 100% happy, so I just hope that I'm not going into the bottom two.
There's no sauce. What I love about a great curry is the sauce. Nice acidity. There's a nice little kick of ginger in there. I like it, actually. It's a good curry. Well done.
I can tell you now, there was only 5 spices in our chicken korma. Cardamom pods, cinnamon sticks, red chili powder, coriander powder, and finally, saffron. There was no turmeric in there whatsoever. I will now announce the 2 people that will face round 2, the final round. The first person to step forward, Jonathan. The second person in the sudden death elimination is Sky.
Jonathan has, nicknamed the Eliminator because when you're in an elimination challenge with him, he knocks you out every time.
This will be the last time that you see one of these 2 guys standing in front of you.
I'm going to work really hard to come home, Kate. I'm going to have to pull together every bit of information that I possibly can and try to get myself out of this hole. I could possibly go home today and I'm just not ready. I really want to become a pastry chef. I'd love to hone my skills in specifically to that area.
I'm in the MasterChef competition so I can get the confidence that I need to go and open the ultimate French bistro in Sydney. If I end up going home before top 10, I'll be furious.
Jonathan and Sky, it's time for round 2. This is the one where you need to win. It's as simple as that. Your challenge is to name that spice.
This is how it's going to work. There are 10 cloches behind us. Under each cloche, there is a single common spice. Don't overthink it. You have 20 seconds to identify that spice. The first person to incorrectly name one of those spices will be eliminated immediately from the competition.
Here is spice number 1.
The first spice is revealed, and I know instantly it's chili flakes. I use chili flakes in just about everything I cook.
Jonathan, fried chili flakes. Sky?
Dried chili.
You're both correct.
What could spice number 2 be?
I think I'm seeing black pepper. However, it could be mountain pepper. We really need to be sure about this.
It looks like black peppercorns.
Sky?
Black pepper.
Black peppercorns.
You're both correct.
Star anise.
Star anise.
Congratulations, you're both correct. Don't be complacent. One slip up and you're gone.
Let's find out what the next spice is.
The fourth cloche is revealed and I instantly see it's definitely saffron.
Jonathan?
Saffron.
You're both correct. Well done.
Let's find out what the next spice is. You ready?
It's so much harder to determine ground spices from whole spices. Now I'm getting worried.
Jonathan, would you like to reveal your answer? Sky?
Nutmeg.
You're both correct. Well done. Okay.
The first thing I think is it's cinnamon. When I smell it, I get this really strong fragrance.
I think I'm smelling cloves and some cinnamon. I remember that garam masala has star anise, black pepper, cloves, cinnamon and cardamom.
I smell it again, I think, bang, it's cloves. I'm pretty sure it's cloves.
You have 20 seconds to write your answer down.
I hear this guy, she's writing too many letters. Either she's written ground clove or she's written something completely different.
Jonathan, reveal your answer.
I think the spice is cloves. When I hold up cloves and Sky reacts, I think one of us has got this wrong and it could be me.
Sky?
I've written garam masala.
I can tell you now that one of you has named that spice correctly and the other hasn't. The correct name of the spice was cloves. Sky, I am so sorry. You're wrong. It's time for you to go home.
I'm really disappointed. I'm really looking forward to creating some amazing desserts.
It's sad to see you go, it really is. You've definitely left us with some moments. A cook with such a big smile and has her own quirkiness and her own thing that we respect dearly.
That'd be quite nice on the salad.
Where did you pick this idea up from?
I just thought of it just then.
Okay.
So.
You're so creative, Sky.
Sky, I'm excited because I know that you'll be able to put that touch of glory on everything that you do that'll inspire others. Sky, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, it's time for you to leave the MasterChef kitchen. Thank you.
I walk out. This is my last moment in the MasterChef kitchen. And c'est la vie. I've had such a good time, I really have.
The fact that I'm part of the top 10 hasn't even crossed my mind. All I could think about was Sky. I feel my dear friend, I think her time might be up.
Jonathan walks out of the elevator and I just cannot believe that he has now been through 5 team challenge eliminations and come out of every single one of them. It's great to see that he's made it to the top 10, but boy, what a road he's taken to get here.
I love the hard road.
I think Sky's going to forge ahead and conquer the world as only she can do.
Shame to leave the MasterChef kitchen at this point, but I'm so relieved to be at home. I missed you all so much. In a year's time, I'd like to be firmly placed in an amazing kitchen, making unbelievable desserts and learning from the best. Meanwhile, at home, just starting to create my own beautiful, decadent desserts based on Australian native flavours. I hope to become a little bit of a pioneer in that area.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
The great thing about Fridays is Masterclass.
It's time to celebrate the end of another week with Gary and George.
What more can you ask for?
First up, they put a glamorous twist on steak and kidneys.
Pretty sexy steak sandwich, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Special guest Kylie Kwong drops by to serve up her stir-fried eggplant.
All right?
That was amazing.
And pastry chef Darren Purchase whips up his fruit carnival.
Oh my gosh.
Plus, Cheese Master Will Stud shows you how to impress at your next dinner party.
I think you could win people's hearts with that.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
One slip up and you're gone.
The blue team faced elimination in a basic skills test.
If you don't want to be in the bottom two, you need to spice it up.
And Sky said farewell to her MasterChef dream.
C'est la vie. I've had such a good time, I really have.
Tonight, it's time to learn from the pros in another masterclass.
What more can you ask for?
Gary and George put their spin on steak and kidney. Kylie Kwong drops by to serve up her spicy eggplant. And we finish up with a treat from Darren Purchase.
Oh my gosh.
Plus, Cheese Master Will Stud helps you get to know your cheese.
The more they stink, the better they are.
And shows you how to impress at your next dinner party.
He's the big cheese.
The great thing about, Fridays is Masterclass. It's your time to sit there and have Gary and George give you some points and cook for you.
Masterclass is about consolidating your knowledge, about filling in the gaps where you might have slipped up during the week and trying to take your dishes from where they are to the next level.
Welcome to Masterclass. Some smiley faces in front of us. This is when George and I take over the kitchen and teach you something new. This week, we've got something special lined up. We've got some fantastic guests coming in to cook some truly amazing and delicious food. It'll blow you away, trust me. It's been another huge week of stress and drama.
It was a jam-packed week, an absolutely massive one. Peter, Joanne, Sky and Callum ended up in the pressure test.
Oysters overcooked, onions are undercooked.
You're not happy?
I'm not happy at all.
Unfortunately, Peter's disappointing effort
Peter, you're eliminated.
saw him leave this competition.
Jonathan and Sky found themselves in an elimination round.
I've written garam masala.
The correct name was cloves. And Sky went home. Alvin, did you expect Sky to go home? You were so close to her.
No, I didn't expect her to go home so soon. She's been such a source of strength, and it's just strange not having her. I just half expect her to, turn up.
It's sad, no doubt about it, but you know what? That's the way the cookie crumbles, and we have to move on. In this week's vegetarian invention test, the core ingredient was goat's cheese. So, two of you will be spending an absolutely brilliant day with cheese expert Will Stud. He's an award-winning author and host of his own cheese show, Cheese Slices. The first person that we're going to send is Callum. Why, Callum? I think you know. That awful cheese bomb that was unpalatable.
It's raw.
The second person is, and for the simple fact, I think this person needs a little bit of inspiration and she deserves it. Shani.
Hey.
Right, Shani, Callum, off you go. Go and enjoy yourself. It will be an absolutely cracking day. Enjoy.
We will. I haven't gone on one of these private masterclasses for ages now, and I don't know a whole lot about fromage, so I'm extremely excited to have an insight from such an expert.
First up in Masterclass, we're going to recap the mystery box. Now, of course, that was all about the steak and the kidney.
Today I've got a liver pate.
You're making like a liver pate, but using kidneys instead of liver.
Because a few of you had problems with the kidney and weren't sure how to use it, George and I are going to incorporate it into a sexy little steak sandwich with caramelised onion and parsley puree and pomme souffle. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is the caramelised onions. I've got some little baby onions, and what I've done is I've just clipped the root off, so we'll pop those in. The reason we're keeping them whole is because they develop a really lovely sort of saturated flavour as they caramelise. So I'm going to put a couple of bay leaves in with these onions and a little bit of thyme. And then, George, we're just going to put in a few big cloves of garlic. And they will cook before the onions, but you can pull them out and just pop them on a plate and allow the onion to cook through. All right, that's all the garlic, and that's just starting to build a little bit of heat. And see how that's just starting to colour? See that lovely little puffed golden brown? Little pinch of salt at this stage. Now, those onions will probably take around 20 minutes to cook. Next up, we're going to do the pomme souffle or the potato souffle. And essentially what these are is a little puffed potato chip. That's what they look like. So we'll start that. And then what you need is a new seasoned potato with a high water content, with not a lot of sugar in it. Now, these are Dutch creams. And what I'm just doing is creating some nice little squares across the grain on the potato. And then I want to slice them through the mandolin so they're a particular thickness. And that is about 2 mil, all right? And then you're going to dry them on a tea towel and create a dry, starchy surface for the potato. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drop these potatoes into 1 pot of fat. Now, it's vegetable oil, all right? Now, the temperature of the oil must sit between 100 and 120. Because what you're effectively doing is you're blanching the potato. Aaron, you got a question?
Yeah, to try and keep your temperature more exact, could you do that in the deep fryer and actually just use the
The problem with the deep fryer is it doesn't allow you to agitate the potatoes. And this is something I learned when I was an apprentice. If you just put it in the fryer, they just sit there. And what you're looking for is little bubbles on the surface of those potatoes as they start to cook. You don't want a few, you want lots, all right? And the next process is to then throw those little bubbly potatoes into hot fat. And it's that explosion of heat that takes that little bit of moisture that's been brewing away in that cooking potato to expand quickly into steam and to puff the potato. Let's see what happens with these.
Wow.
That's really cool.
And I'm smiling now because I'm going, thank goodness they worked. You can just see they're taking on that lovely golden colour. They look beautiful. OK, now back to the onions. What we've got is this lovely caramelisation, this golden brown, and we've pretty much been able to caramelise all of those surfaces. So it's a sprinkle of sugar, just let it build some heat and melt around the onions. Another little pinch of salt, because we talk about seasoning progressively throughout a dish, and a little pinch of pepper. And then finally, the sweet red wine vinegar. So just reduce the temperature so that those onions just bubble away really gently. And then I'm going to pop on a little paper lid or a cartouche. And what that will do is just create a barrier so the steam doesn't escape but bounces back into the onions and helps them cook. So gentle simmer for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have gorgeous, beautiful, sweet, soft onions and garlic. Now, George, you're making the next step. Over to you.
Gary showed you an oldie but a goodie with the pomme souffle. I'm going to show you a little oldie and a goodie, something I learned when I was an apprentice, a simple parsley and spinach puree. Right, first step, very simple. Golden shallot, yeah, golden shallot, finely diced. We dice that right up to the root. A little bit of garlic, 2 thin slices, just give that a smash. Done. Pan on, about a tablespoon worth of butter. Shallots go in and our garlic. We don't want any colour, so just sweat that down so it's nice and translucent. And we start bringing out all that beautiful sweetness. At that point there, we pour in about 150 mils of cream. We just want that to reduce down really gently. And this will form the base to our parsley puree. Never use curly parsley for anything apart from this puree, and that's it. Really important that you pick the stem off, okay? I've literally just got that curly parsley top on. You can see the cream starting to thicken, right? So that's been literally, you know, 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. You can just pull that to the side, all right? And that's ready to go. Boiling salted water. Yeah, must taste of the sea. Parsley goes in first because that's going to take the longest to cook, all right? So I've got about a half a bunch of parsley here that I'm going to use. You'll know when this is cooked because what you're going to do is pull a piece out and it's got to pretty much break in between your fingers. All right, I think we're nearly there. Let me just have a look. So, yeah, look at that. See, it's starting to just break down on my fingers. That's ready to rock and roll. So at this point, we throw some English spinach in. The spinach will take 15 seconds in boiling water to cook. We've got some ice water here so we can shock it immediately so it doesn't continue cooking. At that point, we'll take it over to the sink and strain that right out. Into the ice water. Just make sure you agitate it around so it's cooling down. All right. You just squeeze all that juice out. We need to get this as dry as possible, guys. Take clean towel, pop that in the centre, and just wrap that up. Look at that, that was like half a bunch of parsley and half a bunch of spinach. Okay, then our cream mixture that we've reduced down, and we just flick in all of this blanched parsley and spinach. And we're just going to gently cook this into the cream. Next step, we've incorporated the cream with the spinach and the parsley. We're going to pop that into our blender here and blend that up. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. I think parsley, pepper and spinach are a great combination. That is ready to rock and roll.
So the next step is to cook the steak and the kidneys. Now, a few of you had problems with the kidneys, but they're gorgeous. They really are nice. You just need to know how to handle them. What they do is filter the bad stuff out of our bodies and create urine, so they taste of that uric acid. Now, the way to get rid of that is to degorge them or soak them. You can either do that in an acidulated water with lemon or vinegar, or you can do it in milk, which has that sort of softening effect in terms of the flavour. Now, George, you've got those soaking in milk?
Yep, soaking in milk.
How long have they been in there?
Look, 24 hours.
Now we need to find a little volunteer, and I'll find that volunteer, who maybe struggled a little bit during the challenge. Alvin, do you want to come up? Let's have a go at preparing these kidneys. What we're going to do is we're going to open them up. So just push your hand down and go into the centre of the kidney and open it up. It's like a little star. Then you just lift that little sinew out. Okay? It's the sort of thing when I think about kidneys as a kid, the fact that they were chewy and had those bits in them put me right off it. If you learn how to prepare them properly and take out that sinew, they take on a new dimension, which is what it's all about. That's it. Alvin, you should have been a surgeon. Look at that. Hands are bloodied, you may return.
We've got some flank steak, and this is absolutely gorgeous, this stuff. So now we'll just marinate them up, just really simply. We're just going to slice some garlic, pick a little bit of thyme. Just going to flick that on there. Some olive oil, some pepper, and that's really it. There's no fuss to it. Hot grill pan, all right? And because I've oiled this, I don't need to oil the pan. And that will take about 2.5 minutes on both sides with about a 2.5 minute rest. And that will cook that nice and medium rare.
George, while you're cooking your steak, I'll grill the bread for our steak sandwich.
Brilliant.
So they get lightly oiled and then just onto the grill plate, just to take on a little bit of a char, and then we'll flip them over and we're almost ready to go.
Right, guys, that's been 2.5 minutes, so I'm just going to flip the steak over and give it another 2.5 minutes on that side. So after we've flipped it over, I'm just going to pop these kidneys on. We'll cook a few extra for everyone to eat. Right, guys, these kidneys have been on for about a minute, and that's literally all they take. Flick them over, and literally by the time I've flicked over the first one and get to the last one, I can literally start pulling these off.
See, I think they smell absolutely gorgeous. They're beautiful.
That pepper really adds a lovely flavour to it, doesn't it? Smell and aroma.
But also that little marinade of thyme and garlic has made an enormous amount of difference. And it just goes to show that, you know, a little ingredient like that can make such a big difference.
Right, our steak's been on the other side for 2.5 minutes, so a total of about 5 minutes on the grill pan. We'll rest that for about 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, ready to carve and serve.
And then, just to finish these onions, you see what's happened? The sweet vinegar's reduced around the onions, and you get this absolutely gorgeous glaze. And the way to test them is they should be nice and soft. You should just be able to push your knife into them, a nice bit of give. And all I do is take that off the heat and just put, and you know it, a tiny little bit of butter.
You know it.
Just to round off those very sharp flavours. Just a tiny bit. Right, so these beautiful crostini are done. So they're over to you, George. And don't forget, big, strong flavours like parsley and garlic work really well with offals.
Nice thin slices. Because it is a more chewy type of meat, the thinner you cut it, the more palatable it becomes. So there you go. That's how the kidney should be, nice and pink inside.
They're delicious. So we put a couple of strips on?
Yeah.
How's that? All right?
Beautiful colour.
And kidney on top. And then we've got these lovely glazed onions. Oh. And there you have it. Sexy little steak and kidney sandwich with parsley puree and pomme souffle. My top tips for the steak sandwich, and more specifically, the pomme souffle. First one is picking the right potato. Remember, new season, low sugar, high water. The second one is about the 2 temperatures of oil. Remember, the first one is blanching and creating that little skin, and that is 100 to 120 degrees. The second one is about creating steam and puffing that potato up. It needs to be hot, so it's 185 degrees.
Top tips for kidneys. When you grill them, make sure you keep them nice and pink, or they will dry out and end up like rubber bullets. Parsley puree. Really important when you make that you cook that parsley in boiling water until it breaks up in between your fingers. And then you'll end up with a really beautiful, smooth puree.
So we need a couple of tasters for our steak sanger. Alvin, Matthew, and Joanne. You might want to cut a little chunk of that sanger off. Take a slice. Let's get stuck in. I know you want to eat the kidney, but here, look, we'll cut you a little bit.
I think all the textures and the flavours, the caramelised onion and garlic and the parsley puree, and everything works perfectly.
You get through to that steak and then the parsley puree as well. It's like going through all the different layers on top of that.
If anyone can convert me to eat kidneys, it's you guys. Yeah, they were beautiful.
That's good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
I'll
guys.
take that for the guys.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing and caring.
It's very caring. You can share that.
To me, in Australia, when you think of cheese, you think of Will Stud. He's one of the most knowledgeable people on cheese. He's the big cheese.
Good morning. You must be Callum.
Nice to meet you.
And you must be Shani.
Nice
How do you
to meet
do?
you, Will.
How do you do?
Well, thanks. How are you?
Well, I'm Will Studd, and I'm a master of cheese, apparently. For the last 3 decades, I've travelled the world looking at artisan and farmhouse cheeses. I've written a couple of books, I have a TV series called Cheese Slices, and I think I'm a really lucky man when it comes to my career. Welcome to Simon Johnson, which I thought would be a great place to have a masterclass because Simon Johnson has all these wonderful international and domestic farmhouse cheeses. Today we're just going to look at the basics of the different types of cheese and 2 recipes, a baked clarines and a fondue from the Swiss Alps.
Yum.
The most important thing when it comes to understanding cheese is to understand that it is simply preserved milk. And when we talk about preserved milk, we put cheese into various categories. And we start with the very freshest categories, and we work all the way through to cheeses that are very hard and keep for a long time. It's really that simple. I actually pick out 6 categories. There's lots of different ways to do it. The first one is fresh cheese. Cheese that is very high in moisture, doesn't keep for a very long period of time. Can you think of any cheeses that would fit into that?
Oh, the goat's curd.
Yeah, that's very good.
Maybe a mozzarella or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's right. I've got a little plate here of fresh cheeses. You've got the fresh goat's cheese here. You've got feta, okay? This is barrel-ripened feta. We've got halloumi, very ancient cheese going back, you know, a few thousand years. And we've got a mozzarella. And this is not just any old mozzarella. Guess what milk this is made from?
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yay, that's it. Good, good, good. Would you like a try?
I'd love to.
Okay, try that.
Thank you.
And tell me what you taste.
Definitely quite salty.
I think there's kind of a bit of sourness to it.
Yeah, mossy flavour. But that's fantastic when you put it with olive oil and tomatoes and stuff like that. The next category of cheeses, which is mould surfaced ripened cheese. You're talking about bries and camemberts and all those sorts of cheeses. And essentially what happens is this mould on the outside is responsible for ripening the cheese over a period of time, somewhere between 45 and 60 days. And this cheese here is from the Alps on the French-Swiss border. And we're going to be cooking with this cheese a little bit later on, okay? So the next category of cheese is soft washed rind cheeses. And they're washed with a bacteria which goes bright orange, and it's called B. linens. But the distinctive thing about these cheeses, apart from the fact that they tend to be orange, is they stink. Tell me what you smell. Remind you of that old school locker?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Certainly got a fairly distinctive aroma to it.
I would say feet.
Hey, that's it, yeah. So that's the characteristic. And the more a cheese smells, often the better it tastes. So the next category of cheese that we're going to look at is blue cheese. The blue moulds are introduced as the cheese is made. It's then put on the shelf for maybe a month or 2. And the cheesemaker puts a hole inside the cheese and the cheese starts to go blue. But the secret of all blue cheese is Penicillium roqueforti mould, which was discovered in the caves of Roquefort over 2,000 years ago. And so when we talk about Roquefort being the granddaddy of all blue cheeses, it's one of the oldest cheeses known to man today. And it's a classic benchmark when it comes to judging blue cheese. So what do you think?
I like that the mould gives the cheese that little bit of crunch and it adds a different texture dimension.
It's got heaps of depth. And that's what you get with raw milk cheeses. Heaps and heaps of flavour. The next category of cheese is the most popular cheese in Australia. It's basically semi-hard cheeses, things like Edam, Gouda, and most importantly of all, cheddar. Cheddar represents something like 65–70% of all the cheese enjoyed in Australia. And a long, long time ago, most cheddar was made with a cloth on it, like this one here. And why cloth is important to recognising good cheddar, what it allows the cheese to do is gradually dry out. That allows the moisture out of the cheese, but it also allows the cheese to draw in fresh air. And that's very important when you want to create flavour. The last category of cheese is what we call hard cooked cheese. And really what we're talking about is the big mountain cheeses, Gruyere, Emmental. Those are cheeses where the curds are basically heated up so they shrink, and then they're pressed very hard for a long period of time. So that means they keep a long, long time. And basically what that tells you about that category of cheese and about the whole preservation process is the more moisture left in a cheese, the shorter the time it'll keep for, and the less moisture kept in a cheese, the longer time it'll keep for. The other cheese that fits into this category is one of the greats of the cheese world. It's Parmigiano Reggiano, which is, of course, Parmesan. And you can always recognise that by this little dot mark on the outside, which says Parmigiano Reggiano. So, my top tips are, when it comes to buying cheese, always try and taste it first. You're looking for flavour. The next tip, when it comes to serving cheese, take it out of the fridge at least 3 hours before you're going to serve it. Cover it with a damp cloth, and just before you serve it, take the damp cloth off the top, and you should have cheese at the optimum temperature.
Next up in Masterclass, we're going to take a look back at the vegetarian invention test that you did earlier on in the week. You had 3 core ingredients, which were tofu, goat's cheese, and eggplant. And we've chosen eggplant today to demonstrate a beautiful vegetarian dish. Now, to help us with that, we're going to bring back to the MasterChef kitchen a good friend of ours, restaurateur and chef Kylie Kwong.
Kylie Kwong is very much a hero for me, so to have her in the kitchen and be learning from her and her cooking styles is an amazing experience.
Hello. How are you? Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
It's like a dream come true for me. Like, you know, you idolize someone so much, and when you get to sit and, you know, like basically absorb all her cooking methods, and, you know, it's fantastic.
So, Kylie, what's the dish you're going to be cooking for us today?
This is stir-fried eggplant with homemade chili sauce and Szechuan pepper and salt.
So what's the first job?
I'm going to salt the eggplant.
OK.
So I've just got a couple of medium-sized eggplants, all right? And I'll just trim off the core, like that. And I'll just slice it down the middle. And then I'm just going to do sort of irregular shapes like so. So they're about 2 to 3 inch sort of irregular pieces. It's important to make sure they are a similar size, so when we are actually cooking them in the wok, they all cook at the same time.
Lovely.
OK? It's sort of like a roll cut. So I make an incision, and then I'm turning the eggplant to the left, and I'm turning it that way. So you get all these wonderful irregular angles.
It's beautiful.
OK? And then I'm going to salt the eggplant. So a couple of tablespoons of good quality salt, OK?
What's the minimum amount of time that you could leave that? So if you're doing it at home and you wanted to salt your eggplant to take away those bitter juices and take some of the water away, what's the minimum amount of time, do you think?
Half an hour is the minimum time.
OK.
Yep. I'm going to make the homemade chili sauce next, OK? So what I've done is I've roughly chopped 6 fresh red chilies, all right? I've roughly chopped about 10 cloves of garlic, OK?
That's a lot
and
of garlic.
I've roughly chopped about, you know, a good root of ginger.
OK.
All right?
Beautiful. So we've got our chilli, garlic, ginger, and there's half a cup of peanut oil. What happens next? OK, I'm just heating a wok, OK? I'll put the peanut oil in, and I'll just heat that up until it's sort of slightly rippling on the top. That's how I know it's hot enough. Now, I love using peanut oil in my cooking because of that nutty, smoky aroma that it imparts. If you are allergic to peanut oil, which a lot of people are, I suggest you use some type of vegetable oil with a little dash of sesame, OK? The oil is starting to shimmer on the top, so I know that it's hot enough, OK? I don't want it to be piping hot because I don't want my garlic and my ginger to be brown, OK? But I want it to be hot enough so it sort of releases all of the aromas of the ginger and the garlic and the chilies, OK? That smells absolutely amazing.
And I've just chopped the chilies up, you know, as they are with the seeds in, and you all know that the seeds in the chili are the hottest part of the chili.
Now,
right?
that's a long red chilli.
That's a long red chilli.
You wouldn't want to put the little short hot chilies in there, because that's fairly mild, isn't it?
This is sweeter than it is spicier. But if you are a chilli lover, I'd suggest dropping in a few little, you know, tiny ones, bird's eye chilies or the scud chilies that you find in the Thai shops.
And another question I was going to ask as well is this ginger looks really young.
Beautiful.
You know, how do you know when ginger's good?
When ginger's really young, it's got this lovely sort of pink tinge to the skin. And in fact, I use this in the restaurant and often I don't even peel the skin because it's so tender.
Yeah.
All right? So you can really start to smell those beautiful aromas now. And what I'm going to do is just turn that down to a medium heat and I'll let that sort of saute for about 5 minutes. This chilli sauce looks like it's ready to go now. It's got a sort of jammy look, so the oil's separated a little bit.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do is just add the tamari now for flavour. Okay. So a little bit of soy flavour, okay? In Japan, there are 2 types of soy. There's tamari, which is traditionally used with sashimi, and then there's also the shoyu, which is like the all-purpose soy sauce. I love using tamari in this because it's a little bit more robust in flavour, and because of the robust, meaty nature of the eggplant, it needs a sauce to match with it so that can stand up to it.
Beautiful. Now, the eggplant's been sitting here salting for half an hour.
Yep.
Is that ready to rinse?
That's ready to rinse.
Okay. And look at that. Look at that amount of
look at all of the water
that's come out of it. So that's going to get washed?
Yes.
So what happens if you don't wash the eggplant?
If you don't wash the eggplant, you're just going to get a mouthful of salt.
Salt, because of the salt that you sprinkled on the top. So
Yes.
that's really important.
Yes. You want to give it a really good pat so you get all of that water out so it doesn't spit up at you when you're frying it in the oil.
And that's pretty important. You say that quite casually because you've done it lots of times, but if you put wet eggplant into hot oil, then you're going to have big problems. You're going to have a fire or it's going to spit everywhere.
That's right. To cook the eggplant, 5 tablespoons of peanut oil, all right? We've got the eggplant absolutely dried. I'm waiting until the oil shimmers on the top, okay?
No, because that's quite important, isn't it? Because if
Yes.
it's not hot enough, what will happen?
If it's not hot enough, the eggplants will just soak up all of that oil and they'll become greasy.
Yeah.
Okay, so in we go. There you go. That's the sound we want. If it's any less than that, it's not hot enough. Okay? What I'm doing is browning the eggplant. I want a beautiful golden brown sort of, you know, result, as well as cooking the eggplant in the middle. All right? So we'll just let that do its thing for 10 minutes. We'll stir it occasionally. Now I'm going to call upon Mr. Aaron to come up and help me roast the Szechuan peppercorns. Let's put that there. Okay, it's important to roast any dry spices because that intensifies the flavour. So what I do is I dry roast the Szechuan peppercorns with salt flakes.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
So let's put about a tablespoon of Szechuan peppercorns in the skillet and about half of this, which is about 3 tablespoons of salt. So on the stove, it will only take a few minutes. The salt will start to turn an ashy colour and the peppercorns, sort of interestingly enough, start popping like popcorn, okay? But what you've got to do is sort of stand over them and agitate it for a few moments. So you don't want them to burn, but you also have to leave them on the heat, okay? Give my eggplant a bit of a whirl. You can see the eggplant, it's becoming all beautiful and crunchy on the outside and velvety and silky in the middle. And you can see the oil in there. We mustn't be scared of the oil. In Chinese cuisine, we like using oil. The oil will actually form part of the dressing, if you like, the overall sauce, okay? You can hear them popping and you can see that the salt's turned that ashen colour, okay? So I think they're ready. Yep. What we need to do is pour them into a cold dish now so the cooking process is stopped, okay? We'll let those cool down first before you grind them up because they'll turn mushy, all right?
That smells.
Smells incredible.
Absolutely incredible.
So pour it all in, yep. Give it a good going over, yep, that's right. And I always put my mortar and pestle on a cloth on the bench so you don't dent the bench and so you don't sort of slide everywhere.
Yep.
Okay, so that's enough. So we'll pour that back in there.
Yep.
So everyone can see. Yep.
Now, what are we going to do with the spring onions and the coriander?
I've just finely sliced the spring onions and I'm going to do the same with the coriander and then we're ready to put the dish together, okay? You'll see that I'm using the entire coriander root, stem and leaf. You know, the root is the strongest part and because we love all of the flavour and we don't want to waste anything, we're just going to cut up the whole bunch.
Well, I think, Aaron, you've had your Szechuan pepper lesson. We'll get you back up to taste the dish in a minute.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
So how's the eggplant going now?
The eggplant is cooked, it's golden brown and it's beautiful and velvety inside and silky, okay? So I'm just going to mix the homemade chilli with the eggplant, all right? all of it, because we want spice and heat in this dish.
Look at them gasping. Why are you gasping?
Okay.
There's a lot of chilli in there for one dish, so...
But it's the actual size of the chilies. These chilies are quite sweet, so don't be alarmed.
panic.
Yeah. So the coriander, okay? The way I use fresh herbs, I don't use them as a garnish. I use them as part of the dish, an integral part of the dish, okay? And there's a little bit of oil there in that eggplant, but that will all be soaked up in the shallots and the coriander as well, and that will all form part of the sauce.
Wow.
And then what we'll do is we'll plate it up.
You know what I love about that is that there's so much spring onion and coriander. I don't think most people would consider using it as a flavour as you have done. They'd sprinkle it over the top.
What I love about this dish too is not just the eggplant, but all the little bits. You know, when you eat this, you've got a little bit of chilli, a little bit of coriander, and the little bits of ginger and garlic. And then you sprinkle it with Szechuan pepper and salt. Okay, so imagine the numbing, tingling, spicy, aromatic flavour in this dish. And you'll see this lovely orange oil that comes out. You know, just mop that up with your bread or your rice.
That is absolutely amazing. It smells gorgeous. And Kylie, what are your top 3 tips with this beautiful dish?
Well, the first tip, of course, is to salt the eggplant, which will extract the bitter juices from the eggplant and extract liquid from the eggplant, so when we do put it in that hot oil, it's not going to soak up all of the oil. The second one is to dry roast the Szechuan peppercorns, because when you dry roast spices, you intensify the flavour. The third tip is whenever you're cooking in a wok, to have all of your ingredients ready to go, pre-cut, because as soon as you turn the wok on, things happen quite quickly. You don't want to be stopping and starting during the cooking process and interrupting the energy, so to speak. So be prepared. Who would like to taste this?
Oh, look at all those hands. Adam, Marion, Aaron.
Is it all right?
That was amazing.
Is it? All those little bits that give it lots of texture and make the mouthful so interesting.
I think I need to be more confident with the amount of spring onion that I'm adding to the thing.
Yeah, sure.
What do you taste, Mary?
Oh, it's just that chilli and the coriander. And I have to say, eggplant is not one of my favourite vegetables. Whenever I cook it at home, it doesn't work out. But now, tasting this, it's just amazing.
Would you cook that again?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I'm loving the looks on your faces. I'm just standing here and it's a little moment, isn't it, where you discover something new and now it's going to become part of your repertoire, and that's good to see. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sit back down.
Really appreciate it.
Where are you going with that, Adam?
Look at how jealous they all look.
We have to thank Kylie Kwong for coming in and cooking for us.
Thank you.
And hopefully you'll come and visit us again soon. Thanks, Kylie.
Love to. Thank you.
Well, guys, now we're going to get into our cheese cooking masterclass. I've got 2 really, really simple recipes for you. The first one is baked clarines. Now, clarines is a soft cheese, and you can see on the top here, it's got a mouldy rind across the top. So the first step is to take some garlic. And I'm just going to take this clove and cut it into 5 pieces. Now this garlic we're going to blanch. And to blanch it, quite simple, throw it into this pot, some boiling water, pour it over the top, and leave it for a minute. The reason to blanch it is if you just put garlic straight into the cheese, you'd find it would be quite crunchy and very garlicky. Just drain this off. What we're going to do is we're going to make a little incision in the cheese, and we're just going to pop the garlic in the hole, like that. We keep going like that. See how easy it is? Mm-hmm. I learnt this recipe originally from a camembert recipe, believe it or not. But it works really, really well with this cheese. So once we've done that, got 5 pieces of garlic in the top. So I'll put this onto a baking tray. I've got some wine here. It doesn't really matter what wine you use. You can use red or white wine. So we're just going to pour that over the top of the cheese. Not too much. Look at that. And that'll slowly seep down into the cheese, flavouring it as it goes. And when we put it in the oven, it'll also keep the cheese moist. And what we've got here is some thyme. Then the last step with this is just some pepper across the top. And then we pop it in the oven, 185 degrees, for about 20 minutes. But it's worth keeping an eye on because if it gets too hot, the cheese will just go everywhere and the box will burn. And look at that. What do you think?
It's delicious.
Just the smell of it when you're bringing it out of the oven was awesome.
So, the moment of truth. Your turn to try it. Wasn't difficult to cook. Come and have a try.
Should we just dunk some of the bread in?
The way to do it, yeah, is put some bread in it. Now, stop pussyfooting around. Look, it's like this, OK? OK? That's it, like that, you know? Watch it, it's pretty hot. What do you reckon? Rock your world?
That's amazing. I think you could win people's hearts with that. Because you can really taste everything that you put in as well, like, but nothing's overpowering. Like, there's just the garlic there and the red wine and the thyme. Yeah, it's beautiful.
What do you reckon?
I think if you served it at a party, it'd kind of be one of those moments where the whole room would go quiet. Everyone would just be dipping in for the hot cheese. So I could see why it would go down very well.
So, top 3 tips for my baked clarines recipe. 1, blanch the garlic. 2, use red or white wine and thyme. And 3, don't leave it in the oven too long, because you can imagine what happens if the box burns and it goes everywhere. Simple. So guys, here's the next recipe. It goes back thousands of years to the Alps. Its name is fondue. And it's a perfect dish for those really cold winter days. And this dish actually began as a way of using up old cheese, leftover wine, and stale bread. The starting point is this fondue pot here, piece of garlic. Very simply what we're going to do with this, crush it, like that, and then I'm just going to wipe that around the bowl. So we'll just drop that off. Now, this is our cooking implement. And the first thing we're going to put in here is 450 mils of white wine. Now, you can imagine people sitting around a table doing this. And the first step is to sit there for the next 5 or 6 minutes, right, waiting for this to gently warm up until this starts to almost simmer. Not quite simmer, because you don't want the wine to start evaporating, but until it's fairly hot. Because otherwise, when you put the cheese in, it won't melt. So I've taken 800 grams of Comté and just grated it up. We're just going to add a couple of handfuls and let it melt in the bottom of the pan here. And the other most important thing about fondue is that it will burn unless you keep stirring it. So this is starting to melt nicely now. So I'm just going to add some more cheese. What you're looking for is a nice, smooth sauce that will coat the bread, but not something that's so skinny it just falls off, and not something so thick that when you put the bread in, it sort of sticks in there and you can't get it out. Cheesy bliss. Okay. Okay, this looks almost done. So far, pretty easy. Take the bread. Now, imagine you're doing this as a group, and everyone has a fork. Okay, so what you do is you drop it in to the fondue pot, figure of 8, because as this cheese mixture slowly depletes, what happens is that the tendency for it to burn will become greater the lower it drops. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oops.
Oh.
What do you think? Hot?
Beautiful. It's very strong cheese. I didn't expect such a strong flavour, but that's absolutely gorgeous.
One of the great things about food is sharing, and just being around a table with friends and having a fondue pot, I think it's a great idea. Tastes good too.
So the top 3 tips for fondue is 1, start with good cheese. Can't make a good fondue without good cheese. Second tip is make sure that you stir it properly. And third tip, make sure you've got enough room for the last bite, because that's the best bit. Well, that's the end of my masterclass. I hope you've enjoyed it. Gary and George are waiting for you back in the kitchen. I wish you the very best of luck with the future. And before you go, I've got a little present for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much for today. I learned so much.
So generous with your knowledge. We really, really appreciate it.
Well, it's a real pleasure. Good luck.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This week's team challenge was absolutely huge. It was all about experimental food, progressive food. The aim was to excite our senses, and you had 2 themes. One of them was Carnival, and the other, beach. I think you guys did an absolutely wonderful job, but I think there was an area that you guys were lacking in, and that was the desserts. So today I've decided to bring in someone who's very close to my dessert brain. And yes, he is my pastry chef consultant to the Press Club restaurant. Please welcome, for me, one of the best pastry chefs in this country, Darren Purchase.
I'm Darren Purchase, pastry chef and one half of Birch & Purchase. My food philosophy is to highlight and enhance beautiful natural ingredients and products and to provide the ultimate dining experience for the customer.
Darren, welcome to the MasterChef kitchen.
Thanks, George.
I can't wait for you to lift the lid on that. Can you do us the
Absolutely.
The honour?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
This is my fruit carnival.
That looks absolutely sensational.
Thanks, George.
So guys, today Darren's going to demonstrate for you some of the components on this beautiful carnival dessert. What's the first step?
It's best if we get the sugar on for the raspberry and neutral sugar tube. So we have 300 grams of isomalt. Basically, isomalt is a sugar substitute. It contains half the calories of sugar. And the reason I use this is for its anti-crystallizing properties and so that I can achieve a caramel without colour. Next to go in is 300 grams of caster sugar. The reason I'm doing a mix is because I want the sweetness of sugar with the anti-crystallizing properties of the isomalt. Next is 60 grams of liquid glucose. And finally, we're going to add around 50 grams of water.
Okay, so you pop everything into the pan and then turn the gas on?
Yep, that's right. And we are going to take it to around 158 degrees.
Around 158 degrees.
So we're just going to pour half of this onto the non-stick mat, just to cool down. It's very hot, as you can see.
So you need to be really careful.
And the remainder, we're going to colour with this titanium dioxide. Titanium dioxide is a naturally occurring whitener. At Wimbledon, it's what they use to make the lines on the grass. It's also used in commercial food production to whiten marshmallows and candies.
Wow. Alvin, question?
How much titanium dioxide did you add? Is there a ratio?
I added 7 grams of titanium dioxide to that mix.
So it's gone white.
Then we're going to pour it onto this mat. And we're going to let both those cool down. But before the first sugar cools, we're going to flavour it with freeze-dried raspberry powder.
So you just tip that over the top?
That's right. And then we'll just leave it to cool.
You wouldn't put them in the fridge, would you?
No, the fridge will have too much moisture, so you kind of want to just cool it down at room temperature. You don't want to be attempting to blitz this while it's still warm, or your blender will probably have a few troubles.
Now, these sugars are going to form the outside, the tulle that's going to encase the ice cream. What's the next step?
We need to turn both of these sugars into a really fine powder, 2 separate powders. And to do that, we're going to use a very high-power blender. We're just going to break the sugar up first.
Wow, it's like glass, isn't it?
It is. I think that's what they use in Hollywood to make the bottles smash.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah? Wow, look at that.
So we're just going to get them into the blender.
Yep.
And we're going to try and get this as fine as possible.
Okay. Fantastic. Is there a reason why you do the white powder first, then the red?
Absolutely. I don't want to wash the bowl. So if we're doing the red first, we have to wash the bowl, and then we're going to introduce moisture and all the things that are bad for sugar.
There you go.
Pink sugar.
You've blended up your 2 sugars here. Now it's actually time to make that sugar tulle that's going to encase that ice cream.
That's right.
What have you got here to make them?
OK, these are stencils that I've made out of ice cream lids in my spare time. It saves money. We've got a rectangle, and then we've got a slightly larger rectangle with diagonal strips cut out.
You're starting to get the idea of how it's going to come together?
So the first step is on a cool tray with a non-stick mat, is to lay the smaller rectangle, and then we're going to dust the white sugar in the shape and the form of the rectangle. You want to make sure that you cover all the holes. Now we're going to carefully lift the stencil from the mat. OK, we're going to melt this now in the oven, which has been preheated to 155 degrees. It should take about 4 or 5 minutes.
Marion?
How long would those powders last? Is it something you could make the day before and then tap it out the next day, or?
If you keep them in a sealed container with desiccant, such as silica gel, these will last for a long time. OK, we're going to bring the sugar out the oven. And this is looking like it's just about ready to go. We'll just cool this down for a few seconds.
Yep.
And then using the larger stencil, we're going to dust over the raspberry sugar. And then it's back into the oven one more time before we shape it into a tube. Easy. OK, we're just going to clean up the edges of this tube. It's easier to do that before it's cooked rather than afterwards. So we'll just take a pastry scraper, and we'll just get rid of any excess bits of sugar. So I'm going to put this back into the oven for the last time.
Brilliant.
Again, all we're doing is melting the sugar.
Yep.
So it's already been cooked, and we're going to leave that in there for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Now, explain to me, Darren, the next step is to make it look like a cannelloni, so to speak. How are you going to achieve
That's
that?
right. I've brought in some metal tubes. I've lightly sprayed these with spray grease. And what we need to do is wrap the sugar around this tube. And I'll show you how to do that in a second.
Oh, wow. That looks fantastic.
The important thing is now is I need to flip this over, because obviously I want the stripes on the outside. I've just got one of these step palette knives, and I'm just going to lift the sugar, and we're going to flip it over. While it's warm, we're going to attempt to roll. Obviously, if it's too hot, it's going to stick to the tube. If it's too cold, it might crack. So you need to be very careful.
Wow.
And that's the sugar tube.
Right, guys, so we're making a fantastic dessert inspired by the Carnival and, of course, by pastry chef extraordinaire Darren Purchase. We've made that beautiful sugar tulle that's going to encase the ice cream. What's the next step?
We're just going to pop this away for safekeeping, and we're going to move on to the next stage, which is the aerated fruit salad chocolate. First of all, we've got a pan of simmering water, and we're going to add into a metal bowl 350 grams of white chocolate. We're going to place this over the water, a bain-marie, and we're going to melt this chocolate gently to no more than 40 degrees. Chocolate doesn't respond well to extremes of temperature. It's always best to treat chocolate with care.
Now, while you're melting that chocolate, what have you got here?
OK, so we've got mandarin segments, we've got raspberry, whole raspberries, and we've got passion fruit powder, all in a freeze-dried state. These are great when working with chocolate because they don't contain any moisture whatsoever, so it's not going to seize your chocolate.
Right, what's happened here, Darren?
Okay, I've taken the chocolate off the stove. It's not quite melted, but the heat in the bowl will take care of the rest of those lumps. The next stage is to melt cocoa butter, 150 grams of cocoa butter. The reason we're adding that to the chocolate is to just loosen it and make it a little bit more fluid. Okay, so this is just about finished melting, and then we're gonna add this mixture to the chocolate. If you could stir that, George.
Yeah.
And this is just gonna loosen the chocolate, which will facilitate putting it in the siphon.
All right.
Wicked. Okay. We're gonna use one of these siphon guns.
Yeah.
To try and get all of the aeration into the chocolate. Always make sure the siphon gun is not too cold as well, because you don't want the chocolate setting as soon as you pour it in. And we're gonna shake. Okay, the next step, we've placed a container in the blast freezer over there, so it's nice and cold.
That one there?
That's great. Thanks, George. Okay, first, I'm gonna put the fruits to the bottom. There's about 5 grams there.
Yep.
And about the same of freeze-dried whole raspberry. And probably about 3 grams of passion fruit freeze-dried powder.
Brilliant. All right, moment of truth. Off we go. Straight in the blast freezer?
Yes, please. Gently.
Yes,
Thank
chef.
you, George. We're going to leave that to cool down as quickly as possible. We're going to trap all of the air inside the bubbles. And once it's cool, we're going to break it into the desired shape and size to use as garnish.
Would you use a normal freezer?
Yep, you could use a normal freezer. You could make this at home by maybe just discharging it into the freezer at home and just shutting the door carefully. We're lucky enough to have a blast chiller here, but it's by no means essential in this recipe.
The next step is to make that whimsical toffee apple.
The first stage is to make a caramel using white sugar, 350 grams, and water, 50 grams. And we're just gonna give it a gentle stir just to make sure that it's mixed up and there's no lumps. And then we're gonna bring it to the boil to make a caramel. And once it boils, we're gonna add the glucose.
The apple, I guess, is an important part to the toffee apple.
That's right.
What needs to be done?
Okay, we're gonna peel the apple.
Yeah.
Neatly Parisienne, which means to scoop or ball, and then we're gonna dip those in caramel. So perhaps, Matthew, if you'd like to come up and help us do the Parisienne. I know you're interested in the pastry side of things.
All right. Have you Parisienned apples before?
No.
Have you Parisienned anything before?
If it just means balling, then probably rock melon.
Yeah, maybe.
Something pretty basic.
All right, show us.
Oh, jeez.
The caramel has reached a boiling stage, so I'm going to add the glucose to the caramel. There's 50 grams of glucose to add.
Right, let's have a look at your ball. What do you reckon, Daz?
That's perfect. And then maybe if you do 5 or 6 of those, we can show you how to get the effect. This sugar is starting to get colour now, so it will continue to cook. So what I'm going to do is turn it off and cool the sugar down slightly by pouring it into this pan. If you smell that caramel, that toffee flavour. Okay, so I take one of these cocktail sticks.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to skewer the apple in the centre.
Yep.
So I'm just going to go in, pull it out gently. Okay, and we should get a thread starting to form. And we'll let gravity take care of most of that sugar. So we'll pull off any excess. We don't like to eat thick caramel. And we should have like a really cool little garnish. It doesn't take long to cool when it's at this stage.
Brilliant, man. Matthew, you're up next, man.
Awesome.
Good luck.
Calm, Matt. No pressure.
Pull up, pull up.
Just let it. So you just flick it with your fingers, finger and thumb.
I'm looking at this, mesmerised by it.
I think it's just about ready. So just gently take it off and then flip it over.
Gentle, gentle.
Ooh. Beautiful. What you can do, because it's still warm.
Well done, buddy. Good job. Yeah. Right, Darren, the final step, I guess, is to plate up and present this beautiful dish. Now, there's vanilla ice cream to go in there, correct?
That's right.
I'll grab that out of the fridge.
Thanks, George. I'm going to gently lay the jellies. We've got a coconut and a raspberry jelly. OK, next step, we need to fill the tube with the vanilla ice cream.
And this is the basic vanilla ice cream, yeah?
Yeah, this is a lovely vanilla ice cream that I made before. So we've just got it in a piping bag. It's just been churned off, so it's still nice and soft. I'm just going to pipe that gently into the sugar tube, and we'll dip the ends in the freeze-dried raspberry powder.
Yep.
We'll lay that on top of the jelly.
Right, the next step is the raspberries.
Yep, and perhaps if you can grab the aerated chocolate from the freezer.
Yep.
And it'll just pop out because it's contracted.
Wow.
We kind of get little air pockets, small little pieces of garnish that we can put onto the plate.
Wow.
It's really cool. All the air's been trapped inside and then frozen. And the freeze-dried fruits give it a really sharp finish.
Gorgeous.
We'll garnish the raspberries with some baby chervil. And then we'll use Matthew's...
Oh, Matthew.
Matthew's toffee apple, just to finish the dish. There, and there we have it, the fruit carnival.
Well done. Darren, what are your top 3 tips to make this dessert?
Make sure you know the order of the components you're going to be making. The second tip for this would be never to heat your chocolate too high. Try and heat it gently. And my third tip would be just to really enjoy your cooking, because I think if you enjoy it and love it, that will be reflected on the plate at the end. So good luck, everyone.
Hey.
My goodness. That is absolutely magnificent. Were you enthralled?
Yeah, amazing.
I'm sure you don't want to taste it.
Jonathan, Matthew, and Claire.
Just eat the whole thing. Go for it.
It's good? Yeah.
You know what I love about this thing? Is that you get all the crunch of like a toffee, but not the sweetness.
Yeah,
it's really
great.
good.
Cool.
Claire, do you like it?
It's the best thing I've ever eaten. Amazing.
Very good.
There you go, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Might take some of these to my friends.
Darren Purchase, it was an absolute pleasure to have you on the show, and I'm sure the guys have learned something today, and hopefully we'll use a couple of those tricks going forward into the competition. But thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you very much, George.
appreciate it.
Cheers, Gary.
Cheers.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Darren.
Well, that's been an absolutely massive masterclass. Loads and loads of tips and tricks to fill your little recipe books there. Special guests, you know, what more can you ask for? Absolutely amazing. Hope your minds are going crazy, and I think you now deserve a little something to eat. So come up to the bench, grab some food, and we'll celebrate. Callum and Shani just in time.
Hey!
Callum, we've had a big day here in the MasterChef kitchen. What about you?
Yeah, Will was inspiring. Just the way he talked about cheese, he was really excited.
Shani, did you enjoy today with Will Studd?
We had a fantastic day. Loved it.
Guys, I want you to take a moment and just think for a minute that you're now standing here as one of the top 10 amateur cooks in this country. It's a moment in time, and it's a moment that you should remember when we say we want you to be the best amateur cooks in this country. George and I want to be proud of that fact. So you make us proud and you gather every bit of strength that you have and you give next week everything you've got. Because remember, it's MasterChef and it's only really just beginning. You gonna drink to that? Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
Please welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen, Julie Goodwin.
Australia's first MasterChef returns with her very own hand-picked mystery box.
I'm really looking forward to this.
Then, the heat is on as the amateurs attempt to reinvent an Australian food icon.
I'm in a lot of strife.
Who will have the recipe for success for a shot at immunity?
I think I can give this challenge a red-hot go.
Time is your enemy. Come on, Aussie, come on.
With 10 hopefuls left, the stakes are higher than ever before.
And immunity at this stage is a very important thing to have. I definitely want to win this one.
Last week on MasterChef Australia,
Ryan's losing his cool, so am I.
2 teams created the ultimate dining experience.
It's going to be fun. Who doesn't love the carnival?
And while Adam won immunity,
my best day in the competition by far,
Peter and Sky said farewell to their MasterChef dream.
C'est la vie. I've had such a good time, I really have.
Tonight, the top 10 amateurs begin the week with a very special guest.
Please welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen, Julie Goodwin.
Australia's first MasterChef handpicks her very own mystery box.
I'm really looking forward to this.
Then the pressure is on as the hopefuls attempt to reinvent an Australian food icon.
I think I can give this challenge a red-hot go.
At stake for the series winner, the chance to work alongside the country's greatest chefs, a book publishing deal, $100,000 to make their culinary dreams reality, and the title of Australia's next MasterChef.
Top 10 is a really big milestone for everyone. We're at the point now in the competition where everyone is a strong cook. For me, it's just a matter of trying to stay focused and to cook delicious food no matter what.
I think it's good to have an immunity pin. I'm still nervous, but I'm not as scared of the mystery box and invention test as I usually would be, and hopefully without that fear, I'll get to be a little bit more controlled and a little bit more confident in what I'm cooking.
Welcome to the MasterChef kitchen. Standing in front of me are the top 10 best amateur cooks in this country.
Today, we brought in a special guest to choose what's in your mystery boxes. It's a guest who's one of Australia's best loved cooks. But she's also got one other unique reason for being here. She has been through what you've been through. Please welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen a woman whose dreams came true here, Julie Goodwin.
You are Australia's first MasterChef.
G'day.
Julie, welcome back to the MasterChef
Thank
kitchen.
you. Oh, I really feel for you. I so clearly remember being on that side of the fence.
My inspiration to stay in this competition and survive in this competition has come from Julie. She cooks from her heart and she cooks with love. They're all the things that I've aspired to be.
I imagine it's been pretty tough, so congratulations to you all. It's fantastic to make it this far. Well done.
We can't get you to sub in, maybe take one of these guys' places.
Don't make me, please don't make me.
Julie has hand-picked the ingredients in the mystery box today. She's also going to join us on the judging panel.
It's up to you to come up with a clever, inspirational, but delicious dish.
I'm really excited about Julie's mystery box, to be honest. I think her type of food is that really honest food, using ingredients that everyone has.
Once you finish cooking, we will hand-pick 3 dishes for tasting. Win this challenge and you'll get a serious advantage going into the Invention test later on today.
What you'll find under that box are things that I always have in my fridge and I always have in my pantry, and I wouldn't be without. You ready to take a look? Lids off. We've got there a lamb backstrap. There's some lovely flavours there, chilli and lemon. There's mint, cream cheese, peanuts, eggs. And under the bench, there's also some flour and some butter and some caster sugar. There are so many things you can make with that range of ingredients.
Today's not just about getting off to a roaring start in the top 10. Today's about impressing Julie Goodwin, Australia's MasterChef. To do that, it's simple. Bring us a dish that we know we have to taste. You'll have 30 minutes to complete this mystery box challenge. Julie, care to do the honours?
I'm really looking forward to this. Your time starts now.
Half an hour to cook using one or all the ingredients in the mystery box.
I'm making a sort of a seared lamb salad with chili and peanut caramel, with some whole chili stuffed with cream cheese and lemon dressing.
I mean, saying it just sounds bizarre, so I might be in strife here.
Today I've got a chance to make a dessert, so I decided to make a peanut chou filled with a lemon mousse.
Callum, that is very ambitious. I mean, half an hour to produce a chou biscuit, nice and refined. Have you been inspired by Masterclass?
I have been inspired by Masterclass. You, actually, George, you made a similar dish to this.
It's a white chocolate cannelloni with a strawberry minestrone.
We're into the final 10. I don't think there's any point holding back anymore. You just got to go for it. So
Go out
and get it done. Yeah.
That sounds fantastic. I think we should let him get on with it, though.
I don't think so.
It's going to be a real push to get the dish done in time. But if I can get this dish on the plate, hopefully I'll really impress them.
Joanne? Yes? You're excited to see Julie today, aren't you?
Excited to see
Your
Julie
idol.
today. She's my idol. You are my idol.
Oh, that's lovely.
Today I want to make a lemon curd sandwich for you.
Oh, that sounds good. And is that the sort of thing you make your kids?
Yes, I do.
Yeah?
Yeah, they would love something like this, so I really want you to love these today. So I'm going to try my
Good on you,
best.
Joanne. Good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, you're halfway through. You've got 15 minutes to go. Good luck.
Marion.
Hello.
Hi, Marion.
Meet Julie.
What are you making?
I'm making cheese, lemon and mint spring rolls with roasted peanuts and sauce.
Oh,
Cheese, lemon and mint spring rolls.
Yeah.
So it's a dessert, correct?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, I've certainly never heard of those before.
Yeah, spring roll pastry, don't you need to make the spring roll?
You do.
So are you making that?
I am.
Fresh?
Yep.
Wow. I'm very excited about this.
I'm excited about that too.
Are you going to get it done in time?
I hope so.
Wow, half an hour. You're making your own spring roll pastry. You're making a dipping sauce to go with it. All the filling.
Today is the day to take risks, George. I figured.
That's true, Marion. Hopefully your risks pay off because
I
it sounds
hope so.
absolutely delicious. I can't wait. Good luck, Mary.
Thank you.
MasterChef contestants, you've got 5 minutes left in this Julie Goodwin Mystery Box Challenge.
Today is the first time ever for me in a mystery box challenge that I'm actually proud of what I've done, and I feel that I've got the right flavours in my dish today. And I'm thinking, oh, maybe I do have a good chance, I don't know.
Plating up my dish, I'm really happy with what I've done. I could potentially be in the top 3.
Guys, you've got 10 seconds to go.
I literally have 10 seconds to go, and I realise I forgot to roast the chili. And I don't have enough time to char grill, so that's going in raw. I don't think George is gonna like that, because it's going to be quite spicy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Stop cooking. Move away from your benches.
You've just completed Julie's signature Mystery Box Challenge. You've cooked us something delicious in half an hour. We're now going to taste the 3 most impressive dishes. We're all agreed this has been the best Mystery Box you have ever done. But congratulations, you have proved to us why you deserve to be judged the 10 best amateur cooks in Australia. The first dish we'd like to taste belongs to Alvin.
My name gets called. Feels great. So I walk up, nervously with my hodgepodge of a creation, and I start to worry about whether all these flavours will actually go on a plate as a meal.
Seared lamb with chili and peanut caramel with cream cheese and a poached egg.
Does it work? Oh my, it works. We talk about this concept of yum yuck. This is another one of those great yum yuck dishes. You look at it and go, I'm gonna hate that, it's gonna be a disaster. But you eat and you go, oh, I might just have to go back and check, because that's kind of working. So well done.
I disagree with Matt. I don't think that's a yum yuck dish. I think it looks beautiful and I think it tastes beautiful. That caramel's gorgeous. I just think that's absolutely beautiful. Your lamb's cooked beautifully, and congratulations. Well done, Alvin.
Chili, peanuts, lamb, and egg. Are you kidding me, or?
Are you? It's got to burn at some stage, George.
You know what? You're giving me a little bit of pain with all the chili that I've just digested, but it's pain that I love. This is a really clever, tasty, delicious, exciting dish. What a fantastic effort for putting something that's, not the normal, not the same, but something that works. I'm sweating, but these are beads of joy, because that is an absolute joyous dish. Beautiful.
Thanks, George.
The second person whose dish we'd like to taste is Marion.
To be called up with one of the 3 best dishes of the day really means a lot to me, and I'm really excited about them tasting it.
Cream cheese, lemon and mint spring rolls with salted roasted peanuts and lemon syrup.
Great dish, really great dish. Classic Marion dish, big flavours, bang of lemon, bang of salt, rich cream cheese. But then also you've got all these fantastic textures as well. That really sticky syrupiness of that lemon syrup, the crunch of the peanuts, the crispiness of the spring roll wrapper, shows technique, shows thinking, shows all the stuff that makes you, for me, one of the real contenders in this competition.
That's beautiful. It sort of reminds me of like a vanilla slice that's really creamy and just lemony and gorgeous. Marion, that's absolutely lovely. I agree with Matt on this one. Really beautiful, thank you.
The third and final person to come forward from this fine lineup of dishes.
I'd love to hear my name get called out to be tasted because it really gives you the confidence to go on for the rest of the week.
It would be great to be called up, and for Julie to taste my dish would be lovely.
Callum.
I'm absolutely stoked. I was really happy that I pulled this dish off, and I'm happy with the flavours too, so hopefully the judges like it. Peanut tuile with a lemon mousse and a salted peanut crumb.
I'll put you out of your misery because you look really anxious, and I remember exactly how it feels to be standing there. It's horrific. Callum, it's absolutely delicious.
Thank you.
It's really rich and lemony, but it's not heavy. And I just think that you took a really big risk doing these biscuits in that short amount of time. You know, if anything had gone wrong, you haven't just nailed the technique, you've nailed the flavour. It's a beautiful dish. My privilege to taste it.
Thanks, Julie.
You happy?
I was happy until you started looking at me like that. In the team challenge that we just had, I was relatively happy with the dessert Matt and I put up, and you didn't like it very much.
It didn't really say beach to me. It was just a little bit messy.
So I don't want to say I'm happy with it.
Okay, let me tell you why I didn't like that dessert. Because it was a mishmash of stuff on a plate. And would I pay money for it in a restaurant? Absolutely not. But in this instance, I'd come to the restaurant, I'd eat it, I'd pay money for it. I love it. Well done, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Josh.
The standard that you guys achieved in this challenge was incredible. It vindicates you as our top 10. We've tasted the top 3 dishes, and yes, we have decided on a winner. And to announce the winner, Julie, I think it's only fitting. Over to you.
All 3 dishes were fantastic. It was a very, very close call thing. So all 3 of you ought to be very proud. But the winner of the mystery box today is Marion.
I've won, and I can't believe that it keeps happening to me. I can't believe that I've won today's mystery box, won 2 other mystery boxes, won a celebrity chef challenge. I can't believe all these things, but you know, maybe it's time I did start believing.
Wow, Marion, that was an absolutely ripping dish. The technique of making the spring roll pastry, the lightness of that pastry, the crispiness of that pastry. It was a really clever dish, a definite Marion dish.
I thought that was a really, really beautiful dish, and it was something that I would have liked to have eaten more of if Matt hadn't had so much on the first go.
Thank you.
Julie, I hope you've enjoyed yourself here.
Yeah, I have.
Can I say we're very proud of you. Yeah,
Thanks,
and thank you for coming in, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
See you later, my darling.
See you guys. Good luck. Good luck.
Having Julie here really puts into perspective how far we've come. We are the top 10. We're in a grasp of winning this competition. Hopefully, what I've learned today, I can take into the Invention test.
And now for today's main game and one of the most crucial challenges of the week. The Invention test. Once you've sweated it out in the kitchen and prepared your dishes, we'll be looking for the one standout dish of the day. Win today's Invention test, and you get the opportunity to cook against one of this country's top chefs. Win that, and you win immunity. You can use this immunity until the final week of the competition. Think about the power that that gives you. Now in the top 10, a little bit of safety, a little bit of security.
Immunity at this stage is a very important thing to have. I definitely want to win this one.
We'll also be looking for 3 dishes that haven't made the grade. If you produce one of the 3 least impressive dishes of the day, then you will go through to a pressure test and the very real possibility of elimination.
I've never been in a pressure test and I'm really, really keen on avoiding one.
This is a very different invention test. Normally, you're given a theme, a country theme, you've got to cook to. Today, we're being a little bit more specific. Today, the theme you'll be cooking to is Aussie food icons.
What? What is that? I'm a child of the 70s and I didn't eat much Aussie food. Everything was quite ethnic. I grew up on tabbouleh and kibbe.
Marion, as the winner of the Mystery Box Challenge, you get to choose which Australian food icon everyone else will reinvent today.
Don't think of this as an invention test. Think of this as a reinvention test. We want you to reinvent an Aussie food icon. Marion, the power is in your hands. To the pantry.
I'm really looking forward to finding out what the options could be. I'm already thinking pavlova, meat pies, lamingtons. I mean, these are the sorts of cliched Australian food icons, and I'm wondering whether they'll be there or whether there'll be other options.
Marion, little smile on your face, standing in the pantry with the power in your hands to choose one of these 3 Aussie food icons. You ready to find out what they are?
Yep.
George?
Iced Vovo. Chiko rolls. Golden Gay Time.
I love Golden Gay Times.
Marion, you've got 3 Australian food icons in front of you. You've got the Ice Vovo, the Chiko roll, or the Golden Gay Time. You've got to think very carefully about which one you want to reinvent.
I'm happy that there is something that's savoury and a little bit Asian-inspired I can choose from. The Chiko rolls are one of my only options if I'm thinking about me and an advantage that I could have in a challenge. But there are 2 other dessert options as well.
Marion, you had 3 iconic Aussie foods to choose from. What were they?
I had iced Vovos, Chiko rolls, and Golden Gay Times.
If Marion picks a Chiko roll, I have no idea what I'm going to make. If she picks the Golden Gay Time, I've already got a lot of ideas of the things I can make, and I think I can give this challenge a red-hot go.
I chose Chiko rolls.
I've never eaten a Chiko roll in my life. I have no idea what's in a Chiko roll. At the moment, I'm in a lot of strife, and this could put me in the bottom 3.
So who hasn't eaten a Chiko roll before? You're so not Australian. I want you to be creative, inspired, and to do that, you need to taste. So come forward and taste.
Tasting the Chiko roll, you know, what you can taste is sort of some mashed potatoes with these vegetables sort of folded through it. There was celery, cabbage. There's a bit of a meaty element, I guess, to it, and like a slow braise.
Marion had 5 minutes in the pantry to pick her 10 ingredients. The rest of you will have just 2 minutes. Go.
I just tasted a Chiko roll for the first time in my entire life, so I have to remember what it tastes like, what the textures were, and what the flavours were, and to recreate that.
Okay, time's up. Out the pantry, Matthew. You
Picked your 10 ingredients. You're about to reinvent a great Aussie food icon. Remember the prize. We're looking for the best dish.
You got an hour and 15 minutes to hit this one for 6. Your time starts now.
We have an hour and 15 minutes to prepare a reimagining of the iconic Aussie food, the Chiko roll.
It's early days yet, but I'm feeling okay with my concept. I just hope I can execute it.
I'm trying to stick to the sorts of flavours that I tasted in the Chiko roll. So I've got cabbage, carrots, beef as a protein, and I've got potatoes.
It was the right dish for me to choose. I know there's some other people here that would have loved to play with gay time ice cream flavours and ice fovos, but that's not really my sort of thing. So I had to go with what was good for me, and I did.
I've decided to go for a sort of crepe-like texture around the filling itself, but then I'm going to batter that and deep fry it. So it means I'm going to have a really crunchy outside, but the edges of that inner pastry will still be really soft.
To reinvent the Chiko roll, I've decided to cook a classic bistro-style interpretation of the Chiko roll with all the same flavours that are in the Chiko roll, same vegetables, and hopefully wrapped in a nice bit of corn pastry.
I'm going to try and deep fry it, roll it and deep fry it, see if that works. That's really interesting. Have you done anything similar to this before? No. Have you made a sort of a corn batter pastry or something before? No.
The biggest risk in my dish is the corn pastry. I've never used cornmeal. I don't know what corn pastry is. I don't know how to make it. If I don't have the crunch element on the plate, I'm certainly going to be in the bottom 3.
Because it's Chiko roll, I'm thinking that if I can represent that on the plate by maybe something like a cylindrical shape. So I'm going to try and fry off some of this beef, and then I'm going to make a dough, roll it out, cover the meat with the dough, and deep fry it.
Basically, I'm just making a pasta dough because I was thinking about trying to make a pastry, and I didn't know how that would work if I tried to fry it. I've seen fried pasta before, and it kind of works, so that's what I'm going for.
What I'm trying to get my head round is a chunk of beef wrapped in what looks like a pasta dough.
Yeah.
That's then going to be deep fried. No other flavour in it? No other flavour inside that sort of roll? Because that's pretty bland, isn't it? I mean, I'm trying to, I've got fat, beef and flour. It's not that appealing. OK, good luck, mate. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Time is ticking. You have just under 1 hour to go.
Alvin, do I sense steamed buns are on the menu today?
Yeah. The reason behind that is I have no memory of Chiko rolls, but I remember when I moved to Australia, there's a milk bar that I go to that sells Chiko rolls. And I always see this mother and this kid, and the mother always buys Chiko roll for the kid, and the kid will be dribbling with sauces. And the beautiful thing about that is the mum would just wipe it off. And my steamed bun, hopefully, is going to be shaped as a square, and it's white, and it's going to be shaped like a towel that you mop the sauce off with.
You are stretching the imagination today, aren't you?
I am. It's a strong memory for me with the Chiko roll, and I hope that what I put on a plate will resemble that, and it will bring the judges back to their memory of the Chiko roll as well.
Shani, what are you making?
I'm going to cook a little bit of fillet steak, but then have the vegetable accompaniments. So I'm going to do some little crispy potato and corn cakes to represent the crispy batter on the outside.
If you deep fry the potato just quite organically coiled, it makes a really nice garnish, and also it's kind of crunchy and has that chip flavour.
Well, good luck with your deconstructed Chiko roll. Look forward to seeing it. Good luck.
Thanks.
I think the most successful people in this challenge, Alvin, Marion and Jonathan, are actually trying, they're doing what we're suggesting here is taking elements of it and going in a different direction.
I think Alvin's dish, inspired by his pork bun, why not? The beef is sort of braising in this sugar sort of mix, which looks really delicious and tasty. I think he's on a winner.
Yeah, me too. Look, and Jonathan too, he's taking an interesting direction. He's going to try and recreate the shape of the Chiko roll. He's got everything that he knows that's inside it, and he's making an essence of those ingredients. So, that's a clever little way of approaching it. Just under half an hour.
We'll be checking your Chiko roll out very soon.
My vision is to take those textural elements that are in a Chiko roll by confying some vegetables, roll those in a cannelloni, and then I'm gonna do some beef fillet tempured. I think the biggest risk with my dish is that it's not one idea.
My version of the Chiko roll is going to be a beef fillet on a layer of braised cabbage, a corn puree, and some fried carrots. I'm going to top it with some pancetta for a nice crunch.
I fill it with bacon and corn puree. Does it make me think of Chiko roll? Interesting. All right, Matthew, good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Chiko, 15 minutes to go.
That didn't work out very well.
I'm really concerned because I don't really have anything that's going to really make you go wow when you eat this.
Time is your enemy. You have just under 10 minutes to go. Come on, Aussie, come on.
10 minutes to go. I put my corn and potato into the oil.
Oh, whoa.
Popcorn.
Before the potato can brown, the corn starts popping, and as it pops, it's obviously spraying hot oil everywhere.
Just leave it on the stove for a moment.
I get a new lot on, only using the potato, and it should be okay.
With about 5 minutes to go, I really want to make a cylinder with this cornmeal dough, but it didn't seem to be going right. It's not working for me. I fried a piece and it was cracking. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to make the exact Chiko roll that I wanted, but it's going to have to do. And I think I can save it. I'm just going to roll it out a lot thinner, cut a nice circle, and rather than making a tube to wrap it all in, I'll just present the circle on top. It's going to go on as like a flying saucer, I guess.
With 1 minute to go, you should be plating up right now.
The last few minutes, I'm really just touching up my dish. I've plated it up and I'm just making sure that everything looks perfect.
You have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, guys. Step away from your benches. Well done. You've just completed the Aussie iconic food invention test. And what a challenge it was. Redefine and reinvent the Chiko roll. The first dish that we'd like to taste belongs to Alvin.
My inspiration comes from a memory that I have. A kid being a kid will always slop sauce all over them, and the mother would then sort of wipe it off them. But whether or not it resembles the Chiko roll, that's yet to be seen.
I'm really proud with that dish.
It's a fun dish, isn't it? It's a fun dish. You've got this little steamed bun, you've got this bright red carrot puree, and then the saucy, meaty, sweet, sticky. I really like it, actually. And it does remind me of that Chiko roll. There's a kick of soy in there, the pickled cabbage, and that little steamed bun. It's fabulous, it really is.
You gave me a story and I listened, and it's your version of a Chiko roll. And that was the whole point of this invention test. You have nailed it for me.
I'm feeling quite proud of myself. I think I've managed to put something that I'm proud of and the judges like as well. So that's always a good recipe for success.
Next up to the tasting bench, Matthew.
Taking my dish up to the judges, I think the flavours are all right, but it definitely doesn't scream Chiko roll. I've basically put all the elements that I found in the Chiko roll onto the dish in a new way.
I don't get the connection with the Chiko roll, I really don't. And the elements within it aren't that complicated. You know, you've got a grilled steak, you've got a corn puree, but it's not a big punch in the mouth, stand-out corn puree.
The judges confirm my fears and tell me that my dish isn't a Chiko roll. It's really disappointing.
Adam.
It's interesting. And that pasta is absolutely impeccable. But I don't like the dish. It just hasn't got the joy that we've seen in some of your food before.
Looking at how the tasting's gone, I'm pretty sure I'm in the bottom 3. It's not a good feeling. I'm probably gonna have to pull out my pin and use it after only 2 or 3 days.
Next up is Shani. Do you think you're going to be in the bottom 3 with this dish?
No, I don't.
You don't? So do you think it's in the top 3?
I wouldn't go as far to say top 3.
It doesn't speak to me of Chiko roll at all. And what it lacks as a really nice meal up above a pub meal, the red wine reduction in the middle is sort of a bit rough. I like the little potato crisps. They're beautiful, and you should be pleased with them because it's nice, they're pretty. But Shani, it's a bit pedestrian for me.
I'm pretty disappointed. I feel like I've made it to the top 10 and it's such a momentous occasion, and now I've produced this dish that isn't great, and it makes me kind of question whether or not I deserve to be here.
Next up is Jonathan.
I came in this morning and I really wanted to win the Invention test. I'm not sure I've done it with this dish, but I really want to win.
What I really love is this. I think you've done a brilliant job. I asked you when we were walking around whether or not you knew what you were doing, whether or not you'd played with that pastry before, and you said no. And I reckon you nailed it. Good. I wanted somebody to put up what tastes like a Chiko roll, or that crunch and crisp that you get from that Chiko roll. And that, my friend, is absolutely spot on. You should be very proud of yourself.
Hearing the feedback from the judges, I think I'm one of the good cooks. I feel on top of the world. I definitely should be part of the top 10.
Marion.
It's so different to cooking at home and putting a plate of food in front of your family. Usually they're quite complimentary, even if there are things a little bit wrong, but here you're being judged on every single thing on that plate. Every little mistake will be magnified.
Marion, you're a legend. That tastes absolutely fantastic. It's just yummy. And I want to eat it all. You're a legend. Well done.
The fact that George loves it just makes me feel really happy. I know it's probably not one of the best dishes I've put up, but I know it's definitely tasty.
Next dish we'd like to taste belongs to Callum.
I know it's not a good dish. I'm really upset with myself that I've got myself into this position and I might be going home on the back of this dish. I got off to a good start this morning in the mystery box, and I really feel like I've let myself down in the Invention test now.
How would you feel if you go into elimination on the back of this one?
Up until sort of this point in the competition, I haven't really been in it to win it, I guess. I've just been in it to... Sorry.
I make mistakes all the time. You know?
Yeah.
Okay? So don't be upset with yourself, because the next step is you get to cook again.
Yeah.
And that's the way you've got to think of it. So come on, let's go.
All right, thanks, Joshua. I guess everyone has bad days, and this was certainly a very bad dish from me. Hopefully I can learn from this and keep going in the competition.
We've tasted all your dishes. I'm about to call out the 3 names of the people that produced the top dishes of the day.
I would love to win this invention test. I'm secretly hoping, please say my name, please say my name.
Alvin. Jonathan. And Mariam. Well done, guys. Brilliant effort. Inspired dishes. There can, however, be only one winner of today's iconic Aussie food invention test. And that is Jonathan.
The moment my name was called out and I won, like, I was so excited. I'm overjoyed. Like, I can't wait for the Celebrity Chef Challenge.
Jonathan, you nailed each one of those 3 elements we were judging on. You brought us a dish that reminded us of the Chiko roll. You brought us a dish we wanted to eat. It was a delicious dish. And you brought us a dish that was technically very smart. Well done. Really good work.
Jonathan, Marion, Alvin, it's been a massive day today. So I think it's time maybe you leave the MasterChef kitchen and celebrate with maybe a cold beer and a Chiko roll.
I'm going to call out the names of the 3 people who, in our opinion, put up the least impressive dishes today.
I'm just praying that I won't hear my name.
Callum. Shani. Matthew.
It sickens me knowing that my best mate, Callum, and I are going into a pressure test where the potential for one of us to be going home is really, really high.
The 3 of you will return to the MasterChef kitchen to face a pressure test. And in that pressure test, 2 of you will stay in the competition and 1 of you will go home. Aaron, Joanne, Adam, Claire, you're safe, at least for a little bit longer. Go home and work out how you're going to find yourself in the top 3 in the next challenge you face.
Well, the weight of the world on your young shoulders. You're our juniors in this competition, the youngest 3. What we're hoping is that you bring your youthful exuberance tomorrow, your determination to rebel and show everybody else how good you really are. Time to rest. You'll need it. It's going to be a big day. Out you go.
The pressure test for me is going to be make or break, and I'm going to put everything that I can into making sure that I'll be standing here tomorrow.
I'm disappointed in myself from today's efforts, but I've just got to completely forget about that, focus on the pressure test. I'm really determined to do whatever it takes to not go home tomorrow.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
You're about to face the pressure test.
Callum, Matthew and Shani face off in the fight of their lives.
Cook from the heart, and the rest will take part.
Together, they must recreate a classic 70s dinner party favourite.
This dish definitely does not play to my strengths.
It's make or break as their food knowledge is put to the ultimate test.
This is the battle of the Gen Y cooks.
I could be in massive trouble.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Time is your enemy.
the top 10 amateurs recreated the iconic Chiko roll.
Come on, Aussie. Come on.
And while Jonathan's dish impressed,
I'm overjoyed.
Matthew, Callum and Shani were not so lucky.
It's really disappointing.
Tonight, those three face off in the pressure test.
This is the battle of the Gen Y cooks.
Together they must recreate a 70s dinner party classic.
This dish definitely does not play to my strengths.
It's make or break as their food knowledge is put to the ultimate test.
I could be in massive trouble.
Will the generation gap prove to be too wide for these young hopefuls?
One of the three of you could be Australia's next MasterChef. But for one of you, the dream is about to end.
Today is pressure test day. Matt, Callum and I produced the least impressive dishes of yesterday's Invention test. So we'll be fighting it out to see who gets eliminated today.
It looks very clumsy.
Really hard to swallow.
It's not Chiko roll in any way, shape or form.
Today is my first pressure test in the MasterChef kitchen, so it's a bit of an unusual feeling to be dressed all in black. It's definitely not a situation I think anyone wants to be in. I'd be willing to give up law and my studies for a career in food, because while I enjoy law, it really doesn't push me and motivate me like food does. It's the one thing I feel like I can really put all my personality into.
Waking up this morning, I'm really nervous because being in the pressure test means that there's a 1 in 3 chance I'm going home. A few months ago, I was studying full-time at university and working part-time as a kitchen hand, but I can tell you that this is so much more fun than what I was doing before. It's just amazing. I'd love to win.
To go home today, it wouldn't feel right. It was only 2 weeks ago in my last pressure test when Dad just fully got behind me.
Just keep going.
Dad's been really quite apprehensive about me pursuing a career in cooking because I had a safe job in accounting. I want to see him smiling when I'm up there in the finals of MasterChef. Here you go, mate.
Thanks, mate.
The old black aprons.
It's called a pressure test for a reason, and I'm not that great under pressure, so I guess I'm trying to gather a bit of strength to go forward and face whatever's thrown at me today.
This is the first time that Callum and I have been in a pressure test together.
We're leaving the house as friends, and when we get to the MasterChef kitchen, we're going to become competitors. The idea of competing against your mates isn't great because obviously I want to stay in this competition, but at the same time, I think Matt and Shani still deserve to be here. So yeah, it's going to be a tough day, I think.
Matthew, Shani, Callum, you're the 3 youngest competitors still in the competition. Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. You're about to face the pressure test. 2 of you will save yourselves, but 1 of you will go home. Your dreams of becoming Australia's next MasterChef coming to a screeching halt.
I've told myself that I'm not going home, and I believe that, so I'm not going home today.
In the pressure test, the rules are simple. You all get the same ingredients, you all get the same recipe, and you all get the same time limit to recreate a dish exactly. But not today. The rules for today are you'll get to see the dish and you'll get to taste the dish. But you won't be given the recipe.
That's really worrying. I think I'm good with a recipe, but I don't know how well I'm going to go without one.
As we're not giving you a recipe today, you have to work out the ingredients you need, and then you need to go and get those ingredients yourself from the pantry.
I'm pretty happy. This really suits me. I'm all about instinct, about getting the flavours right, and I think I'm pretty good at picking out flavours in dishes.
Once you've made your dish, we'll taste it. We're looking to see how close your dish is to the one you're about to taste.
This is a really tough challenge because it's basically a taste test and a pressure test all wrapped up in one.
The dish that you'll be cooking today is a 70s dinner party classic.
Chicken can should be there.
Stroganoff.
Oh no, this dish definitely does not play to my strengths.
Stroganoff, served with fresh pasta. And that's also part of the challenge.
I'm not too worried about the pasta, I'm more worried about the sauce for that stroganoff.
Well, Matthew, Shani, Callum, no 70s dinner party was complete without a beautiful strog. But tell me, Matthew, when were you born?
88.
Shani?
88.
89.
I can't help but just do a bit of a giggle because these three guys stand there, you know, going from Generation Y to Generation what?
You know, this is believed to be a classic family recipe. The Stroganoff family, who are a very powerful, influential family in 1800s Russia. Matthew, you've eaten a stroganoff before?
Yeah, Mum used to make stroganoff when I was in high school.
Shani?
The first time I'd tried a stroganoff was when Dom made it for the Childhood Memory Challenge. So it's not a dish I've had a lot at all.
Callum?
Eaten one a while ago, but I think it's going to be a pretty big reliance on the palate today. I've never made one before. I've only got a brief idea of what ingredients go into it. I could be in massive trouble. There's a few things that immediately hit me. The beef and the mushrooms. I think the beef's maybe a rump steak or something like that. And the pasta's obviously got some sort of herb through it. I think it's parsley.
Tasting the dish, I think there's a lot of parsley and a lot of salt. The meat and the mushrooms have really kind of infused the sauce with a lot of flavour, and it's got that real creaminess to it as well.
I can definitely pick up beef in there. There's also a big hit of sweetness.
This is a difficult dish, and these are the things that I'm worried about. Number one, the right consistency in that sauce. Number two, picking the right cut of meat as well as the right beast. Number three, that pasta. Silky smooth, al dente. It's number four, those seasonings and flavourings need to be spot on, balanced. There is one ingredient that is synonymous in making a stroganoff. If you don't get that one right, it's not a true stroganoff.
One of the crucial elements of the stroganoff is picking that spice and picking up the paprika.
I mean, paprika you need. It's like making saffron rice without saffron, really.
Guys, you've tasted your make or break dish, the stroganoff, the dish you now need to recreate. You will have 1 hour to bring us the perfect replica of that stroganoff. That 1 hour includes your time in the pantry. So the quicker you choose your ingredients and the quicker you get cooking, the more time you'll have to perfect your dish. you will be allowed to go back into the pantry to pick up other ingredients during the course of cooking.
You're all on par. You're all at the starting line, right here, right now. Think from the heart, and the rest will take part. Your hour starts now.
Matthew, Callum and Shani have 1 hour to recreate the stroganoff that they've tasted. This is a no recipe pressure test. This is going to be really difficult.
These guys are making stroganoff today. What they don't know is this is a beef stroganoff.
In the pantry, there's veal, there's lamb, there's also beef chuck, pork, and there's also beef fillet, and that's what we've used in our stroganoff.
I pick up pork loin, chuck steak, beef fillet, and bacon. I'm not sure if there's any bacon in the dish, but I know Mum puts it in there, so I'm going to take it anyway, just in case. I definitely don't need pork fillet, so I don't know why I've taken that.
First thing I want to do is my pasta. So I need some eggs, some 00 flour, and I need some parsley and spinach to colour it.
Shani comes out of the pantry with every ingredient except for the meat. So I'm thinking her strategy is to cook everything first and then deal with the meat later.
I start at one end of the pantry and just work my way along, trying to make sure I grab all the ingredients that I tasted and saw in the stroganoff.
Watching Matt and Callum come out of the pantry, the first thing that is really obvious to me is they don't know what they're doing. Matt's pulled out bacon, he's pulled out a pork fillet. Callum's got bacon, beef fillet, and chuck steak.
I know that a stroganoff is traditionally made with beef, so I know it has to either be the chuck steak or the fillet. My initial reaction is to grab the chuck steak.
I know I need to get the pasta on and maybe get the basis of my sauce started before I pick the meat, just so I can give myself a little more time to choose the cut carefully.
When they all come back and start unloading their stuff, I'm looking for, you know, two main things. I'm looking for sour cream and I'm looking for paprika. And I don't kind of see it on anyone's bench. Now, the first thing you want to do is shout down, hey, get sour cream. But we haven't tasted this dish. So if you yell out something and it's not correct, then basically their elimination can kind of fall onto your shoulders.
What do you want to know?
I just can't remember if he blanched it first or blended it first.
No, blanch. Shani looks up several times and sees that I'm there, and I think she's a little bit relieved, but it's nice when someone is up above there and sort of just, you know, saying, come on, you can do this.
I decide to make my parsley pasta first. The last two pastas that I've made in this competition haven't been my best work and haven't turned out that well.
The letdown's that pasta.
Need a lot more green in there, mate.
Yeah. The dish I tasted had a lot of green in it and it was really vibrant with parsley. I've already used one bunch of parsley, so I'm just going to go grab some more parsley and keep hanging it in until I've got a nice green pasta.
I reckon Callum's got the wrong meat. He's got a cut of meat, which I think is chuck steak.
Were there any steak cuts in the pantry?
Like rump?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but...
I think that's like a gravy beef, which means it needs a long time to cook. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. I know I've got these guys' full support, so I'm certainly going to listen to them if they yell down advice. So I run back into the pantry and grab the only other cut of beef there.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Make sure you get all that sinew off, Callum.
Yeah. Thanks.
15 minutes down, 45 minutes to go.
This is the battle of the Gen Y cooks. Which two of you are going to stay and which one of you is going home?
Matt, it's now 15 minutes, mate, so get the pasta done, get it resting, all right?
I could make that pasta dough in about 8 or 9 minutes and have it ready, resting to go. Maddie's taken about 15 minutes to get this happening, which is a little bit of a concern.
Callum.
George.
How are you going with this stroganoff?
I'm struggling to remember what was in it a little bit.
Okay.
You
must have tasted bacon.
When I tasted it, I thought it was rump steak, but then just the choice in the pantry, I'm not sure if I chose the right.
So what are you using?
I'm using beef, I think.
don't know where that's come from?
Think about it. Think where that comes from. You've seen that before hundreds of times.
I'm sure I have. Well, I was hoping it was the rump.
That's a rump?
No, okay, it's not a rump then. And now I'm panicking.
What are you most worried about?
Now the cut of meat.
The challenge has started. Shani's in a bit of a panic. Matt's just full steam ahead. And Callum is really worked up.
So, Shani, what stage are you at?
I'm making my pasta and all of my basic recipes have flown out my head. So I'm a bit concerned at this stage. I've kind of got an egg and flour base here and I'm going to work it to the right consistency by hand rather than using the machine.
It's all about touch, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
You know, you want your thumb to go in and come out clean.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
I think I should start this batch again.
Add some more flour and see what happens. Yeah.
What meat did you taste in that stroganoff?
Either beef or veal. I wasn't quite sure to tell the difference, so I haven't looked at the cuts yet. I just wanted to get everything ready and move on to that.
Good luck. Feel, touch. You know, traditional Italians don't use recipes. They touch it, they feel it, they understand it, they cook from here. All right? Come on, let's go.
The first thing I need to do to make my stroganoff is chop up some onions and garlic and saute them off in a pan with some olive oil and some butter.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think the main seasoning in this dish is paprika. Tasting the dish, there was a certain colour to it, and there's definitely a smokiness in the dish as well.
Your mum's cooked some stroganoff before?
She has, she has.
Are you using that to your advantage?
I'm trying to get some of the flavours that I remember from Mum's stroganoff into this dish.
And the core meat in this, what do you think it is?
Beef.
Yep. What cut?
I've got 2 cuts here.
What have you got?
I've got the fillet.
Yep.
And the chuck steak.
Yep.
And chuck takes a while, so I'd probably be going with the fillet.
Good luck,
Thanks,
man.
guys.
Push,
Good luck,
push.
Matthew.
Yep.
Shani finally has a chance to go into the pantry and grab some meat.
I grab what I think is a veal fillet.
She comes out with a fillet and I'm thinking it doesn't look like beef.
Oh, she's got pork.
Is that pork?
I look at it again and I'm pretty sure it's pork, so I drop that at my station and run back in and grab the beef fillet out.
There's half an hour down in this nail-biting pressure test.
You might be young, but I can feel the pressure sapping the years away from you.
With time fast running out, I realise that paprika is the spice that I need in this stroganoff.
They've got less than half an hour.
I've gotten sweet and smoked paprika from the pantry, so I asked Marion which one should I add. Smoked or sweet?
Sweet.
I think to myself, why did you even ask that question? Of course it's sweet paprika.
Sweet. One of the crucial elements of a stroganoff is incorporating the paprika into the sauce. So you really need to coat your meat in some flour as well as the paprika, and you get that frying off in a pan because this forms the basis of the sauce. You get all those lovely meaty juices coming out, and from there you build the sauce.
Shani, did you put garlic in your sauce? Because you got your garlic in there. Just noticed it.
Yeah.
Is there red wine in it? I couldn't find any red wine in the pantry.
There's no... Well, that probably tells you something.
You've got brandy, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be fine.
So, Shani, you're adding some garlic. Are you going to use any spices in your stroganoff?
It's got this real tastiness that I kind of often attribute to cumin.
Cumin used a lot in Eastern European cookery?
No, it's not.
I just need to have a think about... Just might need to have a think about that one.
I can't work it out. I can't figure out what the main spice is, which is the main point of the whole challenge. I had my beef fillet and I decided to fry off a little bit just to make sure, and I'm tasting it and I'm so sure it was beef. But something in the back of my head just goes, oh, what if it's lamb?
I think that's lamb.
Yeah. Sorry, what's that? Where's she gone?
A little thing is saying in my head, just go the safest route possible, which I thought was the chuck steak.
Check that sauce, Callum.
Shani just gets the meat, seasons it, and then puts it straight into the pan. I'm like, what are you doing?
She's cooking it like a steak and then she's going to cut it up.
It's an interesting way. It's never done that way. I'll tell you what, this is a challenge for Generation X, not Generation Y.
I know my sauce is missing ingredients. I can see both the boys have picked brandy, which I had in my head. So I go back to the pantry. I still can't figure out the spice in the sauce. I'm panicking, and I know if I don't get this spice right, it's going to send me home. I picked nutmeg.
You have 15 minutes to go in this Gen Y pressure test.
You should be rushing with your Russian dish. George, there is a world of pain out there. I really don't get the impression that any of these three guys really understand how to make a true stroganoff.
I think Callum up the front, he doesn't even know what cut of meat he's got. Shani in the middle, I'm concerned that her stroganoff's going to look really brown. It needs to be rich and sort of reddish in colour, and that comes from the tomato paste and, of course, a little bit of that paprika.
I think Matthew's probably the least stressed. That may well be because he's got his mother's stroganoff to go from, but we know that's a risk. You try and recreate something your mother made rather than what you've tasted out the front.
Come on, Callum. Salt, pepper, more paprika, hurry up.
Shani, roll it. Don't play with it too much, just laminate it heaps.
The dough's been resting and it actually feels really good. I'm happy that I persevered with my first batch and I didn't throw it out.
That's it. Now fold it, that's it. Good girl. Keep going.
It looks really fantastic. I'm really proud of her. She's done really well.
I've got about 10 minutes left. I've got the base for my sauce made and I've also got my pasta made. So now I'm just adding my meat to my sauce and doing all the final adjustments.
Really careful, really careful. Done all that work, come on. That's it, perfect.
Ah, looks great. Yay!
Now that my fettuccine is ready to be cooked, I put it into my boiling water. Because it's fresh pasta, it's only going to probably take a minute.
Come on, Matthew. You're there, mate. Keep an eye on that pasta, mate. Don't overcook it. Yeah, get it out, Matty. Get it out. There's a very, very small window between wonderful al dente pasta and overcooked slop.
I pull my pasta out, I taste a little bit. To me, it's pretty much bang on al dente, so I don't want it to cook any further. So I run the pasta briefly under cold water, just so it's not too hot and doesn't overcook.
Your fate will be decided in less than 2 minutes.
Use your hands, Cal.
I didn't realise it was a cold pasta salad.
Oh, that's completely thrown me. I've cooked the pasta too early and it's got to be hot when time's up. So at this stage, I decide to make another lot.
I think my sauce is built nicely and the pasta's good, but I'm not confident in the spices.
Maddie, a little bit more cream. Give it some sauce. Hasn't got sauce.
I added quite a lot of tomato paste to the dish. I probably added enough for 2 stroganoffs, so the colour of the dish is quite strong. It's quite red, but I'm happy with the flavour, so hopefully I won't be marked down for the colour.
He's put way too much. This could send him home. Shani, do you have a fork?
She doesn't.
I can't find one.
So I use a tong.
Come on, guys.
With 4 minutes to go, it might not be the wisest decision to start making another lot of pasta. I might be better off just reheating the pasta I've already got.
Do whatever. Just get it warm and then get it back on the plate.
So I can just dunk it back in some hot water for a little while, make sure it's nice and hot again, and then replate it.
Beautiful, Shani, beautiful.
Matt. Yo. Come on, buddy. Get it done. There's less than a minute to go, and Matt's not putting the stroganoff into the dish. I don't know what he's doing, so he's screaming at Matt, just get the stroganoff into the dish.
Now. Come on, Matthew, now's the time.
Yep, today.
Come on, guys! Callum, come on! Get in the bowl!
That's a girl.
Come on!
The pressure's mounting. You've got 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Stop. Good job, guys. Step away from your benches. Well done, guys.
What spice did you guys use?
Paprika.
Nutmeg. Shit.
Taking my dish into the judges, I'm feeling quite nervous. So I'm very aware it could be the last time I'm presenting something in front of them. So I'm almost sick with nerves.
Shani, tough day at the office?
It's probably an appropriate way of putting it.
Hardest part of the day?
I'd say number one was trusting my instincts because it was completely instinct-based and I know certain things about cooking and I always find myself questioning them. So I think if I had have just gone in completely trusting myself, I maybe would have come up with a slightly better result.
What meat did you initially think it was?
I either thought beef or veal.
And what did you pick?
I grabbed what I thought was a veal fillet, but I realised it was pork a split second later, so I got the beef fillet. But I thought in the back of my head there's a small chance it's lamb, so I went back and I got the rump steak because I felt like it was the safest option.
So what sort of stroganoff have we got here? We got a lamb, a pork, or a beef stroganoff?
A beef stroganoff.
Right. And in terms of the spice, what is the primary spice that you've used in your stroganoff?
I know it's incorrect, but I've used nutmeg.
Right,
Standing in front of the judges, I know it's a tasty dish of food. It might not be an exact replica of the first dish, but I know at least I'm giving them something I'd be happy to eat myself.
Shani, it's time for us to have a taste, so thank you very much.
You know, George, it looks marginally darker than the original, but certainly not to a degree to have me thinking she's burnt it, she's overcooked it, she's over-reduced it. So, on that basis, a good-looking stroganoff from Shani.
For me, the biggest mistake in this is the steak. It's tough. Pasta, not a bad job. There's a bit of, you know, bite there to it. It's nice and al dente.
If we were sitting in a French bistro and that came out, maybe not called stroganoff, but that came out as a creamy beef stew, we'd be very happy. And that pasta is absolutely fantastic, like spot on in terms of its al dente. It's got some really nice suppleness to it. She's done a really good job. Now, Matthew, you've been here twice before. Both times we gave you a recipe. Today, no recipe. How do you go?
Once I settled myself down and really started tasting the stroganoff and remembering what I tasted at the beginning of the day, I think I settled into the challenge and I'm really happy with the dish I put up.
What are you happiest with about this dish?
I personally think that I got the flavour of the stroganoff near on to what I tasted at the beginning of the day, and the consistency of the sauce I'm really happy with.
And your struggle?
I'm hoping that I used the right cut of meat.
What did you use?
I used the fillet in the end.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed. We'll taste now.
Thanks.
Well, George, a fantastic, fantastic colour on that pasta. That is green, lush. I can imagine little ponies galloping across that. It's so green.
For me, the stroganoff, it just looks a bit too fluoro. It looks a bit too on the red side than what ours did.
Too much tomato paste, do you think?
A bit too much. I don't like meat cut like that. It's like, it's just very inconsistent, no respect. You know, he's picked the right cut of meat, the eye fillet, which is, you know, an expensive cut of meat. Treat it with a little bit of respect, cut it up consistently, and cut it up perfectly. There's no excuse.
So what do you prefer? You prefer meat cut like that, or meat that's as tender as that?
Which leads me into saying, how beautifully is it tasting?
Right, okay.
It tastes absolutely gorgeous. It's moist, it's tender, no doubt about that.
You get a true punch of parsley in the pasta. It actually has that freshness, and I think that's really important. To have that kind of, that herb freshness in the pasta is vital when you've got such a rich, intense sauce as Matthew's rendered with this stroganoff.
I'm taking my stroganoff into Matt and George, and I'm still not 100% sure I chose the right cut of beef.
What are you most happy about with this dish?
The thickness of the sauce, I got around the mark. I was pretty happy with my pasta as well.
Anything you're worried about?
Still not 100% sure whether I chose the right cut of beef or not.
Callum, thanks a lot. We're going to taste now. You can go.
Thank you.
Well, Matt, in terms of the appearance, it definitely looks like it's got the right colour. But what's concerning for me is there's not enough sauce. And the pasta, we had a little beautiful knot of pasta. He's got a mountain of pasta there.
In terms of positives, there's a flavour there that is almost true stroganoff. Paprika, that little hit of brandy that was in our stroganoff, the tomato sauce, it's all there. But that pasta is overcooked, which is never a nice thing.
You know, what's exciting is he's used the right cut of meat. He's used the eye fillet, but what he has done, he's cut it up very inconsistently. So you've got some small bits, some large bits, and for me, these smaller bits here are like little bullets, where these are beautiful and soft.
You know, George, this is the hardest pressure test we can set anyone. Let's get them back in and see how much they really want this. Matthew, Callum, Shani, what a brute of a challenge. Really, a pressure test is never fun, but to go into a pressure test without a recipe, especially when you're all our three youngest contestants and we set you a dish that comes straight out of the 70s, an era 10 years before you were born. The problem with this competition is even when you do something, even when you excel in a pressure test, one of the three of you still has to go home. Matthew, Callum, Shani, let's talk about what was in our Stroganoff. We need to find out what ingredients were there, what we used. The three core elements of that Stroganoff. A beef fillet, paprika, sour cream. You know, what was also important was that flavour of parsley within the pasta. And then within the sauce, that thickening consistency that came from dredging the meat in flour before browning it. That helps thicken the sauce and give the sauce its consistency. Matthew, beautiful green pasta loaded with the flavour of parsley. Wonderful, wonderful flavour in your stroganoff. But that vibrant red colour wasn't quite on the money. Callum, great, true stroganoff flavour. Nice hit of paprika. And your pasta was rolled out beautiful and thin. But you overcooked your pasta. And you needed more sauce on your meat. Shani, your pasta was great. The consistency of the sauce was perfect. Because you used chuck steak, your beef was chewy. And there was no paprika in the sauce. Matthew, what's going through your head right now?
I came to MasterChef to get out of what I was doing. And when I'm sitting down with my scrapbook and I'm drawing a recipe and I'm seeing what I want to make and seeing what I want, it just feels right. And I want to be here, I need to be here, and I have to be here.
Shani?
I love food, and I don't necessarily cook three-hat food or aspire to be a three-hat chef, but that doesn't mean I don't love it. I've still got the passion. My friends see it, my family see it. My goals aren't huge. I want to be a food writer. I want to inspire other people to cook. I want to share my love of food. And I think it's a bit of a humble dream, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
Callum, why did you deserve to be here?
I know there's people here that are better cooks than me right now, but I think I'm one of the most determined people and most willing to learn to improve myself to get to that next level. Saying that where I'm happy if I went home today, that's bullshit. It's just something that I tell myself so that if I do get eliminated, I can make myself feel better, but it's not true at all.
One of the three of you could be Australia's next MasterChef. But for one of you, the dream is about to end. Matthew, you're still in the competition. Well done. Matthew, you bring out your best performances in pressure tests. That was absolutely fantastic. You nailed that dish. Your mother would have been proud of that stroganoff. I think you need to ring her and thank her because she taught you well, Matthew. Well done.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Joe.
Callum and Shani, it comes down to you two. It comes down to the dish you cooked. Callum, you're safe. Shani, I'm sorry. You're out. Shani, I think you know the reasons why it came down to that paprika. Not getting the paprika in the dish. Even though it was a delicious dish to eat, it just didn't have that stroganoff hit it has to have. It's a small thing when it comes to a stroganoff, when it comes to a pressure test, it comes to the top 10. That's the sort of stuff it comes down to. I'm sorry.
Tell us, what are you going to look back at in terms of your MasterChef journey and remember?
I think the highlight for me was the pizza mystery box. Even though I didn't win, I just had so much fun creating, and then you all enjoyed the finished product. I think my confidence has grown about threefold. I wasn't the most confident person when I started, and it's confidence not only in my cooking but myself has really developed.
Cheers.
To get to the top 10 was a fantastic landmark, and to be surrounded by people with this intense love of food is really special, and I don't think I'm ever going to experience it again in my life.
Shani, it's time to leave the MasterChef kitchen.
Okay. I mean, one of you has to win. Thank you for everything. And please say thank you to Gary for me as well. Good luck, guys. I'm going out at number 10, which I think there's absolutely no shame in. I'm really at peace with going today. I don't have any qualms with the judges' decision, so I'm not feeling too horrible to be eliminated.
I think each of the contestants in the pressure test today acquitted themselves really well. You know, I don't really have a gut feeling as to who's coming home and who's not, so it's just a waiting game now.
I can hear the footsteps coming down the stairs, and I'm so nervous about finding out who it is that's walking down.
Walking back into the room with Matt, it's nice to see that the other contestants are pretty glad to see us. Nice, happy reaction, so it's really nice to have the support of the other guys.
What up, man? I think even though Shani's left the competition today, she's really going to continue on her path. She's got such a passion for food, and someone with that much natural talent and being so young, she can't help but realise her dreams.
Home and having my parents so proud of me and everyone so excited to see me is an unbelievable feeling. I've been given all the tools possible to have an amazing career in the food industry. I've got some big plans going forward, and I want to really launch myself into food writing. It's a hard industry to crack, but if you can dream it, you can do it.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
We have a massive battle on our hands today in the kitchen.
Jonathan goes head-to-head against Gordon Ramsay's protege, Josh Emmett.
He's got no chance of beating him.
Does the amateur have the skills to beat the pro at his own signature dish?
If you get it right the first time, I'll be surprised.
With immunity up for grabs, the stakes have never been higher.
I think Jonathan is giving you a run for your money.
It's going to be a good competition.
Can he finally secure the ultimate lifeline?
When Jonathan wants to shine, he shines.
You've got your work cut out for you today, I think.
This is my home ground.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This is the battle of the Gen Y cooks.
Matthew, Callum and Shani cooked a classic 70s dish in the pressure test.
And from Generation Y to Generation what?
And for Shani, the MasterChef journey came to an end.
I'm really at peace with going today. I think it was the right time to go.
Tonight, it's time for a celebrity chef challenge.
We have a massive battle on our hands today in the kitchen.
Jonathan goes head-to-head against Gordon Ramsay's protege, Josh Emmett.
He's got no chance of beating him.
Can the amateur outcook the pro at his own signature dish?
I will help you, but I'm here to win as well.
With immunity up for grabs, the stakes have never been higher.
You've got your work cut out for you today, I think.
This is my home ground.
A couple of days ago, Jonathan won the Australian Food Icon Invention Test.
This is my interpretation of a Chiko roll.
That is absolutely brilliant.
And so today he's going to be facing off against a celebrity chef in the Celebrity Chef Challenge. There's immunity up for grabs, and I know what that feels like to have immunity, so I know how important a day this is for Jono.
I'm feeling really proud. I'm thinking I'm another step closer to getting where I want to get to opening my restaurant, to cooking every day.
Jonathan, today you're going to face off against one of the country's top chefs. So this is how it's going to work. The celebrity chef has chosen a dish, and you will both cook that dish to the same recipe. Once you've cooked, our judges will taste both dishes. It's a blind tasting, so they'll have no idea who's cooked which dish.
Jonathan, a win today will give you the best prize of all. Immunity, represented by this pin.
The immunity pin certainly has the most value to me. You know, I'm one of the contestants been in the most eliminations, so I certainly wouldn't mind the immunity pin.
Winning immunity is like picking up a superpower, and you are going to need a superhuman effort, because standing between you and that pin is a culinary superman. He cooked in Melbourne at Est, a legendary restaurant. He then moved to London, and for a decade, he's worked alongside Gordon Ramsay. Please welcome to the MasterChef kitchen, from Melbourne's Maze restaurant, Executive Chef Josh Emmett.
Knowing Josh Emmett's background, I'm very nervous.
Hi, I'm Josh Emmett, chef de cuisine at Maze Melbourne. My food philosophy is about keeping it simple and enhancing the natural flavours in the food. My food style is all about balance. It's about getting the right things on the plate, you know, flavours that work well together and merging them as one. To be a success in this industry, you need to be ambitious, you need to be driven, and you need to love your job.
Josh and I have been working together now for 10 years, and I handpicked him especially for this restaurant in Melbourne. So anyone going against him will have to really seriously focus, because you've got no chance of beating him.
Josh, welcome to the MasterChef kitchen. How much drive have you got to put Jonathan back in his box, the amateur?
I like a good competition, so hopefully he's up for it. But, you know, I don't ever like to lose. No one likes to lose.
I think it can be professionally embarrassing if a chef loses, but, you know, I'm quietly confident.
Maybe the difference, especially cooking in this kitchen, this is my home ground.
Yeah.
I just want to win.
You've got your work cut out for you today, I think.
He does seem a little arrogant. I would be too if I'd been working for 11 years for Gordon Ramsay.
We have a massive battle on our hands today in the kitchen. Because it's a blind tasting, we will not watch you cook, so we'll leave. Good luck.
So, Jonathan, let's find out what dish stands between you and that elusive immunity.
Coral trout wrapped in chicken skin with a lemon thyme consomme.
Jono loves this kind of food. It's beautiful bistro sort of food, food that looks simple but involves a lot of technique.
So, Josh, what elements of that dish are going to be difficult for Jonathan to do?
The main element of this dish, Jonathan, is the coral trout, okay? It's wrapped in chicken skin, and that is the part that's going to give you the most trouble. The other aspect is a lovely light consommé, very, very delicate and crystal clear.
Have you made a consommé before?
No.
If you get it right the first time, I'll be surprised.
I'm also worried about the turned vegetables.
OK, Jonathan, time to taste.
Bloody tasty. That's unreal.
This appears on the surface a really simple dish, but it's not at all. All elements are difficult, and I will help you, but I'm here to win as well.
I'll do your dish justice.
Good man.
Yeah.
Josh has 1 hour and 20 minutes to reproduce that dish. You have 1 hour and 35 minutes. Your time starts now.
First thing to do is get the skin off the chicken leg. I've got to get the skin off cleanly so I can put the fish in.
I'll start from the other side.
This way?
Yeah, gently in there. Gently, gently, gently. It's 90% of the battle.
The next thing I've got to do is get the stock ready for the consommé.
How are you feeling so far, Jonathan? You doing OK?
Yeah.
So you've got in your head clear about how to do the consommé?
Well, I just want to get it on for the first 35 minutes, and then once I've got that done, I think then I can focus on the fish.
OK.
I didn't realise the fish was whole.
So tell me, have you filleted a fish before or not?
I have. It's just not my... it's not really something that I normally do.
I know this fish has got a very tough skin, so you need to be pretty delicate with it.
Either the skin's tough or the knife's blunt.
Skin's like old boots. It's so tough. Good. Not bad for a first effort, no?
Jonathan, your head start's over. Josh, head to your station. You both have 1 hour and 20 minutes to put up a beautiful dish.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you. I think I've started pretty well. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I've started pretty well. I've got a consommé on, which is good. I think the hardest part's going to be making the consommé clear. I think that's the thing I'm most worried about.
You know, he seems to be flying along. He's full of confidence, so it's going to be a good competition.
15 minutes after Josh has started, Josh has already caught up, it seems. He's got his consommé started, and really, I think Jonathan and Josh at this point are now at about the same time.
I always expect the celebrity chef to catch up to me, but slow and steady can win the race. Let's not forget that.
You have just on 1 hour to go. Josh, how do you think you're going in comparison to Jonathan at this stage? Have you caught up?
I think I've caught up.
OK.
Yeah, now I just need to get ahead.
Pressure's building. You've got just under 45 minutes to go. Now it's getting exciting.
Jono's doing amazingly well. He's just getting on to turning his vegetables.
To turn a vegetable basically means to shape it into kind of like an elongated football shape. It's one of those kind of classic French techniques which Gordon Ramsay's kitchens are known for.
Hey, Jonathan, you up to the dreaded turn vegetables?
Yeah.
Do you still think you can win?
If I can learn how to turn these vegetables in the next 2 minutes. If I don't turn the vegetables perfectly to look like Josh, the judges will know straight away.
Turn it round on itself and just run the knife over. That's right, turn it round. Just get the motion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just practice that little motion and then have a go at turning it, and you might pull the thing off. But remember, the clocks are ticking, Johnny.
I know, that's the problem.
Top.
Come on, Johnny, you're doing a really good job.
Come on, mate.
Jonathan is an impressive cook. When Jonathan wants to shine, he shines. And, you know, win or lose today, you can't be anything but awestruck with how well he's doing and how calmly he's approaching everything.
The consommes are simmering, baby vegetables are being prepped. You have just under half an hour to go. And Josh Emmett, I think Jonathan is giving you a run for your money.
Come on, Jono! Come on, mate.
30 minutes to go. Josh puts his fillet of coral trout in the chicken skin and wraps it up really neatly. And then he wraps it with cling wrap. It looks really nice and tight.
The problem is square fish, round tube.
That looks great, Jono. That looks awesome.
I finally get the fish into the chicken skin, wrap it up in cling film. I'm pretty happy with what I've got. Is that all right?
Yeah, if you've got time, I'd rewrap it and go a little bit tighter, but overall I think it looks really nice.
Okay.
When you wrap it with a cling film, it needs to be really, really, really tight to hold the shape. It's only a minor thing, but it's minor details that might win him this competition.
Watching Jonathan make his consommé from start to end, it was amazing to watch. But when he stirred the egg white mixture into the stock, it just went all cloudy.
I don't know how to get it back to clear, really. But hopefully some miracle will happen and it'll all come together. Josh.
Yep.
Would you mind coming to check my raft, my consommé?
Of course I will, of course I will.
A raft is an egg white and meat and vegetable mixture that sits on top. The soup underneath it sort of revolves around it, and all those little proteins that make a soup cloudy cling to that egg white, and then as you take the egg white out, the soup is left completely clear, which is exactly what you want for a consommé.
Yeah, it's looking good, actually.
Is that what it's meant to look like?
Yeah, it is, yeah. You're right.
You have just under 15 minutes to go. Time to flex those culinary muscles in this Celebrity Chef Challenge.
The thing about this dish is it looked easy from just appearances, but I think with all the fiddly stuff that you can see, it'll drive you nuts.
How's it going, Jonathan?
I'm just struggling a little bit.
Well, this one doesn't look too bad, does it?
No, I think I'm quite happy with them.
Very smart. Wasn't that hard after all, was it? Do you mind if I taste your consommé?
Please.
That is pretty, it's almost as good as mine. In fact, it might be better. That's far better than the first one I ever made, I tell you that much, for nothing. Really good, really good.
Nice one, Jono.
Jonathan, Josh, you've cooked some beautiful food. Now, the finishing touches. You have just under 5 minutes to go.
Come on, Jono, let's go.
Oh, dude.
All right, almost there. How are you doing?
I feel all right.
It's looking good, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed, to tell you the truth, so far. He's doing a good job. This is a tough dish. I think what it'll come down to is taste.
You have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's up. Well done.
Good on you, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Good boy, good boy. Nice. Well done, mate.
The challenge is over. I feel really happy that I've cooked everything. It all looks great. It's now time to find out what the judges think. My plate's going to be plate 1.
It's a very elegant dish, quite pretty even.
The most important thing about this dish and what makes this dish so bang up to date is that crystal clear consommé. George, let's plate up.
Shall we?
Wow, what an amazing combination. It's a dish that's not only layered with flavours, it's layered with textures as well. It's pretty amazing.
I think it's a really beautiful consommé. It's elegant, it's fresh. For me, the biggest issue with this dish is salt. I need more salt.
It's very, very subtle.
I love the subtleties in it. If this is Jonathan's dish, he's done a great job.
Well, we've tasted plate one, now let's score it.
My plate being tasted second is not a disadvantage. I nailed it, I think, no problems.
Thank you.
What you notice firstly is you got 5 beautiful pieces of that coral trout that's been wrapped in the chicken, you know, 2 on the bottom and 3 elevated on the top, just to lift up. What I don't like and what I hate eating is big sprigs of raw thyme. Look, I think it looks beautiful, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the taste. Shall we taste?
You know that thing when you come home and the window cleaner's been, and your windows are sparkling clean, you look out into the garden and suddenly everything seems brighter, more colourful, more vibrant. That's like that dish. The fish is impeccable, there's a real flavour in that consommé. That, for me, is an example of a great modern dish.
I actually thought that the potatoes on dish 1 were turned a little bit more evenly, but it's such an elegant dish, and once you tasted it, it's so surprising. Should we score plate 2?
You cooked 2 versions of Josh Emmett's signature dish. There's a maximum of 30 points up for grabs each. The person with the highest score wins. Jonathan, if you win today, like Adam, you will hold that coveted immunity pin.
I know he definitely wants one of these immunity pins. If anyone deserves one, it's Jonathan. He's gone through 5 eliminations now, and this is his second Celebrity Chef Challenge, so I think he's in with a shot.
I can now reveal that plate 1 belonged to Jonathan. Matt, can you reveal your score for plate 1?
Jonathan, I scored a dish 7 out of 10. You brought us a beautiful, light, modern bistro dish, but what it lacked was a little bit of finesse in your cooking and a little bit of flavour on the palate.
Donna, would you like to reveal your score for Jonathan's dish?
Jonathan, I gave your dish an 8.
Great.
I love the subtlety of your dish. It looked great. Well done.
Now for the final tally. George?
Jonathan, I scored your dish a 7 out of 10.
Jonathan's received scores of 7, 7, and 8 from the judges. And I think that's a really respectable score, but I can tell from the look on Jonathan's face that he is just not happy with himself.
So, Josh, time to find out whether or not you've scored more than 22 out of 30 to clinch this challenge. Donna, how did you score plate number 2?
Josh, I scored your dish a 9 out of 10. What a fabulous dish. My kind of restaurant food. Lots of flavour, lots of textures. I loved it.
I scored plate number 2 a 9 out of 10.
Josh, Matt must score your dish 5 or more for you to clinch the Celebrity Chef Challenge.
Josh, scored your dish 9 out of 10.
Well, Josh, 27 out of a possible 30. That makes you the winner of our Celebrity Chef Challenge. Congratulations.
Honestly, I think it was a good battle, and I think Jonathan, you know, you did yourself proud. You did a great dish.
He'd never made a consommé before.
No.
He'd never turned vegetables before. It's not bad, is it?
Based on that, he shouldn't have got anything on the plate. Of course Jonathan should be proud of what he's done today. It was a fantastic effort under a huge amount of pressure.
Josh Emmett, thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to come up here to the MasterChef kitchen, and we hope to see you again soon.
Good luck, Jonathan.
Yes. Thanks, Anna.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
I've had another chance to win the immunity, and it's just slipped away from me. I'm gonna have to fight harder to get back here again.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This has to be a brilliant succession of restaurant dishes.
The amateurs race to prepare a 3-course menu for Qantas business class.
I think we could have a disaster on our hands.
2 teams must deliver the best in-flight dining experience.
We've gone from enormous hangar, enormous plane to tiny, tiny kitchen.
The team who fails will face an elimination challenge.
I'm just so happy to have my immunity pin today.
To survive, they must meet the exacting standards of Qantas CEO, Alan Joyce.
I think this is pretty close.
I really don't want to face the team elimination this week.